And like that, there I am. Hello, everyone who is joining. Hello and welcome back, my lovely viewers, to a brand new episode, and dare I say, mini-series on the Murder Corner. I am the spaceship that follows behind the comet and the cyanide in your fruit punch, Vivian Noir. I'm also the future ghost with the most, so don't forget that one either. And welcome to everyone who is joining. Let me pop back over to away from my notes to my tab here so I can see. Hello, Tamra. Hello, Kim. Hello, DJ. Hello, Cody. Sam, Cassie, Max. Anyone else I've missed? I think I got everyone. Did I get everyone? Let me see. I think I got everybody. I think I got everybody. I think I did. Okay. So if you hadn't already guessed by the title of the video and the thumbnail that I made, this is going to be a mini-series taking on some famous cults. And I couldn't have picked a more oddly opportune time, especially with the newest headlines that have come out in the past couple days. So this timing was chef's kiss, amazing. So let's recap it a little bit before we get into the actual video. So on April 28th, officials outside of Pueblo, Colorado responded to a welfare check on a home in a rural area and discovered the mummified corpse of a woman. But not just any woman. The woman in question, who had been dead for several weeks to about a month, they estimate, was 45-year-old Amy Carlson. This unassuming woman wrapped in a sleeping bag, her shriveled remains decorated with Christmas lights, the eye holes, which were empty of the eyes but decorated with glitter, in some sort of weird makeshift shrine in a back bedroom, would have been a strange sight on any given normal day. But she, depending on who you ask, was either an enlightened spiritual leader or the head of an abusive cult. Tomato, tomato. So she was called Mother God by her followers, who claimed that she was a 19 million year old being. Crazy check number one. Checking these boxes. Carlson had been the head of the Love Has Won cult, and her believers found hope in her pseudo New Age teachings. If you look at the website, which I think the website is, I'm pretty sure that is taken down now, they kind of did this vague New Agery spiritualism with not a whole lot of specifics. They said they follow like Gaia and energy in the universe, and a whole bunch of like kind of nonsensical platitudes, with not a lot of specifics. However, there were allegations of brainwashing and abuse, even including that of animals and children, and these plagued the group as they moved around the country. They had already been chased off of the island of Kauai by angry locals who found that the cult had set up shop there, and they were basically ran out of town. They then moved to Northern California, and then ultimately to this chaotic home in the middle of nowhere in Colorado. According to the group's website, which again has recently been taken down, Carlson was supposedly living through her 534th reincarnation cycle, and that she would then lead 144,000 chosen ones into the fifth dimension. I can't. I'm not making this up. This was real. Like, people really believed this and followed this woman. All right. And like most cults, Carlson did keep a set of rules for her followers that then she herself chose to ignore. So drugs were forbidden in the cult or in the group. They were not allowed to use drugs at all. But some of her former students remember their sage Mother God being a raging alcoholic who would have 8 to 9 highballs a night. Apparently alcohol did not count as a drug. So there's crazy check number 2. She was also accused of placing a screaming child in a cabinet and harming a cat. She also allegedly carried along a months-long sexual relationship with a minor who was part of the cult at the time. As of now, her death does remain a mystery. They weren't able to find any obvious signs of foul play, and they are reluctant to declare it foul play at this point. They're not even really sure how long she's been dead. The group last live streamed on the 21st of April, and she was alive in that video. So not really sure what happened. Like, I think it was the 21st, something like that. I might have my dates wrong. But it was like it was in April that they live streamed a video when she was in it. So they don't really know. They didn't really find anything on the body. So they're, I'm sure, still looking into forensics and doing autopsies and all of that. But children were also found in the home with the corpse. A 13-year-old and a 6-year-old were found in the home with the very visible corpse. It was not hidden at all. And so 7 of her followers, including Jason Castillo, who is Carlson's possible current partner and who is the current leader of the group. He is called Father God, real creative. They were arrested and charged with the abuse of a corpse and 2 counts of child abuse. So that is currently where that situation is standing. Sorry if I missed comments. I had my notes up and I did not see any of that. Yeah, can I put one of my screaming children in a cabinet, call myself a prophet? Absolutely. Apparently she did it, so apparently you can too. She was wrapped, yes, Cody, she was wrapped in a blanket in a sleeping bag. She was in a sleeping bag surrounded by Christmas lights. She was mummified, apparently. Like the corpse is just like sucked in. Yeah, and yeah, no eyeballs, but glitter around her eyes would have been. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying. Hey, Polly. Hey, Victoria. Hey, PETA. Hey, everyone who is jumping in. Sounds like shitty place for. Sounds like shitty place for to me too, Cody. It's weird. It's weird, and it still basically stands at a giant question mark at this point. Nobody really knows how she died. She seemed fine in the last video, but they did make, I guess, mention something about her health declining and her getting ready to leave this realm very soon. So it's possible that this woman was dying of cancer or some other ailment, and she just died and they just kept her in the house. But they are still looking into it, and I don't think anyone is really talking at the moment. So we'll keep our finger on the pulse of this. Hopefully in episode 2, hey Jane, hopefully in episode 2, when I get to the episode 2 with the next couple cults, we might have some more answers. But this is a perfect segue into the term cult. So the term cult does often have derogatory connotations. It's generally used by laypersons as a religion or a group I don't like, as a slur. But what defines a cult and what separates us from religions at large? So let's get a basis on that and our finger on the pulse of that before we dive into some really deep material here. So psychiatrist Robert J. Lifton delineated 3 major telltale characteristics in his paper Cult Formation, which was written in the early 1980s. These are all common traits that are shared by destructive cults, and they are as follows. 1, a charismatic leader. Hold on, we're going to change the background real quick so you guys know what I'm freaking talking about. Charismatic leader, anyone? This charismatic leader gradually becomes the center of focus and worship as the general principles and guidelines that may have originally sustained the group lose power or lose focus. They are a singular living person who is usually claiming some sort of special power or deification or deity. And they also have no accountability for their actions, and they become the single most defining element of the group, as well as the source of its power and authority. Some of those faces may look very familiar to you guys. They well should. 2 of them are going to be in this episode, and we will cover some of the other ones in some of the other episodes as well. So let me go back to my screen here. At the bottom of this prize, look, he is one of my favorites. We'll get into that. Like, we will get into that mess. That's a mess. Heaven's Gate, my goodness. Dying with your Adidas on. What kind of program? So I'm going to change the background to that so you guys can actually see those creepy faces even more when I switch out. So that would be step number 1, charismatic leader. You have to have that. Number 2, a process of education or indoctrination that is used as coercive persuasion or thought reform, which is commonly referred to as brainwashing. The culmination and zenith of this process can be seen in members doing things that are not in their own best interest, but consistently in the best interest of the group and or its leader. 3rd, financial, economic, sexual, and other exploitation of group members by the leader or the ruling class or the ruling body of the church group, whatever they call themselves. So there's that. So the destructiveness of cults does vary by degrees, from labor violations, human rights violations, human trafficking, child abuse, destruction and separation of family units, medical neglect, and in some extreme cases, calls for violence or mass suicide. It doesn't happen in every single one, but it does happen, as we will find out in this episode. And while not all groups will fit the criteria of a cult, they still may pose risk to their members. So at the end of the episode, we'll go into some warning signs of potentially unsafe groups or leaders. As of now, let's get into the ones we decided to talk about, or I guess I decided to talk about today. As well we know, the first one is a very famous probably the most famous suicide cult or death cult. They're all called different things, of a lot of things of the modern times. The second one is a little less well known, but grabbed headlines in recent years nevertheless. And the trials for that one are still kind of ongoing. So for now, let's get started with cults, shall we? With Jonestown and Nexium. I'm gonna add my oh no. Hopefully I picked the right video, guys, because I might grab the wrong video. So here we go. That's not the right one. That's the one for later in the video. So we will, I had a 50-50 shot and I blew it. Just kidding. Here we go.
What? It's hard. Only at first. Only at first is it hard. It's hard only at first. Living, you're looking at death. It only looks at living is much more difficult. Raising up every morning and not knowing what's going to be the night's bringing. It's much more difficult.
The term suicide cult has become synonymous with one famous cult in particular, as well as many that have followed in its tragic footsteps. In 1978, this staggering tragedy shook the world to its very core. The massacre was, prior to 9/11, the largest single incident of civilian deaths in American history. Get yourself a cup of grape flavor aid and get comfy. This is Jonestown. Reverend Jim Jones was a charismatic preacher who established the People's Temple in Indianapolis in the early 1950s.
I already have a point of order. This man looks like a Ken doll and Dean Cain from The Adventures of Lois and Clark had a baby. He looks plastic as hell. That face is terrifying. That and the fact that, like, there's not too many pictures of this man without those fucking sunglasses, without the creepy shades on. So already red flag. I'm like, dude, what is going on with your face? Like, what is with the Roy Orbison look? I can't with you right now. I don't know how anyone took this motherfucker seriously. I really don't know. Also, I couldn't find any flavor aid tonight, so I made my own little concoction. So, bottoms up. All right, continue. Me.
Jones was a voracious reader as a child who had few friends, but studied the works of Stalin, Marx, Mao Zedong, Gandhi, and Hitler. He was often described as a, quote, really weird kid who was obsessed with religion and death. Jim Jones hardly seemed to fit the mold of religious zealot, being a fervent communist in his youth. He viewed the church as the best way to espouse his Marxist beliefs, and noticed during a faith healing at a Seventh-day Adventist church service that such things attracted people and money. Two things Jones would see as an easy means to an end. He preached against racism, perhaps the result of being raised in a racist household himself, where he and his father, whom Jones and a childhood friend would claim had become involved with the Ku Klux Klan, would clash over issues of race. His integrated congregation would attract many African American members. In fact, Jim Jones's unique and idiosyncratic blend of evangelical Christianity, New Age spirituality, and radical social justice would attract quite the loyal following. He called his growing church the People's Temple. In 1965, he would relocate the People's Temple to Northern California in Ukiah, ultimately settling down in San Francisco in 1971. Due to Jones's fierce dedication to the disenfranchised and his advocacy for the downtrodden, the People's Temple would quickly gain political influence from major movers and shakers on the social justice scene.
Point of order. Yes, that man had children. Like, I am not sure if they are still alive. I think some of them are. But yeah, he had kids and a wife, and unfortunately, that is somewhat some of the fallout that goes with it too, is that when these cult leaders have families, which a lot of times they don't, sometimes they're solitary and don't have anybody, but unfortunately those are usually the first ones to go because they are ground zero. So there's that, which that's a fun fact. Brains, continue me.
This would earn Jones endorsements from celebrities and politicians like Angela Davis and Harvey Milk, as well as support from left-wing groups like the Black Panthers, which ultimately proved a tragically misguided effort, as more than 2/3 of the eventual victims of the Jonestown massacre would be African American. In 1977, despite glowing recommendations and involvement with local politicians, the church and Jones came under scrutiny for financial fraud, physical abuse of its members, and mistreatment of children. Followers were expected to turn over all of their personal wealth and belongings to the temple and to dedicate themselves fully to the church's utopian Marxist vision. They would break contact with their families on the outside, and children were expected to be raised in the commune. Followers would often work for long hours on physical labor with no pay or compensation. And in a sinister way to ensure ultimate loyalty, members were asked to sign false confessions that they had molested their own children, which the church kept on file in case anyone thought of leaving or speaking out against the temple or Jim Jones himself. The threat of extortion worked wonders, and few left the commune, despite the increasingly strange behavior of their fearless leader. Jones, who was gradually growing more paranoid, had begun declaring himself the, quote, reincarnation of Gandhi, Father Divine, Buddha, Jesus, and Vladimir Lenin.
And here comes the crazy train, all aboard. Whoop, whoop. That's when shit started to go south. Like, it was already kind of going south, but you could make the argument for it at the beginning where it was like, okay, it was very like active in social causes, like it was doing some good things, but then it was like taking a really, backsided turn because Jones himself was very paranoid, possibly suffered from schizophrenia, others some sort of other mental illness, and just started to go off the deep end and off the rails. As do most cult leaders, unfortunately, at some point. Victoria's like, was he sponsored by Ravens or what? He's about to be sponsored by these fists because these hands are rated E for everyone. And I knock that sucker's block off. Sunglasses or no. Why I oughta. Continue me. I don't like David Koresh looking at me from the corner over there. It's weird.
He now claimed that the goal all along was communism and that religion was simply a, quote, opiate of the masses used to make Marxism more palatable to the average parishioner. He believed that the United States was in danger of an imminent nuclear holocaust and was actively seeking out a place where he and his congregation could be safe during such an apocalyptic event. But ultimately, it was a magazine expose into the abuses of the People's Temple against its members that would cement the decision to relocate out of the country. Jones invited his congregation to move with him to Guyana, where they would build a self-sufficient socialist utopia. 3 years earlier, a small group of followers had forged ahead to set up what we ultimately called Jonestown. Followers were given pamphlets showing beautiful beaches and a tropical paradise that awaited the faithful, packaged and sold as heaven on earth. This was a far cry from the muddy, cramped hell they would find themselves in. The compound, which was built intending to house 300 people, was now bursting at the seams with over 1,100, leaving food and sleeping space at a premium. Temple members worked for long days in the compound's fields and were punished harshly if they questioned Jones's decision or authority.
What was one of the hallmarks of the cult? Charismatic leader is the pinnacle of authority. Already looking like seeing some red flags. This wasn't so much a commune as it was a freaking red flag factory. Like, hands down. Those are some of the shanty houses that were built. Again, it were only built for 300 people, but 1,100 people ended up living in this commune. So people were sleeping on floors, like on top of each other. It was apparently, and the conditions were just, I mean, it was in the middle of the jungle too. It's in the middle of the jungle, no plumbing, no heating, no air conditioning, no nothing. Just, rough living in the jungle. Basically not the Club Med that they were promised. It was more like a death camp, honestly. So yeah, and even if you wanted to bounce, let's find out why you couldn't. Continue me. Hi, everyone who's joining. Hi.
The followers would find themselves stranded now in Jonestown as their passports had been confiscated and they had no way to return to the States. Those who had not cut ties with their families would find letters to home censored. Constant rambling monologues were delivered via megaphone to members as they worked during the day, and members were also encouraged to attend late-night meetings where Jones would ramble further for hours on end. Any actions or rules doled out by Jones's edicts were enforced by armed guards known as the Red Brigade. Increasingly unstable and now addicted to drugs, Jones was convinced that the U.S. government and others were out to get him. He required Temple members to participate in mock suicide drills called White Nights, just in case. Jonestown had little reason to expect any interference from the government of Guyana, which seemed unconcerned by the strange compound and its authoritarian ways. But despite a lack of interest from local authorities, the same could not be said back in the United States, where word of the odd commune had reached the United States government. The following year, in 1978, a group of former Temple members, as well as estranged relatives, brought their concerns about Jonestown and Jim Jones to Congressman Leo Ryan of California. They asked him to investigate the compound on their behalf, as they seemed to have no way of communicating with their missing loved ones and were fearing the worst. On November 17th, Ryan arrived in Jonestown with a group of journalists and others. At first, the visit seemed to go well, with little sign of discord or distress amongst the colony. The next day, as the delegation was set to leave, several Jonestown's residents approached Ryan and his entourage and requested to leave with them. Jones, likely already deciding that his suspicions of being conspired against by the U.S. government were valid with the sudden appearance of a congressman, was also distressed by the defection of his loyal followers.
Yeah, you can imagine Mr. Paranoia didn't take that too freaking well. He basically just in his own mind decided that he was right, and everything he thought was confirmed by this senator, this congressman showing up in Jonestown. He figured that, oh, well, the jig is up. The government's on to me. I knew it. See, I knew it the whole time. As you can imagine, somebody who is mixing paranoia with drugs, this is not taking a good turn. This was definitely the tipping point. What most people refer to as the tipping point of Jonestown was the congressman arriving down there to basically on concerns of his not parishioners, but like that sort of like his people writing him letters and things that were like, we haven't seen or heard from our relatives in months. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're okay. So he goes down to basically check this thing out because nobody really is, there's word can't get in or out of Jonestown. So, it's this big radio silence. So he goes down to see, like, well, are these people still alive? What's going on? Like, what's happening? And there were several people that obviously had just had it at that point, and they were like, we don't want to do this anymore. We want to go back with you. To which at first seemed okay. They were told at first, constituents, thank you, Tamara. That's the word I was looking for that I could think of. They were told, yeah, no, you can leave. Well, let's find out what actually happened. Continue, me.
One of Jones's lieutenants, no doubt under direct order of Jones himself, slashed at Congressman Ryan with a knife. He survived the attack and prepared to leave with several temple members. Jones then ordered the ambush of Ryan and his companions at the airstrip where their charter planes waited. Leo Ryan and 4 others, including 2 photographers, were murdered by Temple faithful, shot down as they attempted to board their planes and depart.
So in that photo, if you go back and hashtag Team Rewatch, you can see the bodies of the photographers and the congressmen and the people who attempted to leave, who were shot down in a hail of bullets from assault rifles. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. They weren't shot just once or twice. They were shot up to the point that the guards even walked up and shot them like 6 or 7 more times while they laid on the ground to make sure that they were dead. So here we go, catalyst time. A U.S. senator or congressman has just died. Obviously, people are going to come looking for him. If the government wasn't after him before, it's certainly going to be after him now. So what does crazy old Jim Jones decide to do? Because he engineered his own destruction. Let's see. It's stupid. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's stupid and awful. Spoiler alert.
Back in Jonestown, Jones ordered his faithful to gather in the main pavilion for one final, quote, revolutionary act.
1 second. I do have a comment I have to address. Address, whatever. Lav said, Viv, did you read the book from the girl who escaped the day before they committed the suicides? No, I did not read that one. But the woman in the picture with Leo Ryan, the one that was standing next to him on the steps outside the Capitol, that woman did actually survive. She survived the shooting. She got out, and she is a politician today. So weird full circle. But there were people who managed to a few escaped the net. It didn't happen often. But yeah, so let's find out. Again, he decides to do something real dumb, Jim. Good job. Good fucking job, Jim. You fucking knob.
The mock suicide drills would now become a stark and horrifying reality, as a poisoned concoction was mixed using flavor aid, sedatives, and cyanide. Sadly, the children would be the first to die, as parents and nurses used syringes to force-feed the youngest the toxic brew. The intent behind the mixture was to make it palatable and for the sedatives to act quickly, putting the victims mercifully to sleep before the cyanide killed them. That was not how things played out. The mixture and dosing was imprecise at best, and most of the children died horrible, painful deaths. The adults were then ordered to drink, while armed guards surrounded the pavilion. Many refused to take it, seeing what had happened to others, and instead were shot. Jones himself opted out of such a painful death, the one he had subjected hundreds of his followers to, and ordered one of his lieutenants to shoot him in the head.
I would expect to die with a degree of dignity. Lay down your life with dignity. Don't lay down with tears and agony. There's nothing to death. It's like Max said, it's just stepping over in another plane. Don't be this way. Stop it, hysterics. This is not the way for people who are socialists, communists to die. No way for us to die. We must die with some dignity.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the entire fuck up. So, yeah, those are actual photos from Jonestown. Those are the actual photos of the aftermath that was found the day after. The audio you just heard were the audio tapes, because the whole time that the mass suicide was going on, Jim Jones was recording and taping everything because he was sermonizing and telling them how to die and everything. So all of this was being recorded while people were dying, which are the sounds you can hear in the background. The crying, the screaming, those are people dying of cyanide poisoning. Cyanide poisoning is not a pretty way to die. It is painful. It is incredibly painful. And then he opted to get shot instead. The cowardly piece of actual human shit. So, I hope he's burning in hell if there is one. So, yeah, it's a rough one to listen to. Also, the music you guys hear looping in the background underneath my brilliant audio is the music that plays at the end of that tape. So that recording of Jonestown, the recording of the final moments of Jonestown, is about 45 minutes. And if it's one of those things where you guys ever feel the need to go down the rabbit hole and listen to it, it is accessible to listen to. It is extremely disturbing because you hear people dying. And the music that is lifted for the layering under the narrative is the music from the end of the tape. So there is music that, because it continues to record after everyone has passed. And it is the eeriest, most warped music. Like you could tell like the batteries were starting to die out and there was no sound anymore. It is the most eerie silence punctuated by the creepiest music I think I have ever heard in my life. So of course I had to include it in my show because that's just the kind of show I do. Yeah, continue me.
When officials arrived at the compound the next day, they found it carpeted with bodies, 909 in total. A third of those who perished were children. A tiny number of survivors, those who had managed to conceal themselves during the mass poisoning, emerged from the eerie vista of bodies stacked like cordwood where they had fallen. Jones himself was found dead near his deck chair, beneath a sign with a rather ironic, in hindsight, quote from poet George Santayana. Quote, "Those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it." The Jonestown massacre still stands out to this day as the apex of what a cult is and how the power of suggestion can go terribly wrong. In fact, its legacy lives on in pop culture, in phrases warning people, quote, not to drink the Kool-Aid. But have we learned from the past? Recent developments surrounding a self-help cult would suggest that we haven't.
Okay, before we get into rich people psychosomatic sex cult, there was at least one question about the guards. The guards also took the poison. So the guards, once everybody basically was dosed and the people that had, tried to escape were shot, they took the poison themselves because they were faithful, or they shot. So you weren't getting out of there, basically. You were not getting out of there alive. A few people managed to hide themselves in the jungle and came out the next day. It was a very tiny handful of survivors. There are a few people still alive to this day. I think it's like, I want to say it's like only like double digits, like 13 or something like that, out of like 900 people. So craziness. That memorial you saw has been recently placed. That was actually, I think, placed last year. It's up in Oregon, but yeah, the guards ate it too. Pretty much everybody did. This one has a whole lot of less death in it and a whole lot of creepy. So I hope you're prepared for creepy. And the minute you see what I'm talking about, you'll know. You'll know what I'm talking about. All right, continue me. Let's go.
And even more disturbing, despite the legal fallout from its varied heinous abuses, this group remains active today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the better you. Welcome to Nexium. There was an art to the branding. Precise. It was supposed to be exactly 7 strokes, 1 line across, then 2 diagonal ones to form the sideways K, followed by 4 smaller lines to form the sideways R beneath. The women to be branded were supposed to be naked and held down on a table, restrained by their wrists and ankles. Legs spread, vulnerable and exposed. They were to be videotaped. But most important were the words, the litany spoken by those who submitted to such a humiliating ritual. The words that would show they hadn't been forced or coerced. Quote, "Please brand me. It would be an honor I want to wear for the rest of my life." Unquote. Aside from the incidental detail about the videotaping, you might think that I was describing some kind of dark and cultish rite from antiquity, but no, I'm not. These rituals occurred as recently as 2016, and usually in the posh, expensive mansion of a Tinseltown A-lister.
They sure did, me. With some famous people to boot. Yes, if there is a pretty large documentary on this one, as there is on any of the subjects of the cults I will cover in this series. There is outside sources, which I encourage you guys to watch if you're interested and want to deep dive into it. This one is, the documentary series is called The Vow. I believe it is 8 or 9 parts. It's on HBO. And then there's another one called The Lost Women of Nexium. And then there's another one that's, the name is escaping me at the moment, but I'll find it out for you guys. There's about 3 documentaries on this one, because like I said, it's fairly recent. And it took a turn, and it involved famous people and branding. And this shit is, as the Stefani proclaimeth, BANANAS bananas. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And it's his initials. So as you can see in that one diagram, it is the cult leader, group leader, whatever he wants to call himself, his initials, as well as his like lieutenant, her initials, when you dissect the symbol that was carved into their skin. Yeah. Continue me.
But how did a once categorized, quote, personal development company end up here? A group that would be described in varying court documents as a sex cult. To answer that question, we have to go back and take a look at the man at the center of this sex trafficking and pyramid scheme maze, whose initials were etched into living, screaming flesh. Keith Raniere. Raniere, a self-described child prodigy turned guru, founded Nexium in 1998 with former registered nurse Nancy Salzman. Nexium would be established as a personal development company that would offer executive success programs, or ESPs, that were a pastiche of the quick-fix pop culture self-improvement that was so pervasive at the time.
Point of order. Does that motherfucker look like he cuts his own hair or what? That was somebody who had their underwear ran up the flagpole multiple times when they were in school and deserved it, if you ask me. This is delicious. It has no alcohol in it, surprisingly, guys. Weird. I'm actually not drinking something tonight, but it is grape Gatorade because I couldn't get my hands on any flavor aid, for reasons. And it's also spiked with a little, not cyanide, spiked with a little bit of Rowdy Energy, which I am an official affiliate of. That's right. The Dead Hours is an official affiliate of Rowdy Energy. This one happens to be the cotton candy flavor, which is sublime in this grape concoction. I call it the Jonestown. Continue, me.
A little more than a variety of self-help programs, religious ideology, and hypnotism techniques that would be offered in grueling sessions of over 12 hours a day for 16 consecutive days at $7,500 a pop. These were marketed as a set of personal and professional development courses that would instruct strategies for overcoming, quote, limiting beliefs such as fear and anxiety, and allowing participants to reach their full potential. Some of the more outlandish claims were that this miracle program could even cure physical ailments like scoliosis and diabetes. Raniere claimed the following in a series of YouTube video interviews.
Our main emphasis, our main belief is to have people experience more joy in their lives. And from that, all sorts of interesting effects appear to happen.
I don't know about you, but I'd be much more joyful keeping my $7,500. These courses involved a slow indoctrination process that most initiates and participants did not realize until it was too late. The Executive Success Program, or ESP, would begin each session with a reading of a 12-point mission statement, including points like, quote, there are no ultimate victims, therefore I will not choose to be a victim, unquote. In classes, students were required to acclimate to ritualistic practices, such as taking their shoes off and wearing different colored sashes denoting their ranking within the Nexium hierarchy, much like belts in karate. They were also always required to stand when a high-ranking member entered the room. But perhaps the most disturbing of all was that all greetings with leader Keith Raniere involved a kiss directly on the mouth.
I think I speak for everybody in the chat when I say, blech. No. Ugh. No. Sir. Excuse me. No, absolutely not. And these, what kind of fashion faux pas? Why? Look at this. Look at this nonsense. It looks like something an F1 racer would wear. My God. Terrible. Oh, and that's like, yeah, that's not cultish at all, right? And things like this, and like things like the indoctrination, like little things. A lot of cults will do that, where they'll get you to do small things first. They'll ask you like, oh, well, every time we have a meeting, you should take your shoes off, or every time we have a meeting, we're supposed to wear blue. It's these little things that start to get people programmed to do bigger things when they're asked. It's this very slippery slope of coercion and mental reprogramming and things like that. So at first it's innocuous things like wearing a stupid ass sash that makes you look real dumb, or taking your shoes off. The kiss thing is a little extreme. That's a little bit of a big ask, but circle back. Or things like that. So then they can ask for bigger things later on without you blinking an eye. Yeah. No. Get out of here with this nonsense. No.
Participants were alienated from the outside world while taking these draining courses, aimed at breaking members down psychologically in order to rebuild them into fully functioning beings, free of flaws and self-limiting beliefs. And this was simply the entry point. High-ranking members often instructed classes and sessions with no pay and lived together in communal housing. It was also no coincidence that the classes were offered at such a premium. Raniere had clearly settled on a target demographic for his peddled panacea, the rich and dissatisfied. By 2003, some 3,700 people had taken part in the ESP courses, reportedly such influential people as Sheila Johnson, co-founder of BET, Surgeon General Antonia Novello, Anna Cristina Fox, daughter of Mexican President Vicente Fox, and Enron executive Stephen Cooper. With so many people flocking to take the courses that they claimed were bringing change in their lives, it was no wonder Nexium thrived. Nexium's training process was a trade secret, well guarded behind miles of legal mumbo-jumbo and non-disclosure agreements. No one was supposed to discuss what occurred during these long and intensive workshops under penalty of lawsuit. All that was really said about it, in some vagary, was that it was a, quote, rational inquiry to facilitate personal and professional development. Analysis of some of the excerpts from its manual by cult investigator Rick Allen Ross would deem the material, quote, expensive brainwashing. During the
You said it, sir. Expensive brainwashing indeed. Basically, the Nexium manual was about this big. The courses, you had to do these intensive courses that were 12 to 16 hours, that you did not get to take breaks during, that you did not get to sleep during, you don't get to eat. They are basically designed to break somebody down psychologically and emotionally so they can be rebuilt as a better person. And when they say rebuilt as a better person, they mean as a mindless drone that's full of their indoctrination and nonsense. You know, they seek out, and that's the thing, is cults and blatant groups like this, they will seek out people who are dissatisfied with their life and offer them some sort of quick fix. You know, oh, you're unhappy, you have anxiety, you're depressed, you have self-esteem issues, you have body image issues. We can fix all of that. We can fix all of that with these courses, and all you have to do is pay us. And people will pay it because people want to have their problems fixed so bad, they'll do anything. They'll seek out anything, which is an added layer of gross on top of this shit sandwich. The cherry on it, if you were to quote one of my favorite shows, what kind of sandwich would have a cherry on it? A shitty one. So yeah, and that's not even the worst of it. We're only on the top layer of this 7-layer shit dip. It gets worse. It gets way worse. Because we talked about the branding already, because you're like, well, this was a self-improvement group. How did we go from self-improvement and making you a better person to branding you naked on a table? Trust me, we're getting there. Hold on. Continue me.
these workshops, Raniere was addressed as Vanguard and Salzman as Prefect. The reasoning for the titles within the organization was that Raniere was the Buddha figure, the founder of a philosophical movement, and Salzman was his first student. The Hollywood Reporter would later state that Raniere had in fact gotten the title Vanguard from a favorite arcade game in which the goal was to destroy one's enemies to increase your own power. Apt. Creepy and apt. In traditional pyramid scheme or MLM fashion, there were many smaller companies under the larger Nexium umbrella that offered varying classes. The Source, a workshop for actors led by Smallville actress and Raniere faithful Allison Mack. Delegates, an off-model TaskRabbit startup that was staffed by mostly younger female members. And JNES, a female empowerment group whose, according to an article by Rolling Stone, quote, Facebook wall features Martin Luther King Jr. quotes juxtaposed against a pastel pink palette. I feel worse already. The most important of these smaller companies that offered training courses and empowerment would be The Source, where Mack would recruit many other actresses or famous Hollywood stars to take part. Most of these multi-level marketing schemes are harmless. You likely know someone involved in one yourself. doTERRA Oils, Pampered Chef Cookware, Mary Kay. All of these businesses hinge on the same basic business structure. Recruit more people to sell the product or idea, and you'll make yourself a tidy profit. While in reality, you may make little to no profit, but the people above you get a lion's share. And that seemed to be true for Nexium as well, but we wouldn't be here if that was where it ended, fleecing rich people out of money just so they could sleep better at night. No. There was a darker and much more secret side that one may well argue was Ranieri's intention all along. This was a secret internal group inside Nexium itself, known as DOS, or the Vow. Allison Mack, as well as other high-ranking loyal female members of Nexium, were instructed to induct and recruit other women to be slaves to Raniere. These women served as masters of the others, while Raniere sat in charge of all as Grandmaster. The women that were recruited into this inner circle recounted during Raniere's trial that they were forced to hand over, quote, collateral upon joining as an insurance policy to ensure that they would ultimately not be able to leave the group for fear of this sensitive material being leaked to the press.
Yeah, it's the coercion and abuse for me. No. Look at this creepy giggly fuck up in the corner over there. Going like, hey, I get all the women. Blah, blah, blah. I think I speak for everyone when I say no. You're gross. No, sir. Mm-mm. Blech. Like, it is the worst parts of a sex cult, an MLM, and a fucking nonsense bullshit executive training camp seminar all rolled into one awful thing. Oh yeah, collateral. So the collateral thing, again, it started as small things. The whole like obedience thing in DOS started as small things like, oh, well, you didn't go to the gym one day, so you get penalized with something. But then it became worse and worse to the point that they started asking for collateral in case people decided to leave. So let's find out what that was about, shall we?
After all, DOS stood for Dominus Obsequious Sororium, or Master over the Obedient Sisters, for a reason. Sarah Edmondson, a Canadian actress who was a friend of Mack and had recruited many others on her own, outlined the idea of collateral in an A&E program about cults and cult survivors. She said that at first it was innocuous things like paying a financial penalty or fee for not going to the gym one day. These initial penalties exacted by the masters of the group were likely used to acclimate victims to these punishments. Eventually, the requests would escalate. They would be told to send nude photos or videos of themselves masturbating, or postmarked false confessions stating that they had been sexually abused by family members or loved ones. According to court transcripts, the DOS women were also instructed to text their masters close-up photos of their shaved genitals, but to also always keep their faces in the shot in case such a compromising photo ever needed to be used for extortion. They were told to stick to low-calorie diets and regularly starved in order to maintain a contractualized weight. They were to respond immediately, within at least 60 seconds, to any readiness drill texts from their masters, even in the middle of the night, or risk being paddled as punishment. They were also to abstain from any sexual activity with anyone but Raniere himself. In some sort of twisted mirroring of 50 Shades of Grey, the women spoke about how they were instructed to purchase BDSM sex toys that were going to be part of a dungeon, which was intended to be built in the basement of DOS headquarters.
I can't. That Guh. War crime. War crime. That photo is a war crime, sir. What? I can't. Oh God. Horrifying. Horrifying. What? No. Just fucking no. Gross. That shit gross. I can't with this fucker. I cannot.
While not all of the women were branded, it was recounted as an excruciating part of the initiation experience. Ranieri's interest in sadomasochism and bondage was reputedly just as derivative as his self-help instruction courses at Nexium, none of which operate on any new material, but simply rehashes and recycles talking points and techniques gleaned from other self-improvement philosophies. Tony Natalie, a former girlfriend of Raniere in the 90s and an early whistleblower of Nexium, claimed he never had any interest in BDSM when they dated, but the popularity of 50 Shades, mostly among women, inspired his sudden interest, or at least using the language of the consensual kink community to further exploit women to his desires. Natalie was unimpressed. Quote, "Like I've always said, the man is not capable of having an original thought," unquote. Details about Doss began to emerge in 2017 and began the ultimate downfall of Raniere and Nexium. He was arrested in 2018 in Mexico while hiding in a closet at a palatial villa where he was living with several female members for charges related to sex trafficking, conspiracy to commit sex trafficking, and conspiracy to commit forced labor. He pleaded not guilty to these charges. Allison Mack was arrested and held under similar charges and $5 million bond. On June 19, 2019, Raniere was found guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking. In November 2020, Keith Raniere was sentenced to 120 years in prison. Allison Mack has been under strict house arrest since 2018, and while she pled guilty to charges of racketeering, as of April 20th of this year, her sentencing trial has yet to be determined. She is eligible for up to 15 years in prison. Other leading members of Nexium, including Claire Bronfman, the heir to the Seagram's liquor fortune, who was a primary financial backer of both Raniere and Nexium, were also charged with racketeering and criminal conspiracy. All of them pleaded guilty. In January 2020, a federal lawsuit was filed against Raniere and 14 of his associates for conducting, quote, illegal psychological experiments. This claim involved an incident that related back to some former members recounting being hooked up to an EEG machine and shown graphic videos of people being murdered and gauging their responses, as well as psychological, financial, and emotional abuse. It has yet to be settled in federal court. The ultimate question left in the wake of such exploitation leaves one to wonder, where in Raniere's manipulation and misogyny did women see enlightenment? What was it about Keith Raniere that made women trust and idolize him? And what would many of the survivors say to him now that his spell and control of them is broken? Former member and survivor Sarah Edmondson perhaps said it best.
I would say that he messed with the wrong person. And that he, for such a brilliant man, made a big mistake.
Can't get enough of the hive mind? Well, join me next time for part 2 of The Cult of Personality, a deep dive into cults where I cover 2 more famous and controversial cults, both of which have active elements to this day: Heaven's Gate and the Children of God.
I always forget to freaking do that because I mute myself while the video is going so you guys don't hear me in the background. So that wraps that episode up of Jonestown and Nexium, and next time will be Heaven's Gate and Children of God. Again, like I said in the video, 2 of which still have active elements to this day. I think the only active element of Heaven's Gate, though, is the website, which is still active, which is weird. Who's running it? I don't know. It's just there, and it just exists out there in the ether. So as promised, like we talked about at the beginning of the episode, we're going to bring it full circle and talk about some of the warning signs, the 10 warning signs, since a lot of you have been saying in the comments like, wow, I didn't realize that, and this kind of opens my eyes about things. So let's address some of the 10 warning signs, because not all groups will fit the criteria of a cult. They still may pose a risk to their members. So according to The Guardian, these are 10 warning signs of a potentially unsafe group or leader. Let me share my screen. Number 1, absolute authoritarianism without meaningful accountability. So basically, the leader or ruling body gets to do as they please without question. Number 2, no tolerance for questions or critical inquiry. Outside education and research questioning is forbidden and or penalized. There are no meaningful financial disclosures regarding budget or expenses, such as independently audited financial statements or public records of sources of funds, donations, etc. 4, unreasonable fear of the outside world, such as impending catastrophe, evil conspiracies, and persecutions. 5, there's no legitimate reason to leave, and former members are always wrong in leaving, negative or evil. For example, shunning in the Jehovah's Witnesses or being declared a suppressive person in Scientology. Former members often relate the same stories of abuse and reflect a similar pattern of grievances. For example, the women of Nexium, former Scientology members, polygamous sex survivors, and etc. 7, there are records, news reports, documentaries, news articles that document the abuses of the groups or leader. For example, some of those documentaries include The Vow, Scientology and the Aftermath, Wild Wild Country, Holy Hell, and other documentaries, not to mention other articles and countless other accounts and books and things about people who have escaped these cults and groups. Number 8, followers feel that they can never be good enough. Cycles of punishment and reward may be in place to encourage a codependent relationship to the group. Number 9, the group or leader is always right, and no questioning of authority is permitted. And finally, number 10, the group or leader is the exclusive means of knowing the truth or receiving validation, and no other process of discovery is really acceptable or credible. Only the leader or group possesses the correct answers, and all other answers or education is discredited. So guys, those are the 10 warning signs to look out for, and trust when I say they apply to all of these cults, groups, and more. So sorry they went by kind of fast. I tried to make it so that I had to pause it a few times to catch up, to do the audio with it. But please go back and rewatch it. There are help groups. If any of you know of anyone you think might be part of a cult, it's not as uncommon as people think. There are a lot of support groups that you can call. I will look into some phone numbers if anybody needs to reach out to anybody. Of course, you can reach out to me at any point. If it's nothing you want to discuss publicly, I totally understand. I will find resources for you so we can get whoever you feel is in danger out of danger, because that's the important thing, is getting people out of these cults before something terrible and tragic does happen. Because as we've seen tonight, it can and has and probably will continue to happen. So this is freaking delicious. Does anyone have any questions? I may not see some of them because I had to have my notes up for a point. Are there any questions that I missed? Throw them out there and I will throw them on the screen. Phone is freaking blowing up. I put one TikTok video up and it doesn't do anything. I put another one up and it's freaking blowing up the charts. The heck, so random. Does anyone, sorry, the chat lags a little bit, so I don't see it right away and I don't have it popped out just because I had too many windows open. Well, if no one has any questions, or if you think of one later that you didn't get to ask, go ahead and pop it in the comment section below. And share the video out. Share, guys. That is all I ask you to do. If you decide to donate or subscribe to Paraflix, that's where my paranormal content's at, and all my interviews are at. A new interview with New Realities follow-up interview is going to be coming up on there very soon. So if you guys subscribe to that, if you guys buy merch, if you guys go to the PayPal or to donate money, that's appreciated. It's always appreciated because it helps me cover the cost of paying for StreamYard, of paying for, all the other services that I use to do these things, to do these shows, the editing software I use to make the videos. It's always appreciated. But the only thing I ever really ask you guys to do is share the video. Share it out. Tell people about the channel. I get out by word of mouth. So I'm a very small channel. I have barely 400 subscribers. I would love to have 1,000 by the end of the year. That would be amazing. So share. And guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. And then next week, obviously I can work on another cults episode if you guys are in it to win it, or we can go back and forth. So let me know in the comments what you think. My drone. I don't have a drone. I wish I had a drone. I don't really need a drone though for a true crime show. I'd have a whole bunch of aerial shots of nothing. A bunch of aerial shots. What's this shot of? My ceiling and my roof. What happened there? Nothing. I just wanted to take a picture of it. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. So next week, let me know in the comments what you guys want. If you guys want a second cults episode, because obviously this is going to be an extended series, so we don't have to do them all right away. We can take our time. It's fine. Or we can go back to serial killers next week and then do cults the week after that. Whatever you guys want to do. So let me know in the comments. Let me know on Facebook. Let me know through DMs what you want. That was an old reference that kind of showed how old I am. Anyways, so thank you guys for watching again. Share the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to people, tell people about it, word of mouth, bug them about it until they block you, and then wait for them to unblock you, and then do it again. Preach. So see you guys next week. More cults. All right. So throw me comments down there. YouTube loves comments. YouTube loves all that stuff. So let me know what you guys want, and we'll decide something and we'll figure it out. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you to everyone this evening for joining. I will see you guys on the other side. Stay spooky and try not to get murdered. Please. And just like that, there she is. Let me pull my thing over here. Sorry, I am woefully unprepared. There we go. Trying to run split screens on one screen is a pain in the butt. Anyways, welcome back to the heartwarming little commune where we worship tentacled beings with questionable motives, and you're never ever allowed to leave. I'm your benevolent spiritual guide and million-year-old celebrity alien, Vivian Noir, and also Future Ghost with the most. Let's not forget that one. And this is another installment of the Dead Hours Presents the Murder Corner miniseries, The Cult of Personality, a deep dive into cults, episode 2. You guys wanted it, you guys requested it, and here it is. So quick update on the Love Wins cult situation. I did look it up before showtime. The one we discussed last week where the leader was found mummified in a home. No advances on that case yet. Still no really kind of, they haven't really determined anything. As far as I know, there are still people in custody for it. So I'll just be checking it every week just to see if there's any kind of updates as far as that goes. But as it stands, it still stands in a, for right now. So hello, everyone. How is everyone doing this evening? Thank you. Let me just adjust my seat a little bit. Okay, that's better. I felt very short. Well, I am very short, but that's beside the point. Hello to everyone who is joining the chat. Hi, Susan. Hi, Glam. Hi, Cassie. Hi, Electric. Hi, Dontex. Hi, DJ. Hi, Lab. Hi, Max. I think I got everyone. If I missed anybody, it's not intentional. It's like my chat scrolls, so I might have missed someone. So this week we're going to be talking about a couple more pretty famous cults that both have quite a few documentaries and articles and things made about them. They have both been covered in there's a Cults and Extreme Belief documentary series on A&E that is a episodic series, and each of these cults have an episode dedicated to them in that show. On the first cult that we're covering this evening, which some of you may remember when this actually happened, back in 1996, it made a lot of headlines, big news, because it was weird. It was really weird, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about the moment we start it. There is also a multi-part series on HBO about this first cult, as well as there are several documentaries on Netflix and on the internet about the second one. So if you want further information, we can go over the source material, some of the documentaries, again, like really fascinating to watch in multi-part episodes, way deeper than I can go into in an hour show on here. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's get started with that. Let me pull this up. Yeah, religious cults are scary. And these are both religious cults in very different ways, but they're both religious cults. So yeah, let's get going.
We're going to talk to you about the most urgent thing that is on our mind, and what we suspect is the most urgent thing on the minds of those who will connect with us. We'll title this tape Planet Earth About to be Recycled. Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
We are all made of star stuff. Scientist Carl Sagan said that once about humanity, and scientifically it's true. But I doubt even he would have guessed that some people out there would try and take this fact to a whole new crazy level. Buckle up, starshines, and prepare for the opening of Heaven's Gate.
I already have a point of order. Those eyes, there is not a sane thought behind those googly ass eyes. Like, you look in them and it's schoolhouse, bitch, nothing here. Yeah, well, like, I mean, hotel vacancy completely. We're not even talking deer in the headlights. We're talking the entire fucking pack of moose in the headlights, a bear in the, I don't know. Like, I don't know what would be worse than that. Like all the deer in the headlights, all of them, the whole group of them, all of them. So that's just a sampling of, you can still watch the videos. There are still videos that are uploaded to YouTube. One of them is the Heaven's Gate introduction video. You can watch it if you want, if you can stand that gaze for more than, I don't know, 10 seconds, you're a freaking champ, because I could not. I was like, this man is staring into my soul, and I don't even have one, and that's a problem. Continue me.
Heaven's Gate started out as a rather innocuous movement in 1974, founded by leaders Bonnie Nettles and Marshall Applewhite, known within the group as T and Doe, respectively. But how did an aesthetic New Age group end up the center of a suicide pact that would leave 39 of its followers dead on the heels of the appearance of a comet? Let's get into it. Marshall Applewhite, or Doe as he was referred to in the group, got his start in biblical prophecy early. The son of a Presbyterian minister and a former soldier, Applewhite was fired from the University of St. Thomas in 1972 over an alleged relationship with one of his male students. It was not long after this that he met married nurse, 44-year-old Bonnie Nettles, who had an interest in theosophy and biblical prophecy. The circumstances of their meeting are disputed. According to Applewhite himself, he met Nettles in a hospital that she worked in while he was visiting a sick friend. It has been rumored outside of these recollections that it was a psychiatric hospital. Applewhite later said that upon meeting Nettles, he felt as if he had already known her for a long time, and concluded that they had known one another in a past life. Nettles told Applewhite that their meeting had been foretold to her by aliens, further convincing him that he had a, quote, divine assignment. The two read works by Helena Blavatsky, R.D. Laing, and Richard Bach. Applewhite also read science fiction, including works by Arthur C. Clarke and Robert Heinlein. The pair kept a King James Bible with them and studied passages from the New Testament, focusing specifically on teachings about Christology, aestheticism, and eschatology, which are all $10 words for the study of Jesus Christ and the focus on whether he was man, divine, or both, the monastic tradition of foregoing physical and sensual pleasure in order to pursue spiritual goals, and the study of the end times, or revelations.
So to be fair, to give credit where minimal credit is due, their studies did start out in things that are actually schools of philosophical and religious thought. Eschatology is a legitimate study, as is Christology, as is aestheticism. These are all legitimate philosophy points, theology points, etc. However, this takes a hard left turn into assholeville real quick, and you're going to see what I mean here in just a second. So it's like, oh, this started out with like, oh, this might, have had some merit in some sort of educational wise, but then you'll see where it ceases to do that very quickly, and it's and then this happened. Okay, continue me.
Only 3 months after meeting, these studies solidified into a basic outline of their belief system. The pair concluded that they had been chosen to fulfill biblical prophecies, and that they had been gifted with, quote, higher-level minds than other people. They wrote a pamphlet that described Jesus' reincarnation as a man from Texas, a thinly veiled reference to Applewhite himself. In addition, they also concluded that they themselves were the two witnesses described in the Book of Revelations, and encouraged various churches to speak of their secret identities. They often referred to themselves cryptically as the Two, or the UFO Two. They fully believed that they would be killed and then returned to life and, in view of witnesses, be transported aboard a spaceship. They called this future event and the culmination of their meandering studies the demonstration, and thought that it would prove their claims beyond a single doubt. Their claims were obviously not well received by existing religious and spiritual communities, but that didn't seem to deter them one bit.
Told you it took a hard left turn real quick. And you're like, oh, there it is. And we bring in the aliens. And here we are. So, yeah, science fiction plus Bible study equals whatever this is. Whatever this is. Yeah. It was the alien probing that made his eyes stick out. Maybe that's possible. I'm not really sure how we got from Bible study to alien, but we went from like A to purple. I don't know how. That's not even in the alphabet anymore. None of you will follow these Muppets. Exactly. You know what? The fact that they had followers, the fact that they had almost 40 of them, actually up to 100 at one point. And then like there were about 40 at the end, but still, wow. Oh, and wait, we haven't even scratched the surface yet. We haven't even gotten into the juicy bits. So hold on. We'll get there. Continue me.
They began to seek out followers on their own and would gain their first in May of 1974. Sharon Morgan would abandon her children to live with the two prophets, but about a month later, she would leave the two and return to her family. Nettles and Applewhite would be subsequently arrested not long after for credit card fraud for using Morgan's cards, even though she had consented to their use. The charges would be dropped, but it wasn't the end of legal troubles for the UFO two. A routine background check would uncover that Applewhite was in possession of a stolen rental car that he had rented from St. Louis some 9 months earlier and had never returned. Applewhite would be arrested and would spend 6 months in jail before being released and returned to Nettles. Eventually, the pair resolved that they would attempt to contact extraterrestrials and sought out more followers to their cause. They printed posters advertising meetings where they claimed to be representatives of beings from another planet who were seeking participants for an experiment. They claimed that whoever participated in the experiment would be brought to a, quote, higher evolutionary level.
Point of order, who looked at this poster and went, I want to go to that meeting? That literally looks like it was made in someone's basement. And literally looks like if you showed up to this thing, you would have been pushed into the back of a van in a sack and never seen again. Like, this looks like something somebody would hand out on the street in order to kidnap you. That's all I'm saying. Like, I want to know who picked this up and went, wow, a meeting about aliens and these people are aliens. I got to hear the rest of this. Mama. My sweet summer child, why? Why? No. Lordy, Michael Jordy, I cannot. Anyways, let's keep going.
In April of 1975, during a meeting with a metaphysical group of about 80 people, the two would share their, quote, simultaneous revelation that they had been the witnesses to the end times in the Bible. Apparently, due to their charismatic presentation of this information, about 25 to 27 people would join the group that night as a result. Then in September of the same year, Applewhite would go on to preach at a motel hall in Waldport, Oregon, and afterwards, equally sold on the combination of charisma and secret knowledge, 20 people sold all their worldly possessions, bid farewell to their families, and disappeared from the hotel and the public eye to join the group. Later on CBS Evening News, Walter Cronkite himself commented on the odd disappearance linked to a strange religious group. Quote, a score of persons have disappeared. It's a mystery whether they've been taken on a so-called trip to eternity or simply been taken." Unquote. The much more stark reality of the situation was that Applewhite had arranged for the group to go underground and off the grid. From that point, the newly dubbed Two, now calling themselves Doe and T, would lead their nearly 100-member group, referred to as the Crew, across the country. They would sleep in tents and beg in the streets for money, evading detection by the authorities and the media, and would slowly solidify the pair's psychological and spiritual stranglehold on the members. This would also allow them to focus on the doctrine of, quote-unquote, helping the crew members reach a higher evolutionary level than humans, which the two leaders claim to have already achieved. Applewhite and Nettles would also use a variety of aliases over the years, including Bo and Peep, as well as changing the name of the group several times over the years. It was known as Human Individual Metamorphosis, or HIM, before the name Heaven's Gate was finally settled on.
You know, a variety of aliases: T and Doe, Bo and Peep, Horse and Shit, Crazy and Fucker. I'm just throwing some more out there, some more suggestions. I mean, why box ourselves in, right? Just suggesting things. Continue.
They also had a variety of recruitment methods, including preaching about higher-level metamorphosis, against false god prophets, envelopment with sunlight for meditative healing, and, of course, the ultimate divinity of the two. Indeed, most, if not all, of these ideas would come from Applewhite himself, in whose writings he claimed to be directly related to Jesus Christ and that he was the present representative of Christ on earth. His writings, which combined elements of millennialism, Gnosticism, and blatant science fiction, would also teach that his body was inhabited by the same alien spirit which belonged to Jesus, while Nettles' body was presented as the same spirit as God the Father. Eventually, in 1976, these varying recruitment methods for new crew members would stop entirely, and the group became even more elusive. They would institute a strict set of rules and behavioral guidelines, including banning all sexual activity and the use of drugs. Applewhite and Nettles would further solidify their role as the sole temporal and religious authority of the group, but they would soon be rocked by an event that would challenge their previously held beliefs on what they called ascension. In 1985, Bonnie Nettles would ultimately lose her battle with cancer. And with her death, the original belief that they would ascend to heaven while alive after boarding a UFO would shift in narrative. They would come to believe that the body was merely a container or vehicle, and that their consciousness would be transferred to new, quote, next-level bodies upon their demise.
Nothing like somebody yeeting out of this mortal coil to throw your entire religious scheme into haywire. I mean, you can't really go off of the narrative of like, oh yeah, we will go on the spaceship still alive, and she straight up nerf or nothings out of this plane. Yeah, that's definitely going to throw some things into question. So they definitely had to do some editing, some creative editing. Let's find out how they did that. The group declared that they were against suicide, as they defined suicide in their own context to mean, quote, to turn against the next level when it is being offered, unquote, and believed that their human bodies were only vehicles meant to help them on their journey. Suicide, therefore, would be not allowing their consciousness to leave their human bodies to join the next level, and remaining alive instead of participating in the group suicide was considered the suicide of their ultimate consciousness in a bleak foreshadowing of future events. In conversation, when referring to a person or a person's body, they routinely used the word vehicle.
They believed that, quote, to be eligible for membership in the next level, humans would have to shed every attachment to the planet, unquote. This meant that members had to give up all characteristics of life, such as their family, friends, sexuality, individuality, jobs, money, and physical possessions. In a group open only to adults over the age of 18, members gave up their possessions and lived a highly aesthetic monastic lifestyle, devoid of many indulgences. The group was tightly knit, and everything was communally shared. 8 of the male members of the group, including Applewhite, even voluntarily underwent castration as an extreme means of maintaining the aesthetic lifestyle. The group initially attempted castration by having one of the members, a former nurse, perform the operation, but this initial attempt was very unsuccessful and almost resulted in the patient's death and caused at least one member to leave Heaven's Gate. Every castration that followed this initial one was done in a hospital.
I'll take sentences I didn't think I would hear today for 500, Alex. Yeah, you heard that correctly. 8 male members did the old wang chop. Apparently it was rooted really in the need to, I guess Applewhite always had homosexual urges, which obviously he was fired from a previous job for a relationship with a male student. And it was either one of these that couldn't come to terms with this sort of thing, or just decided this was his best way to ignore his sexuality, was to, I guess. And then they decided that because they lived a monastic lifestyle where basically sex was verboten anyway, that this was the best way to avoid temptation in the group. I mean, he's not wrong, but goddamn, dude, like, I don't know, maybe pick up a hobby, maybe learn needlepoint or scrimshaw, take up golfing. I don't know. Like that's a little extreme. They did believe in aliens. I don't know. It's like, that's a head scratcher. I don't know. Continue me.
The rules, the strict lifestyle, and the doctrine were all in place in order to reach a singular goal: the achievement of Tela. Tela, or the evolutionary level above human, was a physical, corporeal place, another world in our universe where residents live in pure bliss and nourish themselves by absorbing sunlight. At the next level, beings do not engage in sexual intercourse, eating, or dying, the things that make us mortal or mammalian here. Heaven's Gate believed that what the Bible calls God is in fact actually a highly developed extraterrestrial. Members of Heaven's Gate believed that evil space aliens called Luciferians falsely represented themselves to Earthlings as God and conspired to keep humans from developing. These technically advanced humanoids have spacecraft, access to space-time travel, telepathy, and increased longevity. They use holograms to fake miracles. They are carnal beings with gender and stopped training to achieve the kingdom of God thousands of years ago. Heaven's Gate believed that all existing religions on Earth had been corrupted by these malevolent aliens. Although the basic beliefs of the group stayed generally consistent over time, the details of their ideology were flexible enough to undergo modification as needed. There are examples of the groups adding to or slightly changing their beliefs, such as modifying the way one can enter the next level, changing the ways they describe themselves, placing more importance on the idea of Satan, and adding in several other New Age concepts. One of these added concepts was the belief of extraterrestrial walk-ins. When the group began, quote, Applewhite and Nettles taught their followers that they in fact were extraterrestrial beings. However, after the notions of walk-ins became popular within the New Age subculture, the two changed their tune and began describing themselves as extraterrestrial walk-ins. The concept of a walk-in is very similar to that of being possessed by a spirit. A walk-in can be broadly defined as, quote, an entity who occupies a body that has been vacated by its original soul. Heaven's Gate came to believe that extraterrestrial walk-ins were simply a walk-in that is from another planet.
Okay, a couple things. This photo. All I can think of is that show on History Channel, Aliens. like that guy. That's all I could think of when I saw this photo. Also, all I could think of when I was doing the section on what the concept of extraterrestrial or spiritual walk-ins was, then my mind, my stupid ass broken brain that has 2 brain cells left, they're in a race for 3rd place, kept thinking Christopher Walken, and then I kept thinking of Christopher Walken as an alien, extraterrestrial walk-in, and I could not stop laughing. I could not stop laughing. So now that I thought of it, now you guys have to hear about it too. So welcome to the chaos that is my brain. Anyway, continue me.
The concept of walk-ins aided Applewhite and Nettles in personally starting from what they considered to be clean slates. In this so-called clean slate, they were no longer considered by the members of Heaven's Gate to be the people that they had been prior to the start of the group, but had taken on a new life. This concept gave them a way to, quote, erase their human personal histories as the histories of the souls who formerly occupied the bodies of White and Nettles. Over time, Applewhite also revised his identity in the group to encourage the belief that the walk-in that was inhabiting his body was the same that had done so to Jesus 2,000 years ago.
Brief point of order. I'm also seriously convinced that this man never took a normal-looking photograph in his life. Every picture I found of him, he looks like he looked slightly crazy when he was younger, but it just got worse over time. Like, he has never taken a normal photo where he did not look psychotic. Like, excuse me, Marshall, sweet summer child. I'm gonna take you. Look at that. Like the previous one, the first one. This man did not know how to take a normal photo at all. I'm going to take him on a tour of the doorbell factory since he wants to act like such a freaking ding-dong. Continue.
Similar to Nestorianism, this belief stated that the personage of Jesus and the spirit of Jesus were separable. This meant that Jesus was simply the name of the body of an ordinary man that held no sacred properties, that was taken over by an incorporeal entity in order to deliver next-level information. Another New Age belief that Applewhite and Nettles adopted was the ancient astronaut hypothesis. The term ancient astronauts is used to refer to various forms of the concept that extraterrestrials visited Earth in the distant past. Applewhite and Nettles took part of this concept and taught it as the belief that, quote, aliens planted the seeds of current humanity millions of years ago, and have come to reap the harvest of their work in the form of spiritually evolved individuals who will join the ranks of flying saucer crews. Only a select few members of humanity will be chosen to advance to this transhuman state. The rest will be left to wallow in the spiritually poisoned atmosphere of a corrupt world. Unquote. Only the individuals who chose to join Heaven's Gate, follow Applewhite and Nettles' belief system, and make the sacrifices required by membership, would be allowed to escape human suffering. According to Heaven's Gate, once the individual has perfected himself through the process, there were 4 methods to enter or graduate to the next level. Number 1, physical pickup onto a Tila spacecraft and transfer to a next level body aboard that craft. This would be commonly referred to as a UFO version of the rapture. An alien spacecraft would descend to Earth and collect Applewhite Nettles and their followers, and their human bodies would be transformed through biological and chemical processes to perfected beings. This and other UFO-related beliefs held by the group have led some observers to characterize the group as a type of UFO religion. Number 2, natural death, accidental death, or death from random violence. Here, the quote, graduating soul leaves the human container for a perfected next level body. Number 3, outside persecution that leads to death. After the deaths of the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas, and the events following Randy Weaver at Ruby Ridge, Applewhite was afraid the American government would murder the members of Heaven's Gate. Number 4, willful exit from the body in a dignified manner. Near the end, Applewhite had a revelation that they might have to abandon their human bodies and achieve the next level as Jesus had done. Recruitment into the group would begin anew in the 1990s with the advent of the internet. The group would identify themselves with the business name Higher Source and would use their website to proselytize and add new members to their ranks. Rumors then quickly began to spread in the group in the following years that the arrival of the upcoming Hale-Bopp comet housed the secret to their ultimate salvation, an ascent into the kingdom of heaven. All of this would culminate in a tragic event following the appearance of the heralded comet in 1996. In October, the group began renting a large home, which they referred to as the Monastery, in Rancho Santa Fe, California. They would pay $7,000 a month in cash to live in the nearly 10,000 square foot home. In the same month, the group would purchase alien abduction insurance. Again, on sentences I did not think I would hear today, for $500. Purchase of alien abduction insurance. Didn't know that was an actual thing. Didn't realize it was a thing until I did these notes. And I was like, excuse me? Alien what now? Good night. Oh, my goodness. I can't. I shan't, and I won't. And yes, this was in 1996. So this was only a few years after the Branch Davidians in Waco, which was in 1993, I believe. And then Ruby Ridge was in 1994. So this was only a few years out from that. So there were some crazy years in the early 90s with cults, y'all. Like, It might have been, had a neighbor look like David Koresh, always creeped me out. It might have been David Koresh. We don't know. Don't know. Vernon, which is his real name. I know why he changed it to David now. Vernon. Continue me. That would cover up to 50 members and would pay out $1 million per person in the event of being abducted, impregnated, or killed by aliens. On March 19th to 20th, Applewhite would videotape himself in a presentation called Doe's Final Exit, extolling mass suicide as, quote, the only way to evacuate the Earth. He asserted that a spaceship was traveling in the wake of the Hale-Bopp comet and that this chariot to the heavens would represent the, quote, closure to Heaven's Gate. Applewhite then persuaded 38 of his followers to prepare to leave their physical vehicles in order to be spirited away to the next level of existence by this galactic chariot that followed the comet. He claimed this would take their souls, quote, to another level of existence beyond human. Prior to the mass exodus, each chosen member would also videotape a farewell message to their loved ones. They would dress in identical black shirts and black sweatpants and brand new black and white Nike Decades footwear. In an interview, 2 surviving members said that the identical clothing was used as a uniform for the mass suicide to represent unity, whilst the Nike Decades were chosen because the group, quote, got a good deal on the shoes. Applewhite was also a fan of Nikes and, quote, therefore everyone was expected to wear and like Nikes within the group. Heaven's Gate also had a quirky saying within the group, just do it, using Nike's slogan. They pronounced do as dough to reflect Applewhite's nickname. Clever, I guess.
With the whole Heaven's Gate thing, so Nike ended up discontinuing that particular line of shoes because they had this unfortunate association with a suicide cult. And no members allowed to use a telescope. No, Polly, because then they would know that there's no spaceship. God, I'm gonna send you to the doorbell factory since you want to act like a ding dong. Yeah, those Nikes, they were like pretty popular. You'll see them in a minute. So you'll probably like, oh yeah, those. They were pretty iconic Nikes. Sorry, that is my cat making noise because he decided he wants to sharpen his claws right now. They're pretty iconic looking Nikes, and you'll see them and you'll go, oh no, exactly, I know those shoes. They were like the Adidas ones that were like the really popular shoes. So Nike was like, fuck, we can't buy good press with these shoes, and discontinued the shoes altogether. And then recently found themselves in some more hot water with the Lil Nas X, I guess, devil shoes that have human blood in them. So apparently Nike just can't really catch a break. I don't know. I would have totally bought the devil shoes though. They are sold out, unfortunately. Also, I don't really particularly care for Nike. So that's another story, but continue me.
They would each also have armband patches reading Heaven's Gate Away Team, which was one of the multitude of occasions where terminology from the fictional Star Trek universe was used by the group. Each person had on them a $5 bill and 3 quarters in their pockets. Why the need for earthly money if one is traveling to the cosmos? Simple. According to former members, this was standard for members leaving the home for jobs and a, quote, humorous way to tell us all that they had left the planet permanently. The $5 bill was for covering the cost of vagrancy laws, and the quarters were for calling home from payphones. To complete the act of transition, the 39 adherents, 21 women and 18 men between the ages of 26 and 72, would take an overdose of phenobarbital mixed with applesauce or pudding and wash it down with vodka. Additionally, they would secure plastic bags around their heads to induce asphyxiation. The members were believed to have died in 3 groups over 3 successive days, remaining participants cleaning up after each group's prior deaths. After death, the bodies would be neatly posed on their backs in their own beds, and the plastic bags removed and replaced with a purple cloth that covered faces and torsos for privacy's sake. The suicides occurred in groups of 15 between approximately March 22nd and March 26th. Leader Marshall Applewhite was the third to last to die. The 2 that remained after him were the only ones found with bags still in place over their heads and the purple privacy cloths missing. Before the last of the suicides, similar sets of packages were sent to numerous Heaven's Gate affiliated or formerly affiliated individuals, and to at least one media outlet. The BBC department responsible for Louis Theroux's Weird Weekends, for which Heaven's Gate had earlier declined participation in an interview in order to focus on the work they had ahead of them. Amongst those on the list of recipients was Rio D'Angelo, who had joined the group in 1994 after he had read an article run on them in LA Weekly titled The Total Overcomers. The package D'Angelo received on the evening of March 25th, as other packages sent had, contained 2 VHS videotapes, one with Doe's final exit and the other with the farewell messages of group followers.
So those are the shoes in question. I'm sure you guys recognize them. They were very popular in the 90s. And then all of a sudden Nike was like, yep, nope, we can't make those anymore. We can't. These pictures, the ones you've just seen, were all over the media. They were all over every magazine, all over every news network. So everyone knew what these shoes looked like. And the last thing they wanted to do, I'm sure, was be associated with some wackadoo UFO cult. They're like, yeah, no, just did it. They did just did it. Did it and then some. Yeah, so that's the some of the aftermath that was found in the house. I don't know if the video is still available, but there was a walkthrough video that was shown on the news and as part of like the media at the time when this happened in 1996, of a walkthrough of the house where the bodies were still there. So yeah, it's pretty freaking wild. I remember when this happened and the news like hit, and it was like they thought there was a spaceship following a comet that was going to take them away. I'm like, who told them that? I just am curious, and I always pictured in my head to whatever afterlife these people ended up going to, whether that was heaven, hell, I don't know, wherever that they ended up going after they died, and whoever they got there and checked in with, and they're like, yeah, we're here for the UFO. And they're like, you're here for the what now? And they were like, oh no, yeah, we all ate poison pudding, and we're waiting for the UFO. When does that come get us? And they're like, I'm sorry, who told you that there was a UFO? Who told you that? And they all just simultaneously turn around and look at that googly-eyed fucker at the end of the line. Like, I'm sure he had some explaining to do. Continue me.
It also contained a letter stating, among other things, quote, "We have exited our vehicles just as we entered them," unquote. Upon informing his boss of the contents of the packages, D'Angelo received a ride from Los Angeles to the Heaven's Gate home in Rancho Santa Fe so that he could verify the letter. D'Angelo found a back door intentionally left unlocked to allow access and used a video camera to record what he found. After leaving the house, D'Angelo's boss, who had waited outside, encouraged him to make calls to authorities, alerting them to this discovery. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department received an anonymous tip through the 911 system at 3:15 p.m. on March 26th, suggesting that they, quote, "check on the welfare of the residents at the address." Days after the suicides, this caller was revealed to be D'Angelo. The transcript of the call is as follows. Caller: "Yes, I need to report an anonymous tip. Who do I talk to?" Sheriff's Department: "Okay, this is regarding what?" Caller: "This is regarding a mass suicide, and I can give you the address." The single deputy who first responded to the call entered the home through a side door, saw 10 bodies, and was nearly overcome by a pungent odor. Unfortunately, the bodies were already beginning to decompose in the hot California spring. After a cursory search by 2 deputies located no one left alive, both retreated until a search warrant could be procured. All 39 bodies were ultimately cremated. News of the 39 deaths in Rancho Santa Fe motivated the copycat suicide of a 58-year-old man living near Marysville, California. The man left a note dated March 27th, which said, quote, "I'm going on the spaceship with Hale Bopp to be with those who have gone before me," unquote, and imitated some of the details of the Heaven's Gate suicides as they had been reported in the media up to that point. The man was found dead by a friend on March 31st and had no known connection with Heaven's Gate. At least 3 former members of Heaven's Gate ultimately died by suicide themselves in the months after the mass suicide event. On May 6, 1997, Wayne Cook and Chuck Humphrey attempted suicide in a hotel in a manner similar to that used by the group. Cook died and Humphrey survived this attempt. Another former member, James Perky Jr., died by suicide by a self-inflicted gunshot wound on May 11th. Humphrey, who had survived his first suicide attempt, ultimately killed himself in Arizona in February 1998. Two former members, Mark and Sarah King of Phoenix, Arizona, operating as the Tila Foundation, are believed to maintain the group's still active website.
You heard that correctly. Still active website. In fact, we're going to take a look at it right now. Hold on one second. Let me just pull that off. And I am going to show you and prepare for this, because this is, I can't even describe it other than being a piece of freaking 90s nostalgia. You're going to feel like you just walked back in time. Give me 1 second here. So, as you can see, the Heaven's Gate website is still active. It is still maintained. It is still up. If you peruse it, which, God, the different texts that, like, does this not just seriously look like I stepped back into like 1990s internet? Like, I'm expecting an AOL logo here somewhere. So if you scroll down, the text really hasn't changed when I've looked over it, and there are still links. I haven't tried any of them yet to see if the links are still active, but it does look like they are. All of this text is the original text. All of these are original links. You can still watch the videotapes. Bookmarks to information on their website. So this is basically the website as it existed until they died, until they left. Like, it's basically just this time capsule of nonsense that has not changed since March 1996. So there's that. So just when you thought it couldn't get more crazy than following a comet and aliens, which, I mean, that is pretty, that's pretty out there. But there's more, guys. So the next one, I'm going to warn you, is pretty gross. There's a lot that I could not show with this one. Sorry that my hair is just in freaking knots right now. There's a lot that I really couldn't show with this next one. A lot of content I had to censor because it is really disturbing. And I would immediately get put on a watch list and the video would get taken out from YouTube had I tried to include some of this stuff. So I encourage you to look into it further and watch. There's a documentary on Netflix called Children of God that covers quite a bit of this uncensored. It's just, yeah, it's gross. So let's get into that, shall we? Speaking of cults that are still active, let's dive into one that is still around and functioning today, even though it is under a different name. With a controversial history surrounding child abuse and pedophilia, it's no wonder that a rebranding was undertaken. Of course, we are talking about the current Family International, formerly known as the Children of God. They were founded in Huntington Beach, California in 1968, a communal group that grew out of the ministry of David Berg. He had fallen into ministry work, much like his father was, but was eventually expelled from the Christian and Missionary Alliance due to differences in teaching and sexual misconduct with a church employee. According to Berg, the reason for his expulsion was due to his support for greater racial diversity amongst his congregation. He, along with his wife and children, founded a group then called Teens for Christ, but received strong resistance from local churches, mostly due to his own members picketing in front of them, so he was forced to take the whole group of about 40 individuals on the road. He begged a former employer, Fred Jordan, to allow him and his followers to make use of his training camp near Thurber, Texas. News stations reported on the activity and the settling in of this new commune, recently dubbed the Children of God by a reporter. From there, the group began to grow and spread. Members would live together in communities and colony homes and would proselytize in the streets.
By 1972, the Children of God would have 130 communities around the world. While Berg himself lived in seclusion, he communicated his beliefs and doctrines to his followers through letters. Nearly 3,000 of these letters were published to the faithful in what would be called the Mo letters, a shortening of the new name that Berg had given himself as the sect's leader, Moses David.
So yes, you heard that correctly. There were 3,000 Mo letters. Most of them were written in like comic book form or with some sort of illustration to them, and they were followed unironically to the letter. Everything about daily life was documented and laid out in these decrees that were sent out to the followers. So everything in the Children of God was dictated from day-to-day life, even down to the minuscule details of like including how to dress and how to wear makeup, how much coffee or tea one was allowed to consume in one day, and even how much toilet paper you were allowed to use to wipe your ass. I'm not lying. Apparently it was 3 squares. Otherwise you are wasting the Lord's money. That is a direct quote, and I'm sorry that is in my brain. Also, this photo here with El Creepo down there in the middle is the last known photo of David Berg. He hated his picture being taken. I can see why. Pedo bear. Anyways, this is the last known photo of him in existence. He was highly in seclusion, basically from 1971 on until his death. So, yeah. Oh, it gets wilder. Hold on, hold on, y'all. We haven't even scratched the surface yet.
In one letter published in February 1971 titled A Shepherd Time Story, Berg described his, quote, happy folds where children of God protected little lambs who, quote, laugh and sing and dance and play and fuck and bear lots of little lambs, and the shepherds like it, unquote. In public, the group was invoking the name of God, but in private, its leader was running a child sex ring. Several of Berg's own daughters and grandchildren accused him of either attempting to have a sexual relationship with them or actually carrying one on with them from a young age. And these vile actions were not limited to his immediate family either. Starting in the late 1970s, Berg began preaching sexual sharing to his followers through more letters. God created boys and girls able to have children by 12 years of age, Berg claimed in one of these letters. Often these documents included graphic photos or illustrations that anywhere else would have landed Berg and his followers on a watch list in prison or worse. One photo included in this pamphlet depicted an adult mother having oral relations with a little boy. In another, a grown woman and a toddler lay naked together in bed, her hand suggestively near his genitals.
I don't like this man. I don't like this man. So, yeah, that's why I can't show a lot of these things. For reasons, because he's a fucking sicko. Yeah, no, I think not. Like, I'm sorry. No, just no. And the fact that you wrapped this up in some guise of religion, it just makes my skin crawl. Like, so save those angry emojis because you're gonna be real angry by the end. Because yeah, it doesn't get any better. Also, just so you know, there was the reason that people stayed and the reason that people stuck with this nonsense happening is that he had predicted, because, you know, he was a prophet, I guess, and we'll use that in loose quotations, that he predicted that the second coming of Christ was going to happen and doomsday was happening and you couldn't leave the cult or the group or bad things would happen to you. Name things worse that were happening inside. Anyways, so followers were told only they're told only the chosen would be prepared for this event that stayed with the group. Only those who stayed would be saved from this. His timeline was kind of like a doomsday prepper kind of thing, where he predicted that Christ was coming back in 1993. Obviously, that didn't happen. So I think they ended up moving back some of the timelines and adjusting it. But this was the reason that people were so, I think, they were so programmed into these ridiculous things that a normal person would not allow themselves to be asked to do, was because they were so broken down and, I guess, afraid of what was, I don't know. Still, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, there is no level of doomsday. I don't care if Jesus walked up to my door and knocked on it and said, "Hey, I'm back." You're not touching kids. There's no, dude. Just no. Fucking no. Ugh. Anyways, continue me. Grr, yeah, save that rage, guys. You're gonna need it.
The caption read, quote, "Well, they told us to go to bed," unquote. Unfortunately, this dangerous conditioning and coercion tricked the parents of the group into thinking that they were raising children the natural way by allowing them to explore their sexuality at very young ages. In a 1988 interview with 2020, a Children of God faithful and father dismissed the idea of abuse. Quote, "It's just a piece of educational material. It's actually fun to watch a child, in this case, experience life," unquote. This kind of brainwashing allowed abuses to continue under the guise of proper parenting for years. Richard Kyle, in his book, The Religious Fringe, A History of Alternative Religions in America, summed up the group's libertine belief structure in a single disturbing quote. Quote, "The free expression of sexuality, including fornication, adultery, lesbianism, but not male homosexuality, and incest were not just permitted, but encouraged," unquote. And the sexual abuses wouldn't stop there. In 1977, Berg would introduce, via more of the controversial Moe letters, the idea of flirty fishing. This edict would decree that female members should have sex with men in order to convert them to the group. Even if women were already married, they were encouraged to participate in this practice and were often punished, shunned, or worse if they refused. In Berg's own 1979 report, he stated that his flirty fishers had, quote, "witnessed to over 250,000 souls, loved over 25,000 of them, and won about 19,000 to the Lord," unquote. Other researchers claim that this was a very low estimate, placing the actual number of sexual encounters during the period of flirty fishing near 300,000.
So to tack on to that, birth control and contraception was also not allowed in the group. So there were babies upon babies upon babies in this group. Like, children were being had all the time, which you can imagine the reasoning behind that. Also, not only was this encouraged as a method of proselytizing, it was also encouraged amongst adult members, amongst members of all ages, unfortunately, to share themselves sexually with everyone. So if somebody wanted, according to one of these women who was in this cult, I watched a documentary on her, she basically said that you didn't feel like you could say no. If somebody wanted to share with you, is what they called it, you didn't feel like you had the option to say no. They didn't say that you couldn't, but they basically, it was coercion. So it was the whole, if you did say no, you would be kind of like shunned and like treated differently and going like, oh, well, you maybe don't really belong here. Like that sort of like guilt trip. So it was just, this is just a whole what in the obtuse rubber goose green moose guava juice is actually fucking going on here? Like, my brain. Continue, me. God damn it.
It was religious prostitution, David Berg's daughter Deborah stated. I had to quit looking at the man as my father, but as the leader of a worldwide movement that was destroying lives. The practice of flirty fishing was ultimately stopped due to fear of the spreading of AIDS in the early 80s. In 1978, the Children of God was disbanded amongst reports of serious misconduct and financial mismanagement. 1/8 of the total membership left the movement at this point. Those who stayed became part of a reorganized movement that would be rebranded the Family of Love, or later, the Family. But most of the group's core beliefs remained the same. And in all of this, Berg continued to write letters to his followers. These letters included the doctrine known as loving Jesus, which is supposedly still in practice today. This is a term that the Family International members use to describe their intimate sexual relationship with Jesus himself. The Family International describes its loving Jesus teaching as a radical form of bridal theology. They believe the Church of Followers is Christ's bride, called to love and serve him with wifely fervor, but they take bridal theology one step further, encouraging members to imagine Jesus as joining them during sexual intercourse and masturbation. Male members are cautioned to visualize themselves as women in order to avoid a homosexual relationship with Jesus. Many Family International publications and spirit messages that claim to be from Jesus himself elaborate on this intimate sexual relation that they believe Jesus needs and desires. The Family International imagines itself as his special bride in graphic poetry, guided visualizations, artwork, and songs. Some family literature is not brought into conservative countries for fear it may be classified at customs as pornography. The literature outlining this view of Jesus and his desire for a sexual relationship with believers was edited for younger teens, and then further edited for children. Berg's writings were often extreme and uncompromising in their denunciation of what he believed to be evil, such as mainstream churches, pedophilia laws, capitalism, and Jews. Yet he always admonished the reader to, quote, love the sinner but hate the sin. But with continued accounts of former molestation and abuses coming to light, the group decided that they quickly needed to backpedal and cover some of their tracks. In March 1989, the family released a statement claiming that in early 1985, an urgent memorandum had been disseminated to all members, quote, reminding them that any such activities, adult-child sexual contact, are strictly forbidden in our group, and that such activities were grounds for immediate excommunication. Yet David Berg himself, who was accused of these acts and more by no less than 6 named former followers, remained in charge of the group. Obsessed with privacy and secrecy until his death, any photos of Berg that appeared in the group's publications had his face covered with pencil drawings, many depicting him as an anthropomorphic lion. David Berg would ultimately pass away in October of 1994 in Portugal, his remains cremated. His then wife, Karen Zerbe, alias Maria Berg, Mama Maria, or Maria Fontaine, would take over leadership of the group. The group would undergo one more rebranding, becoming the Family International in 2004. The group's more recent teachings center around beliefs which they term the new spiritual weapons. Family International members believe that they are soldiers in the spiritual war of good versus evil for the hearts and souls of men. The group remains active to this day, and unfortunately, thanks to the internet, the Family International's reach remains broad. The website boasts of the group having member networks in 80 countries. Karen Zerbe still runs the group from an unknown location with her new partner, Steve Kelly, chosen for her by Berg before his death as her consort, and they frame the group as a loving international Christian community. But those who endured assault, coercion, and bullying under the vaunted guise of Christian values would beg to differ. They even once counted celebrities amongst their active membership,
Both Rose McGowan and River and Joaquin Phoenix were born into the Children of God Family International, and they have all spoken publicly about the abuses they endured while inside the cult. Before his death in 1993 of a drug overdose, River Phoenix accused the group of, quote, ruining people's lives. An extreme case of this that strayed into the realm of true crime was the unfortunate case of Ricky Rodriguez. Rodriguez was born to one of David Berg's wives in 1975. He was then adopted into the leader's immediate family. Berg renamed his new son Davidito and predicted that the boy would be the group's next leader. From barely the time he could walk, Davidito watched the adults around him have sex. He was encouraged to fondle his nanny's breasts and had his own genitals touched. These actions were photographed, recorded, and relayed in the Davidito book, which Berg ultimately published as an instruction manual on how to raise children. Despite the high hopes and prophecies set by his father, Rodriguez would ultimately defect from the group in 2000. In 2005, he recorded a home video where he sat at a table full of knives, gags, tasers, and duct tape. He spoke very matter-of-factly, quote, "The goal is to bring down my own mother," unquote. Instead, he managed to locate his former nanny, another woman who had sexually abused him as a child. They went to dinner. He then invited her back to his apartment, where he stabbed her to death. Hours later, Ricky Rodriguez would take his own life with a bullet to the head. And while not all of the families experienced sexual abuse, many of them who left the group found themselves struggling to reintegrate into society without family members that they had to leave behind. Feeling lost and isolated and trying to cope, many turned to alcohol and drugs. Several second-generation members have since killed themselves. Former member James Lamatterly summed up the traumatic experience best. Quote, "Sex wasn't the only thing stolen from them. It wasn't even the biggest thing. Their spirituality was stolen. God was stolen from them." Unquote. Can't get enough of the hive mind? Then join me next week when we cover two more well-known groups that caused a wake of death and destruction, home and abroad. Om Shinrikyo and Rajneesh Puram. Every time. I told you that one was gross, guys. I warned you. Gross. Yeah, that one was a rough one to do notes on. That one was not fun. I mean, Heaven's Gate was a freaking like alien picnic compared to that one. And yes, that group is still active. They are still a group, and they have basically seen no consequences other than a few legal cases here and there. There are some countries that have pursued them for prostitution and things like that, but a lot of these, the statute of limitations has run out. So we're going to take a look at their website because they have a website. Yep, they sure do. Just like Heaven's Gate, they have a website. So of course it looks nice and sanitized now. So if you were to stumble across this group's website here, you would probably think that this is a nice and upstanding Christian organization that does good works and education and all of that baloney. Knowing where this comes from, yeah. So there's a whole tab on children right here that I would like to point out. Yeah, I don't buy any of this. This is you covering your asses, is what this is. That children deserve, believe every child has the right to be loved, cherished, and supported. Okay, yeah, where was that? Where was that in the 70s when you were putting out child pornography? Where was that at? So yeah, this is still a thing. You can go to this website, take a look at it if you can, hold the vomit down long enough. It tells you a little bit about it. The mission statement, they are still active. They claim in over 80 countries. So gross, just gross. So unfortunately, these were two that are kind of still have active elements to this day. Family International is still decently active. Heaven's Gate is basically just the website that's still up. But boy, howdy, was that one. Yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip and a half. So that one was one that you guys may not know about. Again, there was a lot that I could not share with that one because I would immediately end up on a watch list of some kind. Chris Hansen would show up to my house. So yeah, no. If you're interested in wanting to know more about it, I do advise watching the Children of God documentary on Netflix. It was made prior to David Berg's death in 1994. So at the end, they say he is still alive and he is still living in seclusion, which he was at the time that that was made. But I think there's a couple more recent ones. The Cults and Extreme Belief episode about Children of God is a lot more recent. Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to share that stuff. I'm like, I'm all about true crime and like wanting to educate people, but there are certain things that I'm like, no, just no. These things don't need to exist, nor do they need to be shared. Like there's a limit. There's a line. I'm sorry. But if you're interested in learning more about the group, they would send videotapes. There's a whole lot, like there's more. They would send videotapes to him. He encouraged his followers to videotape their daily lives and send him tapes. So they would send him videotapes of like them all being in bed, all naked together because they're like living in a commune and stuff. It's fucking weird. I can't, I shan't, and I won't. Yeah, I was like, I need a hug. I need a hug. I need a grown up. So thank you guys for joining. So next week we'll cover 2 more cults in the next episode. So is anybody familiar with the Netflix documentary Wild Wild Country, or familiar with the author / New Age guru Osho? That is kind of the background with Rajneesh Puram, is who that documentary is about. And then the Arshinrikyo is the Japanese suicide cult that caused the sarin bombing in 1995 in Japan. So more craziness. We're just going on an international-ish scale next time. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you. If you guys have any questions, I know I didn't kind of get to a lot. If you guys have any questions that I didn't get to, go ahead and ask them now or pop them into the comment section below. If you guys want me to do cults next week, we can do cults next week again. So give me comments in the below too. I'm asking you for so many things. If you want to go back to true crime or a serial killer next week, we can do that. Or if we want to continue the cults, we can just continue the cults until we run through all of them. Basically, we've got 3 or 4, possibly 5 more cults to cover. And then we'll end the series with the Manson family, which is a nice bridge to take us back into true crime. So what do you guys think? Cults? More cults? More cults, more cults, more cults. They're pretty interesting. A lot of them, there's a couple that I need to look into. My cat's over there in the kitchen doing something. Finish cults. Okay, so we'll finish the cult series, and then we'll wrap it up with Manson, the Manson family, because again, that's a nice kind of connection between cults and serial killer true crime. So, but we won't get to there for a little bit. So thank you guys for joining. Again, like Polly said, there's a link. The link tree has the Paraflix link in there. If you haven't subscribed to Paraflix for the paranormal interviews content, that's all going to be on there. So I will have an interview with New Reality, who's actually investigating. They're investigating tonight with Haunted Side and Exploring with Eric. They are all in West Virginia right now. So I won't be interviewing them this weekend, but probably next weekend. We'll get into some more interviews for you guys and some more cult content. And Cassie said, Paraflix content is great. And it is great. There's a lot of great investigators on there. There's a lot of great programs on there. Not just mine, not just to toot my own horn. There's a lot of good stuff on there. So if you're into paranormal shows, ghost hunting shows, shows about cryptids, shows about aliens, it pretty much runs the gamut for you. So if you're interested in that and you're interested in legitimate content and not Mindseed TV, did I say that out loud? I would subscribe to Paraflix if I was you. But there's also the link for the PayPal. There's also the link for the, I forget what else is in, the merch. Screaming pillows, which I've seen pictures of, and they look really cool, guys. They look really cool. People that have gotten their merch. Cassie showed a picture of her shirt. More merch is going out. I kind of ran into some financial shortages, so I have to send out the raffle prizes still. Patience. I just get overwhelmed sometimes because it's just me. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Also, it's never required to buy merch or to donate to PayPal. It is super duper appreciated because, again, I do all of this, pay for, streaming. All of this is paid for out of my own money, out of my own pocket, out of my own time. So I appreciate everything you guys do, but the only thing I ever ask is to share the video. Share the video, share the channel, share the content. That is always super duper appreciated and helps out a lot. That's how channels get big, and that's how channels get noticed, and that's how somebody might end up on television one of these days. I doubt it. I swear too much. The pillow's excellent. Yeah, like labs, go check out the photos. Like if you haven't seen them, go to the merch store, go look at them. I'm always worried because I always love how they look on the screen, but seeing that they look exactly like that when you get them, fucking mint. So it looks exactly the way it looks on the website. I'm so excited. Tamara has a question. What is your question, Tamara? Question. Sorry, it's lagging a little bit. StreamYard is not exactly fast, and I don't have the YouTube thing open. So it delays for a second. I look a hot mess. I'm just waiting for your question. This is a really good energy drink. I gotta show that. Hold on. Is the screaming pillow for self-use or used for a murder tool or kink? All of the above. Let's go with a little from column A, a little from column B. Why's it gotta be just one thing? You can use it for a multitude of things. And look at it this way. There's already blood splatter on it. So even if you use it as a murder tool, no one would be like, hey, no, it came this way. Just saying. I mean, I'm not saying, but I'm saying. That's all. All of the above. A, B, and C. Checking all those boxes. All right. So thank you guys again for joining. Sorry, this one was a little bit longer, just because I stopped it quite a bit because I had to make jokes. You got to make jokes for some of these because A, some of this material writes themselves, and B, some of it's rough to get through without laughing. So, you need to keep the energy up. So thank you guys. Oh, I kicked the table. Thank you guys so much for joining. I will see you guys next week with 2 more cults. Hive mind. Let's go. Oh, yeah. And you know what? Oh, sorry, my cat was doing something. Sorry, it's like I keep getting distracted by cats. See you guys next week, and stay spooky and try not to get murdered. Also, try not to join any alien cults. Just, try not to do that. Okay, thanks. Bye. And she's muted, because of course she is. Hold on, before we start episode 3. because we're going to get into episode 3 here. Just 1 second. We're going to pause it. How are you all enjoying the marathon so far? Yeah, this is I forgot I made some actually like really good jokes. It's funny because I'm like making the same jokes and I went, oh crap, I just said that. Oh, stepping on my own damn punchlines. Well, here we are. Indy wanted to say hi to everyone. Hi, Indy. But we got a couple more episodes to go. So this is basically, just in case you guys don't know, this is a marathon of Cat, who's going to move out of the way. This is a marathon of the Cult of Personality miniseries that I was doing for Murder Corner. We're basically on the final stretch episode. The final episode is Manson Family, and that's going to be hopefully next week. I may obviously have to make that one into 2 parts because there's a lot. We're about 12 pages into notes, and I haven't made the slideshow yet. So we'll see how long it is. We may just bust that one out as one longer episode. So just wanted to catch you all up. Wanted to pop in and say hello. I am busy running around doing stuff, so I'm not able to be here on camera the whole time. Plus, you already get to look at me in the videos, so there's that. And just like I reiterate at the end of each of my videos, make sure you share the video. Donations and merch purchases and all that good stuff are always welcome, and I always appreciate you guys so very much. But all I ever ask is to share the content. We hit over 500 subscribers. Hi, baby. On YouTube recently. I'm at 520 as of last count. So onwards and upwards. And it's possible to hit that 1,000 maybe by year's end. So share. Right, Indy? Share. Okay. I'll be in and out. And let's keep this going until we hit our last episode. Keep it going. Blocked the camera by Cat. Okay. All right. I'm going to pop out since he wants attention. Let's continue. And there I am. So welcome back. Oh, my hair is a mess. Apparently I was just a mess in the cutscene. So welcome back to the all dancing, all smiling crap of the world, and the 3rd installment of our mini-series deep diving into famous cults, the Cult of Personality. I am Jax, Smirking Revenge, and the future ghost with the most, Vivian Noir, and bonus points to whoever gets those references. So small update on the Love Has Won cult situation. I do check it every week just to kind of, keep a finger on the pulse of the crazy that is happening with that thing unfolding in Colorado. Sorry, my cat is on the table, so the camera might move. So a brief recap for anyone who may have missed it on the first episode. There was a cult called Love Has Won that was headed by a woman named Amy Carlson. Her body was found oddly mummified. Cat is in front of the light, in a house in Colorado with a couple children in the house. Apparently she had been dead for a while. Her body was wrapped in Christmas lights, and like a weird shrine had been built around it, and 7 members of the cult were arrested with basically abuse of a corpse, or like, not treating a corpse properly, because they just kind of like left her in the house. So no cause of death still on Amy Carlson yet. It is projected, or I guessed, that due to the declining state of her health in the last few months of her life, that she did die of like cancer or something like that. So they think it was natural causes. However, the group disappeared for a little bit, obviously, amidst this whole shenanigans. And it has recently re-emerged under a different name online. So now they're calling themselves 5D Full Disclosure, and members of the group posted a calming blue like ocean graphic on their website with the vaguely ominous text, "God was here, she ascended, now it's our turn." Is anyone else getting Heaven's Gate vibes, or just me? Just me? Okay, just checking. So 7 of the group's members were arrested in connection with the discovery of her body in the home, and all have been released on bond as of the current air date of this episode. 2 of the group members did go live on Facebook on May 20th with a picture of Carlson in the background on a stream entitled "The Return of the Oracles." And then, "How did this happen?" One person said, "Everyone still loves mom, nothing changed." So, developing situation that could be happening with this cult. We will keep our eye on it as this news unfolds. Sorry, my cat is deciding that he wants to be part of the show today. There he is right there. Indiana Jones. Hi, Indy. So last week we covered a couple really interesting and out there cults which have active elements to this day. And this week, though, there's no exception this week. This week, it also has an active element that is still going on. But this one is an internationally placed cult, which through the deadly actions of its instructed by its leader, it has been declared both threats to the public and even a terrorist organization by not only their own government, but by someone else's government. So that is a thing that first time we've ever covered something like that on this show. This one was actually, so I was supposed to do 2 cults in this episode, guys. This one was so meaty and had so much substance to it that I was like, it's going to be a 2-hour episode. There was so much once I started pulling the layers away, like it was bananas. As the Stefani proclaimeth, B-A-N-A-N-A-S, bananas. Hi, Indy. So how does one then get from religion to terror in about 4 crusades? Anyway, that was a smart joke for the room. So, but seriously, let's get into it. A cult whose leadership was tried for mass murder and crimes committed in the mid-90s, but were only recently finally executed in 2018. We are talking about Aum Shinrikyo, otherwise known as the cult at the end of the world. So let's get into it. Let me get the video pulled up here. I downloaded it last minute. Was having technical issues.
March 20th, 1995. It was a normal Monday morning, rush hour in one of the busiest cities in the world. Millions of commuters stepped out of their homes into the warm spring day and onto the platforms of the Tokyo subway system, awaiting the trains that would take them to work, school, or other morning destinations. Just a normal day. But also riding the trains that morning, waiting for the countless innocent bystanders, 5 bags filled with a liquid nerve agent. The parcels were leaking. The toxin struck quickly, stinging the eyes of the passengers and leaving them choking and vomiting, struggling to breathe. Some were left paralyzed and blinded. After the dust had settled, 13 people had been killed, and almost 6,000 were injured in 5 coordinated attacks on 3 separate busy train lines. The mysterious nerve agent left in the bags that morning for the unsuspecting commuters was later discovered to be sarin, a potent neurotoxin that had been developed by the Nazis, crafted in state-of-the-art homegrown labs. And the culprits of this mass poisoning, the deadliest domestic terror attack ever carried out on Japanese soil? An obscure cult known as Shinrikyo, or Supreme Truth, who believed the end of the world was coming. But who were they? As Wired magazine stated in an article published not long after the attacks, quote, "This is the story of an ultimate cult, a wired, high-tech, designer drug billion-dollar army of New Age zealots focused around the leadership of a blind and bearded madman, armed with weapons of mass destruction. Cultists wired electrodes to their heads while chanting ancient mantras and logging onto computer nets. Methamphetamine, LSD, and truth serum, the product of homemade laboratories equipped with the latest gear, ran through their veins. Those same labs worked at refining enough chemical and biological weapons to kill millions. Other cultists attempted to build a nuclear bomb, while massive facilities were built to manufacture handguns and explosives."
You heard that correctly. Nuclear bomb. Nerve gas. This is a cult if it was ran by a James Bond villain. This is seriously the cult that Elon Musk would have once he does finally take his villain turn, because we know what's happening. We know it's coming. That man is one facial scar away from being a James Bond supervillain. Like, full on. No cap. It was so much more than the headline that we got, because the only thing we heard about in the US in a brief recap of international news was that somebody gas bombed the subways in Tokyo, which is terrible because they're very, very busy. And we didn't really hear more about it. We heard it was like a weird cult, and then that was it. It just kind of blipped off of the radar. Granted, this was also 95, which was the same year as Heaven's Gate, 1 year after the Branch Davidian thing in Waco, and 1 year after, 2 years after, I believe 2 years after Ruby Ridge and the Oklahoma City bombing. So this was wild and out. Like, the 90s were like the Wild West. So we didn't hear a whole lot about it. But once I started digging into the details of this one, guys, it is nuts. It's nuts. Let's continue, me.
All of this activity went towards preparing for and then unleashing Armageddon. Like scenes of an apocalyptic future in a cyberpunk novel, this story is also the stuff of nightmares. Unquote. All of this was real, and all of this really happened. But to know where things ended is only half the story. To know the rest, we must know where it began, and it began, as these stories usually do, with a single man. Shoko Asahara, as he was known to his followers, was born Chizuo Matsumoto on March 2nd, 1955, to a large and poor family of tatami mat makers in Kumamoto Prefecture. Young Chizuo had health challenges from the start. He was diagnosed early on with infantile glaucoma, which caused him to lose sight entirely in his left eye and caused partial blindness in his right eye at a young age. He was sent to a special school for the blind, where he quickly gained a reputation for being a bully. He would beat up the other children and extort money from them. He graduated in 1977 and would go on to study acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, which are common career pursuits for the blind in Japan. He would marry the following year and go on to father 12 children. He would also begin to take an interest in religious studies around this time. Between working to support his growing family, in his free time he would delve into areas of study like Chinese astrology and Taoism, but later would also practice yoga, Western esotericism, meditation, esoteric Buddhism, and esoteric Christianity. In 1984, Matsumoto would establish Om Shinsen no Kai, a one-room yoga studio with a handful of loyal devotees. He would change his name from Chizuo Matsumoto to Shoko Asahara in 1987, along with the name of the group to Om Shinrikyo, which loosely translates to Supreme Truth. It would gain official status as a recognized religious organization by the Japanese government in 1989. During this time, Asahara would gain credibility by appearing on TV programs and magazine covers. He would eventually be invited to lecture at universities where he seemed to hone in on exactly the type of people he wanted in his group.
So wild already. Yes, this very strange blind man decided he was going to start his own religion. Apparently, after being a bully in school and beating up other kids, he thought, how can I best hone my bullying skills? Well, I can either, continue with these fists, or, you know what, let's start a religion and brainwash a bunch of people. That seems fun. That seems like something I should do. Indiana, who's standing in front of my light again. Missed her. Apparently he decided he wants to hang out with Mom today. So yes, this started out legit. And I'm sure this started off, as most cults usually do, started off seeming like, relatively harmless. It started as a yoga studio, as a legitimate, fitness practice or a meditative practice. Sure, I'm sure the Japanese government was like, great, cool, a cool, peaceful religion of people that just want to, learn how to meditate and do, downward dog. Awesome. Yay. It turned out to not be that. So how did we get from yoga studio to attack helicopter? Well, a lot of steps in between, but we'll get there. Continue, me.
The group was dubbed a, quote, religion for the elite, and the leadership of the group honed in on recruiting brilliant but socially alienated young scientists from the chemistry, physics, and engineering departments of Japan's top universities. The group promised them direction and guidance in otherwise unfulfilled lives. He pressed onto a weak point of the up-and-coming young generation in Japan at the time. Those who had grown up watching anime and reading manga, those who'd immersed themselves in a world of fantasy where the ordinary often find themselves extraordinary. Asahara underscored this with claims in his videos and magazines that spoke directly to the insular otaku heart. He and other Om members claimed they gained powers of telepathy and levitation from the teachings, and offered to teach others these secret skills. In a highly insular culture where inner space is valued due to the lack of individualism and expression, it is easy to see the appeal.
Point of order. I would like to point out that this right here, this image on your screen, is actually a photo that they would use as an example of levitation, and not as just a guy jumping up in the air off of a yoga mat and happened to be caught on film right at the right moment. Snap the picture now! And it's over. So they would actually use this as a publicity photo. Yeah, he looks like he's taking a shit in midair. No joke, no lies. That is a full-on gambled and lost, you're gonna have to throw these pants away face. 100. But yeah, they would actually use this as, look, he can levitate and you can too. And I'm like, no, it doesn't really look so much like he's levitating so much as it looks like he's shitting his pants. I mean, some people might want that ability and some people may want that superpower. Me, no. I was an X-Man, that's not the one I would go for. Just saying. Pooping mutant ability, no. But that is, I saw that photo and I went, word? Okay, like people actually thought that this was not somebody just jumping and the camera went off, like the shutters. No, this was okay. To be fair, he did appeal again, like I said in the video, he does appeal to these very socially awkward, isolated types that would read a lot of comics and would watch a lot of anime, where this sort of stuff is common. So when you're told that hey, this person has the secret to do this, that, or the other thing, maybe you believe them because you've been reading that your whole life and you kind of want to believe it. Or you're just dumb. I don't know. Levitation through flatulence. Yeah, he's just farting himself skyward. He's going to just fart himself right into the cosmos. Continue, me.
Ohm offered the ultimate inner space, one that would take its followers on a direct line to the cosmos and beyond. Quote, "All members lived in a purely imaginary world," observed Shoko Igawa, a journalist who covered the cult for years. "One that combined primeval fear with a computer-controlled cartoon version of reality," unquote. Adds another Ohm watcher, quote, "It was virtual reality made real," unquote. And so they flocked to Ohm, the mecca for the bright and disconnected. Some of the most brilliant and up-and-coming minds in the fields of engineering, chemistry, and physics would abandon their jobs, studies, and even families to join the group, intrigued by the sacred mission of gaining supernatural abilities, spiritualism, and bracing for the apocalypse. It was Asahara who had blended the concepts of Buddhist and Hindu deities, meditation and yoga, along with the Book of Revelations. He saw conspiracy everywhere, propagated by the Jews, the Freemasons, the Dutch, the British royal family, and other rival Japanese religions. He claimed himself Christ in a 1992 document, and supposedly possessed the ability to, quote, "take others' sins unto himself and transfer spiritual powers to his followers."
I want to know where in that list of conspirators the Dutch ended up catching heat. The other ones I have unfortunately heard through a lot of paranoid cult leaders, they tend to blame the Freemasons, marginalized religions, the royal family. I'll even give him that one, but the Dutch, that one seems out of left field, out of left. I hate those damn butter cookies that come in the tin. It's a conspiracy. They're trying to ruin the world with their dry ass butter cookies. With their cheap and affordable furniture that's always missing pieces. That's Sweden, but whatever. That just seemed like it was added on at the last minute. And the Dutch. Wait, the Dutch? What? You don't like it? Okay, add it to the list, I guess. Damn, all right, dude. Or chocolate sprinkles. Damn, Coco. There's never cookies in the tin. It's always sewing stuff. I hate them so much. I guess maybe that's why he was all heated about it, but whatever. Continue, me.
He would also outline a doomsday prophecy, which included a Third World War begun by the United States. Asahara would claim that the U.S. was the beast, as outlined in the Book of Revelations, with Armageddon culminating in a nuclear attack. It was the group's duty not only to spread the word of salvation, since only those who joined Ohm would be spared destruction, but to survive the end times also. This ultimate end to things, Asahara predicted, would occur in 1997, which left the group very little time to prepare to usher in the end. Asahara often preached that Armageddon was necessary for human relief. The guru instilled this belief in those young, impressionable minds around him. Hideo Murai, an astrophysicist who once won a prestigious scholarship to Osaka University, had quickly become Asahara's prized disciple inside Ohm. The The 30-year-old was the senior scientist of the cult, and he, with some of the other leadership, had ideas of how to push forward Ohm's agenda and Asahara's teachings using modern science. They proposed using technology and tools to analyze their leader's blood and brainwaves. Murai also proposed that such cutting-edge technology could be used by the group to protect itself from the coming disasters that heralded the end of days. For Murai, Asahara's twisted visions of a small group ascending the chaos of a crumbling and dying empire would neatly align with his own views. These post-apocalyptic visions of weapons and wars also inspired by the works of famed American science fiction author Isaac Asimov. Quote, "The empire will vanish, and all its good with it. Its accumulated knowledge will decay, and the order it has imposed will vanish." Unquote. It could be Shoko Asahara talking, but it is Hari Seldon, a science fiction figure 10,000 years in the future. Seldon is the key character in the Foundation series, Isaac Asimov's classic sci-fi epic, and he would give Murai and Ohm their high-tech blueprint for the millennium and beyond. Seldon is a brilliant mathematician who discovers psychohistory, the science of true prediction, and warns that the Galactic Empire will fall into ruin for thousands of generations. Quote, "Interstellar wars will be endless," Seldon tells a skeptical but threatened government. "Interstellar trade will decay, population will decline, worlds will lose touch with the main body of the galaxy." Unquote. The Empire fails to heed his warnings, of course, prompting Seldon to take matters into his own hands. Asimov's core trilogy, written in the 1940s, depicts the hero's efforts to save humanity by forming a secret society that can rebuild civilization in a single millennium instead of the 30,000 years that they face.
Point of order. The Foundation trilogy is a great trilogy if you are interested in science fiction, but I digress. One of the higher members of the cult was a large, huge super fan, you might say, of Isaac Asimov. He was an Asimov fanboy, and he thought that this sounded an awful lot like what Asahara was instructing them to do, and it kind of did oddly like mash up in weird ways. So yeah, it's interesting how we had last week a cult that was basically kind of had the whole like sci-fi bent with, I'm gonna get me on a UFO that's following a comet and I'm gonna leave, and deuces bitches, suck a dick, dumb shits. Yeah, no, like I love science fiction myself, but not as much as these people do. Not to the point that I believe that like Star Trek and shit is real. That this could really happen. You might, Crow. You get enough of that pizza, that stuffed crust, and sky's the limit. Literally. Shit. Toxic. Anyways, continue, Nate. Talking about science fiction. Astral projecting farts, I know. Such sci-fi nonsense.
At the center of Asimov's universe lies Trantor, the ruling planet of an empire that spans 25 million worlds across the galaxy. Trantor is a planet of 40 billion that, writes Asimov, holds, quote, "the densest and richest clot of humanity the race has ever seen," unquote. The surface of the planet comprises a single vast megalopolis, extending a mile deep into the ground in an endless, mind-boggling labyrinth of humanity. Nature has long since disappeared, replaced by the sight of gray metal protruding skyward and delving deep underground. All that remains of the natural world is the Emperor's Palace, an island of trees and flowers amidst the sea of planetary city. It's not hard to see the parallels between Trantor and modern Japan, right down to the leafy grounds of the Emperor's Palace that stand in central Tokyo. For years, in fact, Japanese engineers have worked at developing what they call, quote, super depth construction, with plans to build the world's first underground city. The coincidences could not have escaped Hideo Morai as he read a Japanese language copy of Foundation, but the similarities didn't stop there. In Foundation, Hari Seldon gathers the best minds of his time, scientists, historians, technologists, and, like monks in the Middle Ages, set about preserving the knowledge of the universe. Seldon, however, despite his efforts of preservation, has in mind no less than controlling the future. Eventually, Hari Seldon dies, but true to his predictions, the Empire falls into chaos. To survive, Seldon's secret society, the Foundation, transforms itself into what else? A religion. His followers create a hierarchy of scientist priests whom the rest of the galaxy, having lost the command of science and technology, look upon as wizards and holy ones. Quote, "The religion we have is our all-important instrument," explained one follower. Quote, "It is the most potent device known with which to control men and worlds," unquote. The similarities to Ohm and its guru's quest were remarkable. Ohm's central mission seemed a mirror image of the Foundation's struggle to save humanity. Quote, "If Ohm tries hard, we can reduce the victims of Armageddon to a fourth of the world's population," Asahara had preached. "However, at present, my rescue plan is totally delayed.
I had to go and interrupt myself for a good second because, yes, I forgot this slide was in here. And yes, you are seeing what you think you're seeing. They made their own anime about themselves. I can't. Fucking weaves. Like, OMG. I have not seen it. I'm still trying to find it so I can maybe watch it. It might be available on YouTube. But good golly gravy. Gosh, this, I can't. Why does he look like Japanese Jesus? Like, I'm very confused as to what's happening here. What in the fractious, fantabulous, phantasmagoric, fiddly-faddle fuck is this? Wow. Yeah, the screenshots from it look like gems. I mean, it looks bad. It looks really bad. It reminds me of Voltron, except with cults. Cultron 5000. They just form other cults into making a giant Japanese, into a giant robot. A giant robot that brings about the end of the world. That is what happens. I cannot. They should never. I can't. I shan't and I won't. All right, continue.
The rate of survivors is getting smaller and smaller, unquote. And while all of this might have seemed the fantasies of the overactive imaginations of a paranoid guru and his techie followers, it was all very real to those inside Ohm. And the pursuit of this desire to survive and thrive in the wake of the apocalypse would drive the group to extremes unseen in any cult before or since. The cult began attracting controversy in the late 1980s, with accusations of deception of recruits, holding members against their will, and forcing members to donate money, and even murdering a cult member who tried to leave in February 1989. In October of the same year, the group's negotiations with Tsutsumi Sakamoto, an anti-cult lawyer threatening a lawsuit against them which could potentially bankrupt the group, ultimately failed. In the same month, Sakamoto recorded an interview for a talk show on the Japanese TV station TBS. The network then had the interview secretly shown to Ohm without notifying Sakamoto, intentionally breaking protection of source. The group then pressured TBS to cancel the broadcast. The following month, Sakamoto, his wife, and his child went missing from their home in Yokohama. The police were unable to resolve the case at the time, although some of his colleagues publicly voiced their suspicions of the group. It was not until after the 1995 Tokyo attack that they were found to have been murdered and their bodies dumped by cult members. The cult is known to have also considered assassinations of several individuals critical of the cult, such as the heads of Buddhist sects Soka Gakkai and the Institute for Research in Human Happiness. After cartoonist Yoshinori Kobayashi began satirizing the cult, he was included on Ohm's assassination list. An assassination attempt was made on Kobayashi in 1993.
You heard that correctly. This cult straight up started assassinating people. Zero chill. Zero fucking chill. Wow. Like, I didn't like that comic you drew about us. Assassination list. What's that? You criticized us in the media? Assassination list. Can you imagine? Can you all, I want you all to imagine. Close your eyes. Close your eyes with me. We're going to do an exercise. Close your eyes with me. I want you all to imagine how many dead people there would be if this happened in the paranormal community. I want you to imagine that right now. The body count, y'all. If people in the paranormal community just start straight up assassinating each other because we didn't like something that someone said, did, posted, our rivers would be choked by their dead. That's all I gotta say about it. Like, Christ on a cracker. Wow, like, we didn't like your comic. Blech. Dead. Fortunately, they didn't kill him. It was an attempt, but an attempt was still made. Like, wow, that's some severe censorship you got there, Pally, buddy of mine, chum. I don't know, I'm running out of friend terms. Continue, me.
In July of the same year, cult members sprayed large amounts of liquid containing Bacillus anthracis spores from a cooling tower on the roof of Om Shinrikyo's Tokyo headquarters. However, their plan to cause an anthrax epidemic failed.
Well, I wasn't gone long. Yep, they attempted to do a biological attack with anthrax. I mean, if this, again, if none of this, like, if you were to not know anything and, like, we're just told to not know where this was and somebody just gave you vague descriptions of, like, oh, they did this, they tried to assassinate people, and then they tried to spread anthrax, people would think that this was a plot of a movie, that this was a plot from, like, a Mission Impossible movie or, like, something ridiculous, super villainy, like, really? And what's amazing is the fact that I don't really think, it doesn't really mention anybody getting, like, caught or, like, and I'm sure somebody must have taken a fall for this, obviously. You don't just go out and spray anthrax like you're Windexing the population and don't get caught. And somebody, I'm sure a person took the fall for this, but it's not really mentioned, and they obviously continued after this. So I'm like, they were like, hey, nobody caught on to the anthrax thing. Meh, sky's the limit. Let's keep going. Let's amp up the crazy. Wow. Continue.
The attack resulted in large numbers of complaints about bad odors, but no infections. At the end of 1993, the cult started secretly manufacturing the nerve agent sarin, and later, VX gas. They also attempted to manufacture 1,000 automatic rifles, but managed to only make one. According to the testimony of Kenichi Hirose at Tokyo District Court in 2000, he mentioned that Asahara wanted the group to be self-sufficient in manufacturing AK-47s, with one working model smuggled secretly to Japan in order to be studied and used as the basis for future ones. Police seized AK-47 components and blueprints from a vehicle used by an OM member on April 6, 1995. OM tested its sarin on sheep at Banjawarn Station, a remote pastoral property in Western Australia, killing 29 sheep. Both sarin and VX were then implemented in several assassinations and assassination attempts over 1994 to 1995. In what would appear to be perhaps a trial run, on the night of June 27th, 1994, the cult carried out a chemical weapons attack against civilians when they released sarin in the central Japanese city of Matsumoto, Nagano. With the help of a converted refrigerator truck, members of the cult released a cloud of sarin which floated near the homes of judges who were overseeing a lawsuit concerning a real estate dispute, which was predicted to go against the cult's favor. This Matsumoto incident killed 8 and harmed 500 more. Police investigations focused only on a single innocent local resident, Yoshiyuki Kaono, and failed to implicate the cult at the time. It was only after the Tokyo subway attack that Om Shinrikyo was discovered to be behind the Matsumoto sarin attack as well. In December 1994 and January 1995, Masami Tsuchiya of Om Shinrikyo synthesized 100 to 200 grams of VX, which was used to attack 3 people. 2 were injured, and a 28-year-old man was killed. He is believed to be the first fully documented victim of VX. The VX victim, who Shoko Asahara had suspected was a spy, was attacked at 7 in the morning on the 12th of December 1994 on the street in Osaka by Tomomitsu Niimi and another OM member who sprinkled the nerve agent on his neck.
Okay, I'm not going to pop on screen for this one because I feel like it's important for you guys to read it. On the side where it says lethal exposure, look under breathing failure. If a person breathes in roughly a grain of rice worth of VX, the most toxic nerve agent on Earth, it can be enough to kill. That is all I have to say about that. Continue me.
The victim chased his attackers for about 100 yards before collapsing, dying 10 days later without coming out of a deep coma. Doctors in the hospital suspected at the time that he had been poisoned with an organophosphate pesticide, but the cause of death was only pinned down after cult members arrested for the subway attack in Tokyo in March 1995 confessed to the killing. Unlike the cases for sarin, the Matsumoto incident, and the gas attack on the Tokyo subway, VX was not used for mass murder. In February 1995, several cult members kidnapped Kiyoshi Kariya, a 69-year-old brother of a member who had escaped. He was kidnapped off of a Tokyo street and was taken to a compound in Kamikushiki near Mount Fuji where he was killed. His corpse was destroyed in a microwave-powered incinerator and the remnants dumped in Lake Kawaguchi. Before Kariya was abducted, he had been receiving threatening phone calls demanding to know the whereabouts of his sister, and he had left a note behind saying, quote, "If I disappear, I was abducted by Om Shinrikyo." Painful, unnecessary medical experimentation would also find its way into the ranks of the cult with the inclusion of Dr. Ikuo Hayashi and other medical professionals, but that would just be the tip of the iceberg. Reminiscent of a scene straight out of William Gibson's cyberpunk masterpiece Neuromancer, one 25-year-old Japanese army veteran and personal bodyguard for Asahara recalled his harrowing experience. Quote, "We have a new initiation," Dr. Hayashi said. "Drink this," unquote. Inside of the glass, usually used for urine samples, was a strange yellow liquid. Quote, "Soon I got dizzy and was knocked out," the man recalled. "When I came to, I was on a bed."
And he told me I just drank someone's pee. No, he didn't say that. But it was like it was a yellow liquid, and it was usually used for urine samples. I'd been like, bruh, you're trying to get me to drink pee. Like, no dice, bro, I'm leaving. Yeah, microwave-powered incinerator. You heard that correctly. They straight up burned up that man. They killed him and straight up burned him up. And then dumped whatever was left in the lake. Also, point of order, side note, I would like to point out the amazing job that I'm doing with these Japanese names. Chef's kiss to me on the pronunciation of these Japanese locations and names. This one was fun for me because I took 3 years of Japanese in college. I have not really used it. But I am I'm terribly out of practice. But I got to play around with it a little in this episode, so it was fun. And that is a weird hat in that photo. But yeah, they like to do like these weird cranial caps where they would study brain waves and all kinds of stuff that I'm going to get into a little bit more here in a second. And it takes a turn, as these things usually do.
And didn't know what was going on. It seemed many days had passed, but I had no memory. When I touched my head, there were swollen spots. They were so painful both inside and outside my head. It was a dull, aching pain, unquote. These spots were, in fact, incisions, made at 4 points in the young man's skull, 2 at the temples and 2 at the back. The man was later rescued and nursed back to health. Quote, "When I went home, I had a thorough exam of my brain," he said, "but a CAT scan showed nothing. As for the 4 scars, I think they might have put electrodes in my head," unquote. And just like the console cowboys in Gibson's novel, Ohm's scientists were fascinated by the science of the brain itself, but not so much in expanding the abilities of the mind, but more into shutting them down. Mind control on a molecular level. Apparently, drugs, dogma, and conditioning weren't enough for Asahara. What he ultimately desired was a group of obedient zombies bound to his will. Electric shocks were used to blank the memories of disobedient or suspicious followers. During one 3-month period beginning in October of 1994, Dr. Hayashi administered over 600 shocks to 130 followers, many of whom afterwards could not remember the name of the group they were in, nor its leader, or even their own names. Which seemed counterintuitive on certain levels, since Ohm went out of its way to recruit members from all corners of Japanese society. The higher up, or the more bureaucratic, the better. The cult reportedly counted among its flock as many as 40 young bureaucrats from Japan's top ministries: education, post and telecommunications, justice, construction, transport, plus tax collectors and regional judges. There were also reporters, editors, including a program director at NHK, the national broadcaster. Ohm's membership list also included more than 100 experts in engineering, communications, computing, and other fields from companies like Toshiba, Hitachi, and IBM Japan, all high-tech firms whose state-of-the-art technologies Ohm coveted. Some eventually left their firms to join the cult full-time, while others just donated large sums of money. There were also those that were considered quote-unquote sleepers, non-members who perhaps only attended yoga classes but could, with the right plan, be recruited into the cult.
Yes, you heard that right. Corporate espionage and sleeper agents. This is sounding less and less like a cult and more like the fucking CIA. What is actually happening? The FBI agent that's watching me through my camera right now is like, yeah, what the fuck is happening? I want to know. I'm invested. I'm invested in this. Yeah, this branched out, found its way into Japanese government at the base level, and like they knew who they wanted. They knew they wanted people that had influence and could protect them and had insider knowledge. Like, they weren't stupid. These weren't just like people they recruited off the street, just, you know, any schmo that just walked up and wanted to join this group. They were pretty selective on who they had because they wanted like the best and the brightest to be able to continue after the world ended. Was their whole thing. Like, we're going to save all the knowledge of humanity and start over. Yeah. It gets better. It gets better, y'all. You just didn't think it was going to get better. It gets better. Hold on.
Ohm's tentacles also reached deep into the Japanese military. Nearly 40 active duty members of the Self-Defense Force had enlisted in Asahara's army, plus another 60 or so veterans. One member at the National Defense Academy slept under a large poster of Shoko Asahara and vowed to recruit others before graduation. Even more helpful was a first lieutenant in Japan's anti-tank helicopter unit who leaked reams of classified data to the cult. When infiltration failed to get what Ohm wanted, the cult turned increasingly to wiretapping. Like biochemical technology, the tools to conduct electronic surveillance were now within the reach of everyday people, and Ohm took full advantage. The first tap had been discovered as early as 1991 by NTT, the national phone company. Ohm's technique was simple enough. It reportedly obtained NTT uniforms and ID badges and put together a tapping manual for its security and recruiting teams. Favorite targets were rich potential donors and Ohm enemies. Opponents claim at least 7 wiretaps were found in homes belonging to relatives and others opposed to the cult. It was the police, though, that occupied the minds most of top Ohm officials. Fortunately for Ohm, its recruiting had paid off here too. At least half a dozen members of Japan's finest had joined up. One top official admitted that 2 of them belonged to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, widely considered to be the elite of Japanese law enforcement. Infiltrating the Japanese establishment was not enough. Ohm needed arms for Armageddon. The cult, now endowed with millions of tax-free dollars, launched crash programs to develop weapons of mass destruction. Ohm scientists had built a vast automated plant to mass-produce sarin, the Nazi nerve gas that would prove to be their weapon of choice. Others worked on synthesizing mustard gas, VX, and other chemical killers. In cult biolabs equipped with the latest gear, technicians cultured agents that caused anthrax, Q fever, and botulism. At the same time, assembly lines were set to produce 1,000 Russian machine guns and tons of TNT. All of this would enable Ohm to survive the apocalypse and inherit the Earth. They worked to gather either materials or plans to build diabolical weapons that would have made any sci-fi tyrant or James Bond supervillain proud. Things like plasma cannons and fixed star reflection cannons were lauded and praised. Ohm's Ministry of Intelligence, headed by 25-year-old faithful Yoshihiro Inoue, was hard at work pilfering highly sensitive data from some of Japan's top tech companies. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, or MHI's headquarters in Hiroshima, was raided not once, but twice by the cult in a daring venture that one might expect straight out of the plot of a Mission Impossible movie. All of this in order to construct a death ray that would serve them as yet another weapon in their arsenal against Doomsday. But while Ohm prepared for Armageddon, it arrived a bit early in the form of an earthquake that struck Kobe in central Japan on January 17, 1995. More than 5,000 people were killed in what became Japan's biggest disaster since World War II. And for Asahara, the Kobe earthquake was the clarion call that heralded the beginning of the apocalypse. Though he refused to accept the earthquake as a natural act and instead attempted to explain it away through the use of a potential, quote, earthquake machine device, much like one designed by Nikola Tesla in the 1800s. But while the earthquake was indeed an act of God, Hideo Murai decided that the next major earth-shaking event in Japan would be an act of Ohm.
So that is a freeway that is entirely tipped over on its side, as you can see. There were a lot of people killed in the 1995 Kobe earthquake. And they took that as their, like, oh shit, Armageddon's happening, it's happening, let's go everybody, get your VX, get your sarin, let's go, it is showtime. Although there is that weird element of, we don't think it was a natural earthquake, that it just naturally happened. We think it was an earthquake machine. To the point that they even attempted to infiltrate the Tesla Museum and several different Nikola Tesla societies where they thought his original blueprints for such devices, because he did have blueprints for a earthquake machine and a death ray that he supposedly built that actually worked. And it worked apparently so well that he had to take the thing apart. Yet Nikola Tesla was basically the world's first James Bond villain. Look him up. He is fascinating. Man also kept pigeons. Fascinating. But they were trying to get their hands on his original schematics and his original blueprints to make these things. So, yeah, it is wild. It just continues to get even more wild. But let's continue.
Which brings us back to that fateful Monday. hit squad would drive out from Ohm's headquarters at Mount Fuji at sunset the night before. There were 5 total, 1 doctor and 4 vice ministers in the Science and Technology Ministry. The men chosen to unleash terror on the streets of Tokyo were in fact some of the brightest minds of their generation. Dr. Ikuo Hayashi, Yasuo Hayashi, Kenichi Hirose, Masato Yokoyama, and Toru Toyoda. On that morning, these 5 men blended in conspicuously into the morning crowd. They boarded 5 trains at different ends of the vast subway network. They had studied and known the exact times and station stops for each train. They also knew that by approximately 8:15 a.m., all the trains would simultaneously converge on Kasumigaseki, the governmental center of power in Japan. It was here that they would strike unilaterally in order to paralyze the Japanese state and begin the group's plan of world domination. After all, for weeks, police had been threatening to raid Ohm facilities, leaving them no choice but to strike first. At 7:45 a.m., each strike team member sat quietly on his designated train, each one clutching an umbrella and a package of sarin wrapped in newspaper. A few stops before Kasumigaseki, each would place the package on the train car floor and strategically puncture them with umbrella tips. Then, as the train doors opened and the toxin spilled out, they would dart out onto the platform, escaping into milling crowds and beyond, where their escape cars waited. The attack, despite the use of false flags in order to point to other religious and secular dissent groups and to throw the authorities off of the trail, ultimately backfired and brought the full force of the law down hard on Aum Shinrikyo. Several raids were conducted simultaneously at several cult compounds over the following weeks, and what was discovered within would leave a country and the world reeling. At the cult's headquarters near Mount Fuji, police would discover drug labs, explosives, and a Russian helicopter. There were also stockpiles of chemical weapons that would have manufactured enough sarin to kill 4 million people. Over the next 6 weeks, 150 cult members were arrested for varying offenses, but the ones at the highest places of the group, the ones responsible for the subway attack, remained elusive. On the 23rd of April, 1995, Hideo Murai, one of the masterminds of the Tokyo subway attack and the head of Ohm's Ministry of Science, was stabbed to death outside the cult's Tokyo headquarters amidst a crowd of about 100 reporters in front of cameras. The man responsible, a Korean member of Yamaguchi Gumi, Japan's largest Yakuza organization, was arrested and eventually convicted of the murder. His motive to this day remains unknown.
So yes, that is an actual photo of the moment he is being stabbed to death, because it happened in front of about 100 reporters and in front of cameras that were going at the time. So yeah, again, it gets, just when you think like the train to Crazy Town has stopped at each station, it just keeps going. This is a non-stop bullet train to Crazy Town. 4 million, yes, that you heard that correctly. That number is correct. They had enough chemical stockpiles. Now, the sarin wasn't made yet, but there was enough raw materials that they found at the base to make enough sarin to kill 4 million people, which is terrifying. They also found tons of explosives, and they found tons of truth serum they would actually use on themselves and on other people and try to pick people that they thought were spies or suspicious. They made their own truth serums that they thought would, make somebody be honest. It was all really strange. Yeah. Yep. Continue.
On the evening of May 5th, a burning paper bag was discovered in a toilet in Tokyo's busy Shinjuku station. Upon examination, it was revealed that it was a hydrogen cyanide device, which, had it not been extinguished in time, would have released enough gas into the ventilation system to potentially kill 10,000 commuters. On July 4th, several undetonated cyanide devices were found at other locations in the Tokyo subway. Shoko Asahara himself was finally found hiding within the wall of a cult building known as the Sixth Station on May 16th and was arrested. On the same day, the cult mailed a parcel bomb to the office of Yukio Aoshima, the governor of Tokyo, blowing off the fingers of his secretary's hand when the package detonated. Asahara was initially charged with 23 counts of murder and 16 other offenses. This trial, dubbed the Trial of the Century by the press, ruled Asahara guilty of masterminding the attack and sentenced him to death by hanging. The indictment was appealed unsuccessfully. A number of senior members who had since been apprehended and accused of participation also received death sentences. 13 former members in total. In response to the prosecution's charge that Asahara ordered the subway attacks to distract authorities, the defense maintained that Asahara was unaware of events, pointing to his deteriorating health. Shortly after his arrest, Asahara abandoned his post as the organization's leader and maintained silence afterwards, refusing to communicate even with lawyers and family members. A competency trial was undertaken to determine whether or not Asahara was in fact competent mentally to stand trial. The judge determined that on his ability to answer questions, his silence was willful rather than unintentional. On the 10th of October 1995, Aum Shinrikyo was ordered stripped of its official status as a, quote, religious legal entity and was declared bankrupt in early 1996. However, the group continues to operate under the constitutional guarantee of freedom of religion, funded by a successful computer business and donations, and under strict surveillance. Attempts to ban the group altogether under the 1952 Subversive Activities Prevention Law were rejected by the Public Security Examination Commission in January 1997. The group underwent a number of transformations in the aftermath of Asahara's arrest and trial. For a brief time, his two preteen sons officially replaced him as guru. It regrouped under the new name Aleph in February 2000. It announced a change in doctrine also. Religious texts related to controversial Vajrayana Buddhist doctrines and the Bible were officially removed. The group apologized to the victims of the sarin gas attack and established a special compensation fund. Provocative publications and activities that had alarmed society previously are no longer published. Fumihiro Joyu, one of the few senior leaders of the group under Asahara who did not face serious charges, became official head of the organization in 1999. Koki Ishii, a legislator who formed an anti-Aum committee in the National Diet in 1999, was murdered in 2002. For over 15 years, only 3 fugitives were actively sought. At 11:50 p.m. on the 31st of December 2011, Makoto Hirata surrendered himself to the police and was arrested on suspicion of being involved in the 1995 abduction of Kiyoshi Kariya, the non-member who had died during an Aum kidnapping and interrogation process. On the 3rd of June 2012, police captured Naoko Kikuchi, the second fugitive, acting on a tip from local residents. Acting on information from the capture of Kikuchi, including recent photographs showing a modified appearance, the last remaining fugitive, Katsuya Takahashi, was captured on the 15th of June 2012. He is said to have been the driver in the Tokyo gas attack and was caught in Tokyo, having been on the run for 17 years. On the 6th of July 2018, Asahara and 6 other Aum Shinrikyo members were ultimately executed by hanging after their appeals had run out. The 6 remaining Aum Shinrikyo members were executed on the 26th of July 2018. Shoko Asahara was cremated, his remains given to his youngest daughter, who wants nothing to do with the cult, and left the ashes unclaimed at Tokyo Detention Center. Aleph, formerly Aum Shinrikyo, is still currently active. In January 2000, the group was placed under surveillance for a period of 3 years under an anti-Aum law, in which the group is required to submit a list of members and details of assets to the authorities every year. In January 2003, Japan's Public Security Intelligence Agency received permission to extend the surveillance for another 3 years, as they found evidence which suggested that the group still revered Asahara. According to the religious news blog report issued in April 2004, the authorities still consider the group a, quote, threat to society. On the 8th of March 2007, Fumihiro Joyu, former Aum Shinrikyo spokesman and head of Aum's Moscow operation, formally announced a long-expected split. Joyu's group, now called Hikari no Wa, which means the Circle of Light, claims to be committed to uniting science and religion, creating, quote, the new science of the human mind, having previously aimed to move the group away from its criminal history and towards its spiritual roots. In April 2011, the Public Security Intelligence Agency stated that Aum had about 1,500 members. In July 2011, that was amended as the cult reported its membership at 1,030 members. The group was reportedly active in trying to recruit new members via social media and again proselytizing on college campuses. PSIA officers conducted a surprise inspection on a suspected Aleph building in 2013. And sometime after April 2013, the Public Security Intelligence Agency took a photograph inside of Aleph's facilities. In this photograph, a bundle of papers is pierced with a knife on an altar-like object. The papers included photographs of PSIA employees and directors, police officers, and lawyer Taro Takimoto, who helped followers leave Aum Shinrikyo. At least at this point in time, Aleph still displayed portraits of Shoko Asahara and demanded followers' dependence using videos of him. In 2014, the Japan Times alleged that, quote, good looks and commitment to a cause demonstrated by Aleph inspired a new generation of admirers. Dissatisfaction with society and low degrees of success in life make them, quote, identify with the cult and, quote, adore the cultists as if they were pop idols. Japan's Public Security Examination Commission announced in January 2015 that Aum Shinrikyo's two spin-off groups, Aleph and Hikari no Wa, would remain under surveillance for 3 more years, starting the 1st of February 2015. On the 5th of April 2016, the Investigative Committee of Russia announced that it opened a criminal case against Aum Shinrikyo followers and that its investigators, along with Federal Security Service forces, conducted raids in Moscow and St. Petersburg to find them and confiscate literature, religious items, and electronic information. On the 20th of September 2016, the Russian government banned Aum Shinrikyo in the country, declaring it officially a terrorist organization. Prosecutors said that at the time the group was declared illegal, it may have had up to 30,000 followers in Russia.
How bad do you have to be to get declared a terrorist organization by Russia? Let's think about that for a second. I'm not even going to pop on a screen for that one. Like, Christ almighty. Yeah, that's really? Wow. And 30,000 members. Like, this was not a small offshoot, y'all. 30,000 in Russia. Jiminy Christmas.
In November 2017, Japanese police raided 5 offices of Aleph in an investigation into the group's recruiting practices after a woman paid tens of thousands of yen for some study sessions. And finally, and frighteningly perhaps most recently, on the 1st of January 2019 in Tokyo, Aum sympathizer Kazuhiro Kusakabe told authorities he intentionally rammed into pedestrians crowded into narrow Takashita Street in Harajuku district as a terrorist attack in, quote, retaliation for an execution. The attack left 9 injured. It remains unclear whether Kusakabe was referencing the 2018 executions of Aum Shinrikyo Doomsday Cult members directly or making a broader statement. And while the future of the active groups remains unknown, what can we learn about humanity and empathy from these past tragic events? Perhaps sarin attack survivor Atsushi Sakuhara said it best.
Then my message is, people ask me, why Atsushi, you owner? Are you fan of Aum? No way. It's not possible. But the message I want to deliver to the rest of the world is, I want to believe in humans. I want to believe in humans, even if people kill each other under the name of religion, even if people kill each other under the name of the country, or even if the people kill each other under the name of the race, I still want to believe in the humans.
Can't get enough of the hive mind? Then join me next week for another episode of The Cult of Personality, where I cover the controversial and popular cult headed by a New Age guru, Rajneeshpuram.
Still muted. There we go. And we're back. We are officially back, y'all. So yeah, that one's a wild roller coaster for sure. I was like, there's more, but wait, there's like, it was like layers. Like as I kept going and kept reading and read more articles, and I was like, okay, well that has to be it. Okay, well that has to be it. Okay, well that has to be, like how much more was there? That's why I was like, there's no way I can split an episode with somebody else on this one. Like I had to do this one as a single episode. So even though I said last week we're going to do 2, I lied. There was a lot. So we will do the second one that I was supposed to do this week next time, which is the cult that the Netflix documentary Wild Wild Country is about. And the Guru Osho, if no one has heard of. We would always have people come in to the bookstore, looking for Osho books, which made me giggle all the time because they had no idea. They had no idea at all. Thank you so much. Thanks for the episode on Jared Leto. He's getting there. Joker Jesus is getting there. I might have to do one on him at some point. Like, look that stuff up. It's disturbing. It's disturbing. So thank you guys for watching. And next time, hopefully next week, I'm trying to do this weekly. If time gets away from me again, it may be a 2-week thing. I'm trying not to do that, but you know, sometimes things pop up and these things do happen. So I will try to get it out next week. Part 4 will be on Rajneeshpuram. Also, side note, how are you guys loving this graphic down here and the overlay and the thumbnails? So I love them. They are amazing and they look fucking fantastic. And I would like to personally thank fellow true crime blogger, paranormal investigator, paranormal friend, and compatriot Patrick McQuarrie, who made these graphics for me, and they look fucking stunning. So thank you, Patrick. Thank you for making those because they look fucking mint. So thank you so much, guys. And then, of course, share the video. Share. That's all I can ask you to do. We're still sitting at a little bit under 400 members. I'm trying to do branded boosts as much as I can to get to that 500, to get to it, you know, our next benchmark is 500, then 1,000. So it just, the channel is slowly growing. It's not growing maybe as fast as I would like. I'm kind of impatient. If anyone knows me, they know that's very true. And I'm like, what am I doing? I'm frustrated. So I appreciate every single one of you for being here every week and watching, and that's all I ask. As long as you enjoy the content, I will keep making the content. So I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe, share the video, make your friends watch it, spam their inboxes. When they block you, apologize, and then spam them again. If you wanted to follow the link in the video to the link tree, it does have the Paraflix link in there. If you haven't subscribed to Paraflix yet, it has the merch link in there as well as the PayPal link in there. None of that is ever required, but if you were to so choose, like Linda did today, thank you, Linda, you are awesome. And thank you everybody in the past who has awesomely donated something, either their time in watching me or money. Thank you so much. It is never required. It is always an option. So thank you so much. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I'm old of you to assume I have friends. Me too. I have a few. I have like 2 really good friends, and I'm a mouthy person. So if I ever get kidnapped and ever get murdered, please do not tell 2020 that I was a starry human being who lit up a room and brought smiles to the faces of everyone I knew. I'm a salty bitch that has 2 friends and a mouth that can assassinate people. Tell fucking 2020 that, because that's the truth. And they'd be like, yeah, no, like, man, she was not that, like, light up a room type. With fire, maybe. With arson. Don't forget, kids, you can't spell arson without. So thank you guys so much for joining yet again. I will see you guys next week. I hope, fingers crossed, we will see on the next episode of the Murder Corner with episode 4, the Cult of Personality, Rajneesh Gurram. Thank you guys, and stay spooky and try not to get murdered. And don't join any cults either. Just don't do that. Have a great night.
And there I am. There you all are. And welcome back to the creepy commune known as the Dead Hours. I am the weirdo in robes that shouts at traffic and sometimes throws chickens, and future ghost of the most, Vivian Noir. How you doing? So, missed you guys last week, but thank you all for tuning in to another episode of The Murder Corner in our mini-series, I guess it is, on cults and a deep dive into various cult groups throughout history. We covered a wacky one a couple weeks ago. This was actually supposed to be the other group that I covered in that episode, but there was a lot. I think we can all agree that there was a lot in that episode about Aum Shinrikyo. There's a lot to cover. So this one would not have gotten its proper justice. And as well, you all know, anyone who has seen the Netflix documentary Wild Wild Country is familiar that there's a lot to this story. So wanted to get off on the right foot and make sure it gets its fair coverage. So hello to everybody who's in the chat. I'm going to give a brief shout out to names that I see so far. I see Cassie's here. Hello, Cassie. Hello, Dontex. Hello, Conry. Hello, Electric Pagan. Hey, Cody. Hey, Sean. Hey, Mina. Hey, Tamra. Did I miss anyone? I'm going to scroll back really quick, guys, to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Custard. Hello, Custard. Hey, Daniel. Hey, DJ. Hey, everyone. I think I got everybody. So without further ado, it's not how it's pronounced, but it's okay. Let's get started on this one. So this one is really interesting in the fact that it's a very layered thing where a lot of people that are familiar with the basically the way that the leader of this group was rebranded post all of these events don't really connect the two. They've done a pretty good job of like disconnecting this story and what happened in Oregon to the brand that this man became later. So some of you may be very familiar with the name Osho, or you may have at least seen books or seen maybe videos like about meditation and Zen and stuff like that. He's a pretty fairly popular name in the meditation New Age community. Lots of books. Seems pretty harmless, right? Well, there was at least one time that he wasn't. So let's get into it. Without further ado. I'm going to say it like that from now on. It doesn't matter. If you've ever found yourself in the New Age or self-help section of a bookstore, you may have seen his books. Covers in serene, calming pastels with soothing titles like Love, Freedom, and Aloneness, or Emotional Wellness. Each one promising clarity through transcendence and meditation, each one emblazoned with the Zen moniker, Osho. But few know the prior life of the man behind the meditation, the story of sex, fraud, brainwashing, and biological warfare that came before the pastel-colored doses of mainstream pandering panacea. That story begins now. The man who would be transformed into New Age guru Osho began life as Chandra Mohan Jain in what would be then the Bhopal state of British India in December of 1931. He was the eldest of 11 children, born to a cloth merchant. He would come by the nickname Rajneesh in childhood, which means god of night or the moon in Sanskrit. A heady moniker to give to a child, no doubt. Rajneesh would live with his maternal grandparents until he was 7 years old. By his own account, this was a major influence on his development since his grandmother gave him virtually limitless autonomy, leaving him carefree without education or any restrictions. This sense of freedom would be abruptly changed, however, when his grandfather passed away and he would be sent back to his parents' home. He was deeply affected by the death of his beloved grandfather, as well as the death of his childhood girlfriend and cousin, Shashi. We've already got a moment of what the hell is even that? Yes, you heard that correctly. His girlfriend and cousin. I was 3 minutes into notes, y'all, when I read that and went, already with this fuckery. Okay, starting out of the gate early. Here we go. Yeah, Grammy's little narcissist. Pretty much. She kind of let him do whatever he wanted. He had no authority. Like his grandmother basically gave him run of the house, and he didn't have to answer to anything. And that, raising a child that way obviously probably does not reflect well on further adult behavior. So we're just going to go with the fact that spoiled brat plus audience equals cult leader. Cool. Awesome. Continue me. Typhoid fever when he was 15. These tragic losses during his formative years would lead to a fixation and preoccupation with death throughout his childhood and teenage years. During his school years, he proved himself to be a gifted yet defiant student who gained a reputation for being a formidable debater. He seemed unwilling to take direction or to submit to any kinds of authority, no doubt a product of his indulgent childhood. He would dabble in socialism and become involved with two Indian nationalist organizations, the Indian National Army and Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, but his membership in the groups was short-lived
due to his contrary nature and his refusal to submit to any external ideology or system. He would become fiercely critical of traditional religions at this time and would instead invest his studies in methods to expand consciousness like breath control, yoga, meditation, fasting, and hypnosis. He would also show interest in occult studies. In 1951, at age 19, Rajneesh would begin his studies at Hitkarini College in Jabalpur, but his enrollment in college, much like his experiences with social organizations, would become tenuous and short-lived due to his disruptively argumentative nature.
Which is good if you're on a debate team, bad if you're just picking fights with fellow students just to pick fights. Also, yes, I was very proud of saying that I had to do at least 3 takes to get that name right. This was a fun one for me with the names. We've had a couple weeks with names that I'm like, how do I pronounce? Okay, we're gonna go with that. Hopefully I'm pronouncing them correctly. I may be terribly butchering things, but we're gonna go with, if somebody corrects me, please correct me if I pronounced anything wrong and you know that it's pronounced incorrectly, but we're gonna go with my way of pronouncing it, I guess, for now. Just like Adwa, continue me.
He was transferred to D.N. Jain College due to conflicts with an instructor, but eventually was told that he did not need to regularly attend classes in order to keep the peace in the classroom for the rest of the students, and he was only required to show up for exams. He used this free time to work for a few months as an assistant editor of a newspaper, but traditional life seemed to hold no sway for the young Rajneesh, who claimed that he became spiritually enlightened on March 21st, 1953, while sitting under a tree, much like the Buddha himself had done, in the Bawartal Garden in Jabalpur. He would go on to graduate college in 1955 and would eventually gain a master's in philosophy and go on to teach as a professor at Jabalpur University in 1960. But even this was not enough. Resisting his parents' urge for him to marry and, in parallel to his university job, he would travel around India giving lectures that were critical of Gandhi, socialism, and institutional religions. He took on the controversial position that Gandhi was a, quote, masochist reactionary who worshipped poverty. He claimed that the cure for India's arrested development was capitalism, science, modern technology, and birth control. Such statements didn't win him a lot of points with the public at large, but gained him a lot of followers amongst rich businessmen. These followers sought insight privately in individual consultations with Rajneesh about their spiritual development in exchange for generous donations, and his practice thrived. From 1962 onward, he began to lead 3 to 10-day meditation camps, and the first meditation centers known at that time as the Life Awakening Movement. After an especially controversial teaching tour in 1966, he resigned from his teaching post at special request of the university. In 1968, a lecture series that went under the title From Sex to Superconsciousness, he scandalized traditional religious leaders and Hindu scholars by advocating for the freer acceptance of sex, and widely became known as the sex guru.
Also, are we seeing a pattern here where basically because he's annoying and argues with everyone, he's asked to leave a lot of places? Like Mina said, life hack, annoy everyone at school until you don't have to go anymore. They're like, you know what? It's just better if you stay home. Like, we're all good. You're good. Like, you just stay home and do things remotely. Just show up for your tests, because honestly, we're just over it. So being very, I guess, argumentative and controversial sometimes gets you advantages. Usually it just gets you punched in the face. I don't know. But, continue me.
At a public meditation event in early 1970, Rajneesh presented his dynamic meditation method for the first time, which involved the technique of very quick breathing and celebrating with music and dance. In September of the same year, he initiated his first group of disciples, or neo-sannyasins. Becoming a disciple in one of these holy sects usually meant a change of name, wearing the traditional orange dress of more aesthetic holy men, along with a mala that bore a portrait of Rajneesh himself. But rather than sticking to the Spartan holy lifestyle, his followers were encouraged to follow a more celebratory one. By then, he had acquired a secretary, Lakshmi Vakarsi Kurua, the daughter of one of his early wealthy followers who raised enough money to enable Rajneesh to stop traveling and settle down. In December, he moved to Mumbai and adopted the title Bhagwan Shri Rajneesh, and he traveled rarely, no longer speaking at public meetings. The humid climate in Mumbai proved to be detrimental to Bhagwan's health overall as he developed diabetes, asthma, and numerous allergies. In 1974, he moved to a new property called Pune and developed an ashram, or traditional spiritual housing there in the 2 adjoining homes and 6 acres. The center allowed for regular audio and video recording of his speeches and lectures, as well as printing for worldwide distribution. This would allow Rajneesh to reach larger audiences, and the Western visitors to the ashram increased dramatically. The center would soon include an arts and crafts area that produced clothing, organic cosmetics, and jewelry. This, along with the inclusion of more therapists from the human potential movement and paid therapy sessions, became a primary source of income for the growing group. The Pune ashram was, by all accounts, filled with a chaotic, almost carnival-like atmosphere. The day would begin at 6 a.m. with the rapid breathing and frenzied dancing of dynamic meditation. And at 8 a.m., Rajneesh would give an hour to an hour and a half long spontaneous lecture on varying topics of religion or questions he had received. During the day, various meditations and therapies took place, and to decide which therapies to participate in, visitors either consulted Rajneesh himself or chose according to their own preferences. Some of the early therapy groups in the ashram, like the Encounter group, were intense and experimental. This group in particular allowed a degree of physical violence and aggression, as well as sexual encounters between participants. Conflicting reports of injuries sustained during Encounter group sessions began to appear in the press, and one participant even claimed to have left the ashram with a broken arm after just such a session, being locked in a room for 8 hours with participants brandishing wooden weapons.
I needed to finish that sentence before I started again. So, does that sound therapeutic to anybody? You're locked in a room with people brandishing wooden weapons who are screaming, shouting, wrestling, fighting, sometimes having sex, all of it. Like so there was a movie apparently that was filmed. So there was a film made by a German documentarian named Wolfgang Dabrowny. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but it's called Ashram in Pune, and it was released in 1981, which was, we'll get to that. So there's a reason I'm telling you this story now. So it's like this, the film was released after they already moved to Oregon. Once they get there, they're not quite there yet, but the film highlighted the therapy sessions that I just talked about, especially the Encounter group. And it wanted to portray what the therapy sessions were like at the original ashram in India. So the footage in the film was gathered in 1978 by Dabrowny, and he smuggled a camera into the Encounter group sessions. And the film was met with shock and concern from their neighbors in, Antelope, Oregon, this little rural part of Oregon with like 40 people that had never seen people in a therapy group, mostly naked, wrestling each other and fighting with wooden sticks. So it was obviously, it spiked concerns that were already existent, and there was already a tenuous relationship between the Rajneeshi and the local Antelope residents. That movie didn't help at all. The footage is intense and like it's grainy because it's obviously shot with like an 8mm like camera from 1978. But it's literally, you see these people like half dressed, some of them naked, running around, shouting, hooting and hollering, punching each other, fucking like animals. Like, it's wild. None of it looks therapeutic. It just looks like the inside of an insane asylum. But the group then, of course, once the film came out, the Rajneeshi claimed that the footage was gained through subversion, that they weren't told that these were being filmed, that he snuck a camera into the sessions and was a violation to the privacy of the participants of these groups. I don't know, getting your arm broken also with somebody smacking a stick at you might also be a violation of privacy. I don't know. Weird. Continue, me.
Besides the controversy surrounding various extreme therapies, allegations of drug use began to damage the reputation of the ashram. Some of the Western sannyasins were alleged to be financing their extended stays at Pune with funds from prostitution and drug running. And while the allegations pointed to Rajneesh not being personally involved, witnesses said such plans had been discussed with him and he had given his seal of approval on the illegal activities. By the late 1970s, the ashram's audience had also shifted to predominantly American or European pilgrims, and many observers also noted that Rajneesh's lecture style changed at this time, shifting away from intellectual topics and featuring an increased number of ethnic or off-color jokes intended to shock or amuse his audiences. By 1981, the ashram had expanded exponentially, with an average of 30,000 visitors per year, and Rajneesh had asked that a new, larger location to be found to house the group. However, tensions with existing Indian religions and governmental agencies precluded the ability to relocate the ashram elsewhere in the country. On April 10th of the same year, having lectured or discoursed daily for nearly 15 years, Rajneesh entered a self-imposed 3.5-year period of public silence. Around the same time, Ma Anand Sheela replaced Ma Yoga Lakshmi as Rajneesh's personal secretary. According to sources, it was Sheela who implemented the plan for the group to relocate to the United States in order to help the group expand, as well as seeking advanced medical treatment for Rajneesh himself, who was suffering from a number of ailments. On June 1st, 1981, Rajneesh would arrive in the U.S. on a tourist visa under the presumption of medical treatment. A public statement by Sheela would claim that Rajneesh was in grave danger if he remained in India, but would receive appropriate medical treatment in America should he need surgery for the prolapsed disc that he was diagnosed with. But despite the grave nature of the situation, Rajneesh never sought out medical treatment during his time in the United States, which would eventually lead to claims of fraud from the Naturalization and Immigration Service, the fallout of which would only come after the group's controversial time in their new home, the rural hills of Oregon, and a property formerly known as the Big Muddy Ranch. The property that would be their new promised land encompassed over 64,000 acres and cost almost $6 million. It was renamed Rancho Rajneesh, and Rajneesh himself moved there on August 29th. From the start, development of the ranch and the encroachment by these strange outsiders was immediately met with intense local, state, and federal opposition from the government, press, and citizenry. Within months, a legal battle over land use ensued. Within a year of arriving, Rajneesh and his followers had become embroiled in a further series of battles with their neighbors. The leadership of the ranch proved to be uncompromising and hostile with the locals. They were insistent on having their demands met and engaged in confrontational and threatening behavior to the point that the local residents in the area simply wanted the commune dissolved and gone. But that was not to be.
No, it certainly wasn't. So this moving into this rural area of Oregon, which was mostly ranch territory. It was all, very small. Antelope, Oregon itself is a very small town of about 40 people, all ranchers. The area that they moved into, very similar. It's a very rural county in Oregon, Wasco County. And there was obviously tension from the start because you've got like this influx of these people who have come from, God knows where. They're all wearing the same outfits, which has to be a little off-putting. they suddenly buy this property, which in the documentary, the residents that they interview that are still there claim that they were like, well, we were kind of, wary of them at first because most small towns like that are wary of outsiders anyway. But they were like, we just weren't sure of them, but were kind of holding them at arm's length. But then they just kind of started coming in and wanting to take over everything. And then, of course, the towns didn't take well to that. They were like, we don't like it when people come in here and just like basically start metaphorically swinging their dicks around, and just like because they had money and they were just like buying up everything. And they're like, okay, we just can't just do that. They didn't take kindly. So it didn't start off on a great foot. They said that there was noise from the compound all the time, that they would hear them doing all these exercises and like having sex and stuff like that. That was just noisy. And they were like, their neighbors were basically, they had weird neighbors. You had the ultimate weird neighbor situation in this area. And it didn't help that Jonestown had only happened about 3 or 4 years prior. So this was all really still fresh in people's minds of looking for the next Jonestown cult, looking for the next group that was going to, mass unalive themselves, because they were following some wackadoo. So this was drawing some scary parallels, you have to imagine, at this time with the authorities, with residents, also in a weird karmic connection sort of deal. The daughter of Leo Ryan, who was actually the congressman who traveled to Jonestown, as you remember in our Jonestown episode, in order to look into the concerns of his constituents, and was ultimately shot and murdered by the People's Temple followers. His daughter ended up using the inheritance she received after her father's death to join the Rajneeshi. So she was actually in a cult herself. Then she claimed that the group was vastly different from Jonestown and that her father would have approved of her decision if he was alive. That's putting a lot of words in that man's mouth, so I don't know if I'd go that far, but obviously things were not off on a great foot to begin with. And then they only got worse from there. So let's find out how.
In May of 1982, the residents of Rancho Rajneesh voted to incorporate the ranch as the city of Rajneeshpuram. The conflicts with the local residents escalated, with bitter hostility rampant on both sides. And over the following years, the commune was under constant external pressures from various coalitions of concerned Oregon residents. A group called 1,000 Friends of Oregon took the group to court and prosecuted the commune over the next 6 years in attempts to unincorporate the settlement and force buildings to be removed. The group publicly called for the city to be dismantled. It was understandable that this sudden influx of hostile outsiders made locals in the small rural communities nervous. They suddenly had more than 7,000 new neighbors who seemed determined to take over not only the former Big Muddy Ranch, but all the small towns surrounding it. It also didn't help that the newly christened Rajneeshis had set up a, quote, peace force that would walk around in their signature red clothing, brandishing Uzis. They even possessed a jeep mounted with a .30 caliber machine gun that they would brazenly drive into town. Fights began to break out between the Rajneeshi and the local residents. One hunting magazine even declared, quote, open season on the Central Eastern Rajneesh, known locally as the Red Rats or Red Vermin, unquote.
That's a little strong wording. So as you can see, things were not going well, and things were not cooling down. As a matter of fact, they were escalating. One of the acts of retaliation taken during the conflict between the Rajneeshi and the citizens of Antelope was actually the bombing of the Rajneeshi-owned Hotel Rajneesh in Portland, Oregon. There was a man that came into the hotel, checked in, asked for a room, brought 2 bags up. The next thing they know, kaboom, boom. There were no fatalities, but the building was destroyed, and the message was very clear. Ma'anan Sheila claims then that at the time, because of this bombing and because of the escalating threats from the locals that they felt threatened in their own community, and in order to protect themselves, the residents of the ranch started buying weapons and arming themselves. So they would send cult members out to various places to get guns. They would buy up guns. They said the residents around the ranch said that they trained like all day, nonstop. They had these Peace Force people as well as other just cult members, just group members training with firearms for hours during the day. I don't know if it was and nobody knows, obviously, if it was an empty threat of just like, oh, look at, see, we're training, or if they were actually preparing for something. This was basically just a tinderbox that needed one spark for it to explode. And let's see if that happened. Continue me. Quote. Meanwhile, the group was undeterred in their efforts of expansion, taking over the entire town of Antelope, Oregon, which they promptly renamed Rajneesh. With tensions at an all-time high, the Rajneeshis were denied the permits to expand and build on a local mountain. This was the tipping point, and this was where the fight got dirty. Ma Anand Sheela, Rajneesh's close personal assistant, who was one of the only people in contact with him during his self-imposed period of silence, would take matters to a whole new level. In retaliation, the leadership, including Sheela, who called herself Queen and walked around brandishing a .357 Magnum, engineered the importation of a large number of homeless people from various U.S. cities in an endeavor to sway the outcome of a local election. The plan was simple. The homeless people would be brought in to vote for the members of the Rajneeshi who were running for state government positions. But the attempted sabotage would ultimately fail, as the state refused to allow the vagrants to vote. So the group claims that they brought in these homeless people because they went to multiple cities across the country. They went to Washington, D.C., Dallas, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco. They went everywhere. They took buses and they went everywhere, and they parked a bus and they said they went to missions and things like that and just grabbed people off the street. And they're like, hey, we have this place where you can come and live and you don't have to pay anything. And they basically pitched it to them. So they got all these homeless people on buses and bussed them up to Oregon, 7,000 of them. They claim that it was because they were looking to grow their group and they were looking to expand and share Rajneesh's message of peace, love, whatever. But on the back end, there was also the benefit of, well, if we bring all these people in a massive amount, we're going to easily outnumber the registered voters in the area. So we can take over whatever we like. We bring in 7,000 people. There's not even 7,000 people in the whole freaking county. So this was some bibbity bobbity bullshit. Sorry about it. Like, there was definitely an ulterior motive at work here. But of course, like I said in the video, it all came to nothing because the homeless people that were brought in to the group were not allowed to register. The Wasco County clerks refused to allow them to register, probably under the fact that, I mean, yes, they were American citizens, so there's a very two-sided way you can look at this, that you are still denying a citizen their right to vote because they are homeless, but they're still American citizens. But they basically kind of like pulled the card of, well, you don't have an address, and you haven't lived here that long, so you can't register in this county because, they pulled the, bureaucracy formal kind of like, well, actually, you can't do that. So I think, again, was it well executed and well done? No, like none of this was on either side was done well. Like there was a lot of shady shit going on. So then they brought in all these homeless people, which unfortunately brought in some stuff, some other problems too, because you bring in homeless people, you bring in people that are either maybe sometimes drug addicted, sometimes have mental health issues, and they didn't have the wherewithal to prepare for this. So there were instances of violence and things like that would happen at the cult or the group compound after this happened, like after they brought these people in, and then it ended up being more than they could handle. And then let's see how they handle it, because they didn't handle it well. So let's find out.
And eventually they were all released into the surrounding towns and cities. Most would be left to return to their home cities of their own accord, and ultimately the cost of this relocation fell on the state of Oregon itself. But where was Rajneesh himself in the midst of all the conflict?
We'll get to where he was at in a second, but basically that's what happened. They took in all these people. Once the idea did not come to fruition and they were not able to vote, they basically started portioning them out and telling them to leave. Well, you're violent and you're causing problems and you have to go. So they were sending back all of these people that they had bussed in, that now had nowhere to go and no way to get back to where they'd come from. So either they had to get there on their own dime, or basically the state of Oregon had to absorb all of that. And they were just like kind of like bussed out into Portland and dropped off and said, like, you know, you'll be in our thoughts, goodbye. And then they just kind of left them. So much for compassion, I suppose. Continue, me.
He lived on site at the ranch in a trailer next to a covered swimming pool and other amenities, most notable of which became his collection of Rolls-Royces, the fleet of luxury vehicles eventually numbering 93 in total. During this time of silence, he would interact with his followers via a, quote, drive-by ceremony, where he would wave at his gathered followers from the back seat of whatever Rolls-Royce he was being driven in on that day. Outside of the pre-recorded lectures, this was the only interaction the faithful at Rajneeshpuram would have with their leader. During the Oregon years, there was also an increased emphasis on Rajneesh's, quote, end-of-the-world predictions. He predicted that by the 1990s, the world would be destroyed by either nuclear war or other disasters. Rajneesh had said as early as 1964 that, quote, the third and last war is now on the way. And he frequently spoke of the need to create a new humanity to avoid global suicide.
This is a typical tactic that cults and other high control groups will use. It's called, I don't remember the exact name of it, but it's basically instilling a sense of urgency. You tell people the world is going to end, or you tell them that the end is near, the end is nigh, the world is coming to an end, things are going to happen, and terrible things are going to happen. So you constantly keep people in this state of emotional high alert, to the point that basically you're keeping people in a heightened sense of readiness, and they don't have an opportunity to logically think about things and reconsider things. They don't have that space. They're basically kind of kept in a constant state of panic, or of like something's going to happen. And it's a very common theme in a lot of cults, where it's a control tactic. You get people to do what you want and to bend to your will when they don't have a chance to think for themselves, when they don't have a chance to, you know, sit and logically examine something you said. So if you keep people just like, oh my God, we better prepare, we have to do this, we have to do that, they don't sit and think about, like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make any fucking sense. So yeah, pretty common tactic. Also, that like those how. So also side note, guys, I'm going all over the place today. There are these compounds do still exist. They are still standing. The one in Antelope that was built as a side off when they took over the whole town, these houses, like the one you actually see right here, are still standing in Antelope, California, Antelope, Oregon. The compound is still standing. Most of the structures are still standing. They're just completely abandoned. As recently as 2018, I've seen people taking pictures of these A-frame homes, the Rajneeshi compound, the Rajneeshi housing that is outside of Antelope, Oregon. And it is creepy as heck to see. The ranch itself does still exist, but it was purchased by a multimillionaire developer named Daniel Washington. And he's a rancher from Montana. He purchased the ranch, the original The Big Money Ranch, after it was abandoned. And it's been turned into a Christian youth camp, which to me sounds just like another version of a cult. Did I say that out loud? Oh, weird. Continue. And yes, road trip, definitely. It's all still there.
This now became the basis for a new exclusivity and a 1983 article in the Rajneesh Foundation newsletter announcing that, quote, Rajneeshism is creating a Noah's Ark of consciousness. I say to you that except this, there is no other way, unquote, which increased the sense of urgency in building the Oregon Commune. Things escalated quickly with tensions rising between locals and the commune, but they came to a terrifying climax in 1984. Rajneesh had coached Sheila in using media coverage to her advantage during his period of public silence, and he privately stated that when Sheila spoke, she was speaking on his behalf. He had also supported her when disputes about her behavior rose within the commune leadership, but in early 1984, as tension amongst the inner circle peaked, a private meeting was convened with Sheila and his personal house staff. According to the testimony of Rajneesh's dentist, Swami Devagit, she was admonished during a meeting, with Rajneesh declaring that his house, not hers, was the center of the commune. Devagit claimed Rajneesh warned that Sheila's jealousy of anyone close to him would inevitably make them a target. Several months later, on the 30th of October 1984, Rajneesh ended his period of public silence, announcing that it was, quote, time to speak his own truths, unquote. In July 1985, he resumed daily public discourses. On September 16, 1985, a few days after Sheila and her entire management team had suddenly left the commune for Europe, Rajneesh held a press conference in which he labeled Sheila and her associates a, quote, gang of fascists. He accused them of having committed serious crimes, most dating back to 1984, and he invited the authorities to investigate.
Threw her under the bus? Yes, he fucking did. Yes, he 100% did. So at this time, according to Sheila, this was around when there was a Hollywood element that had joined the cult. So they had gotten fairly popular amongst some rich people in Los Angeles and in Hollywood, and they had this Hollywood element that suddenly joined the group and were showering the Bhagwan with expensive gifts and diamond jewelry, which he loved all of that. So, I mean, the man owned 90 fucking Rolls Royces. So there was this element that then came into that she, you could tell, did not care for, and she did not think that they had his best interests at heart. She claimed they started plying the Bhagwan with Valium, with drugs, basically just, being a bad influence overall. And she confronted him about the drug use because she saw this was detrimental, according to her, as to what was going on, that he wasn't in his right mind, that these people were a bad influence. And he basically told her to mind her own fucking business, to which she didn't take too kindly to that and decided to eventually leave. Unfortunately, not before taking a somewhat paranoid psychotic turn, but we'll get there in a second. Continue me.
The alleged crimes, which he stated had been committed without his knowledge or consent, included the attempted murder of his personal physician, poisonings of public officials, wiretapping within the commune and within his own home, and perhaps the pièce de résistance, the largest bioterror attack in U.S. history instigated against a small rural Oregon community in a futile attempt to influence a local election in favor of the Rajneeshi. Several months after the failed attempt to influence a local Wasco County election by bussing in homeless people, the group decided to escalate their attempts. Over the next 2 months, the group would contaminate 10 local salad bars with salmonella in order to suppress the locals turning out to vote. Using a plastic bag filled with a brown liquid that they glibly called salsa, they poured the salmonella-filled specimen into salad dressings, on produce, and utensils, basically anywhere they could find to put it. 750 people fell ill, and ultimately 45 were hospitalized. There were no fatalities, but using just salmonella was not the original plan hatched by the Rajneeshi. If they had carried out their original plan to use a different strain, Salmonella typhi, or typhoid fever, likely there would have been a much more fatal impact on the community. And while local businesses suffered due to the outbreak, with many local restaurants unable to rebound from such a health scare, it had the opposite effect on the polls. As if the locals knew that underhanded tactics were afoot, they in fact turned out in droves to vote, and not a single Rajneeshi candidate was elected. While his allegations were initially greeted with skepticism by outside observers, the subsequent investigation by U.S. authorities confirmed Rajneesh's accusations, even discovering a full-fledged bioterrorism lab at the Rajneesh-Puram compound, along with literature on the manufacture of explosives and military biowarfare.
They had drugs like you would not believe at this place too. Full-fledged lab. Not to mention the fact that when the compound was ultimately raided, the authorities discovered expansive secret bunkers beneath Sheila's living quarters, which is called, I think, the Jesus House, secret escape tunnels, and a massive wiretapping and recording operation that to this day still stands as one of the largest incidents of illegal wiretapping and surveillance in U.S. history. The attempt on the physician's life was an actual thing that did actually happen on his physician. The Rajneesh had a personal physician, and it did seem like that anyone who got close to the Bhagwan while Sheila was there, anyone who tried to seem like kind of interfere with the bond that she and him had or whatever, or had to try to have any kind of influence over him other than herself, kind of ultimately became public enemy number one. And she claims that the doctor was giving him drugs. That can be here nor there. This is all hearsay at this point. But she was claiming that the doctor was giving him drugs and had written out a will of like how peacefully to commit suicide if he needed to exit this world. So she was concerned that the Bhagwan's life was in danger. So under this immediate threat of him being possibly assassinated, she basically instructed one of her loyal followers, like basically her secretary, to go and kill the doctor, which she then did attempt to do. During a festival or this big gathering, she stuck him with a needle that she was provided from the drug lab, and he did get very sick. They started poisoning other people inside the commune, not to mention the people that they had already poisoned and attacked outside the commune. They started turning it internally because Sheila basically kind of just went off of her fucking nut and decided that everybody was out for blood, that that they had infiltrated the compound, and it was like that. Like there were people that were getting poisoned in their food, their water. Nobody died that they know of. There were attempted deaths, not deaths that they could prove. But it got crazy there for a minute. Then suddenly, after all of this chaos, after the doctor was basically stuck with a drug and attempted to be killed, multiple people were drugged at the compound via their food and water. Anyone that came up there as far as authorities, because authorities were going back and forth at the same time also with attempts to try to deport the Bhagwan, because they claimed that he immigrated on false pretense, that he came for medical reasons and never sought medical treatment, that he did not stay on the visa he was told he was going to stay on, some things like that. So they attempted to kind of go back and forth. Anyone that would come up there authority-wise, basically they tried to poison, tried to attack. So she bounced. She and her people ultimately were like, you know what? He doesn't tell me to mind my own business. I've been running this place without him. She gets on a plane and she leaves and she dips with her people. Well, right after that, he immediately comes out and says, guess what this bitch did? And claimed that he had no knowledge of anything that she or her inner cadre did. I don't think I entirely believe that. I think he probably gave the silent seal of approval to all of these things, but then it was that convenient scapegoat, which is why he had the executive secretary to begin with, because it's somebody that you can then lay all the blame on if shit goes south. That's just my opinion. Continue me. That was a long one.
These shocking discoveries resulted in the conviction of Sheila and several of her lieutenants. On the 30th of September 1985, Rajneesh denied that he was a religious teacher. His disciples burned 5,000 copies of the book Rajneeshism, An Introduction to Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh and His Religion, a 78-page compilation of his teachings that defined Rajneeshism as a, quote, religionless religion. He said he ordered the book burning to rid the sect of the last traces of the influence of Sheela, whose robes were also burned and added to the bonfire. The Salmonella attack is considered the first confirmed instance of chemical or biological terrorism to have occurred in the United States. Rajneesh stated that because he was in silence and isolation, meeting only with Sheela, he was unaware of the crimes committed by the Rajneeshpuram leadership until Sheela and her, quote, gang left and sannyasins came forward to inform him. Conversely, a number of commentators have stated that they believe that Sheela was being used as a convenient scapegoat. Others have pointed to the fact that although Sheela had bugged Rajneesh's living quarters and made her tapes available to the U.S. authorities as part of her own plea bargain, no sufficient evidence has ever come to light that Rajneesh had any part in her crimes. Nevertheless, reports state that Charles Turner, David Frohnmeyer, and other law enforcement officials who had read affidavits that were never released publicly and who listened to hundreds of hours of tape recordings insinuated that Rajneesh was guilty of more crimes than those for which he was eventually prosecuted. Frohnmeyer asserted that Rajneesh's philosophy was not, quote, disapproving of poisoning, and that he felt that he and Sheela had been, quote, genuinely evil. Nonetheless, U.S. Attorney Turner and Attorney General Frohnmeyer acknowledged that, quote, they had little evidence of Rajneesh being involved in any of the criminal activities that unfolded at the ranch, unquote.
And boy, there were a lot. It also came to light that amongst various instances of assault and attempted murder, like I said before, at the ranch, there had actually been a sophisticated series of assassination plots hatched against important government officials, like Dave Frohnmeyer, who was the, I believe he was a prosecutor, state's prosecutor in Oregon, and Charles Turner, who was the U.S. attorney in the state of Oregon. Weapons that were acquired for the task by a hit squad were left at a lake near the compound, but abandoned when the plots eventually did fall through. And one gun was actually eventually recovered by a Navy dive team once the compound was raided. So they were really seriously, and this was like, this had escalated obviously to the point of, I mean, yeah, they're both very culpable. You guys are absolutely right. They're both very culpable, and they're both very like accountable to this. This could have gone really wrong. So we're getting to the point of like, we're almost at flashpoint escalation here, you guys. Like, seriously, let me recap here. There we go. Sorry, I was just having to adjust a window. Let's get back to it. Continue, me. Let's see how worse this could possibly get.
According to testimony by Ma Ava, a prominent disciple, Sheela played associates a tape recording of a meeting she had with Rajneesh about the, quote, need to kill people to strengthen wavering sannyasins' resolve in participating in her murderous plots, but it was difficult to hear. So Sheela produced a transcript of the tape. Quote, she came back to the meeting and began to play the tape. It was a little hard to hear what he was saying, but Parambodhi assisted her and transcribed it. And the gist of Bhagwan's response, yes, it was going to be necessary to kill people to stay in Oregon, and that actually killing people wasn't such a bad thing. And actually Hitler was a great man, although he could not say that publicly because nobody would understand that. Hitler had great vision, unquote. Ma Ava also said in her testimony to the FBI investigators that, quote, Sheela informed them that Bhagwan was not to know about what was going on, and that if Bhagwan were to ask them about anything that would occur, they would have to lie to Bhagwan, unquote. Sheela initiated attempts to murder Rajneesh's caretaker and girlfriend, Ma Yoga Vivek, and his personal physician, Swami Devaraj, because she thought they were a threat to Rajneesh. She had secretly recorded a conversation between Devaraj and Rajneesh, quote, in which the doctor agreed to obtain drugs the guru wanted to ensure a peaceful death if he ever decided to take his own life, unquote. On October 23, 1985, a federal grand jury indicted Rajneesh and several other disciples with conspiracy to evade immigration laws. Negotiations to allow Rajneesh to surrender to authorities in Portland if a warrant were issued ultimately came to nothing, and rumors of a takeover by the National Guard and a planned violent arrest of Rajneesh led to tension and fears of shooting.
Tension and fears of shooting does not even begin to scratch the surface of that one, guys. Because let's recap for briefly, shall we? You've got a group that at this point is highly armed. Had somebody in there that was paranoid, that basically stirred up paranoia amongst the followers. The followers were, and some still are, ultimately dedicated to the preservation of this group and to the safety of their guru. They've been training for hours and hours a day with guns and rifles and shooting. They've instigated a bioterror attack against people they felt were a threat to them. And now you've got the very real possibility that the National Guard will come in and raid the compound and take and arrest Osho. This was about this far from turning into Waco, you guys. Like, it was about this far. Like, this came so close to being a disaster. It's shocking that it didn't, and the only reason it didn't is coming up right now. Like, there is, by any measure of history, this was an unavoidable, like, this were like two boulders heading towards each other. This one is an unavoidable conflict, and this was going to be a very ugly standoff, if not a complete bloodbath on either end. But it didn't happen, and let's find out why it didn't happen. Continue, me.
On the strength of Sheila's tape recordings, authorities later said they believed that there had been a plan that sannyasin women and children would have been asked to create a human shield if authorities tried to arrest Rajneesh at the commune. On October 28, 1985, Rajneesh and a small number of followers accompanying him were intercepted and arrested aboard a rented Learjet at a North Carolina airstrip. According to federal authorities, the group was preparing to leave for Bermuda in order to avoid prosecution. $58,000 in cash, as well as 35 watches and bracelets worth a combined $1 million, were found on the aircraft. Rajneesh had, by all accounts, been informed neither of the impending arrest nor the reason for the journey.
Sorry to cut myself off. But I don't know if I entirely buy that he wasn't aware, because apparently when the authorities raided the plane, he was hiding behind a plane seat and was coaxed to come out by federal authorities, by a federal agent. Yeah, he just bounced. He left, you guys. That is the literal only reason that the raid on the compound did not happen, was because I guess he basically consulted with his lawyers, and they were like, this could go one of two ways. They're not allowing you to surrender yourself, to voluntarily surrender. They want the perp walk. They want you in cuffs. So they're going to get that one way or the other. So I guess he ultimately decided that he was just going to leave. And he just got on the plane at like 5:30 in the morning. They saw the planes leave and just took off. And we're booking it to Bermuda, which, for two reasons. Bermuda has decent weather and has a pretty nice environment. And plus, there's no extradition law. So he would have been immune from extradition back to the United States to answer for crimes that he was wanted for, that the indictment was for. So, yeah. Like, that is the only reason that this shit did not go south really quickly, is because he took his and went, gotta go, I'm out, and then basically just left everyone, did not tell anyone he was leaving. The mayor of the town who's on the documentary quite a bit, he didn't even know. Like, nobody knew. They just got on the plane and just bounced and boogie oogie oogied and left everybody. So all the followers were like, what the actual fuck is happening? Like, they were all kind of left in like this very like, what do we do now kind of thing. And yeah, so it gets crazier. There's more. There's more. We're not done.
Officials took the full 10 days legally available to transfer him from North Carolina to Portland for arraignment. After initially pleading not guilty to all charges and being released on bail, Rajneesh, on the advice of his lawyers, entered an Alford plea, a guilty type of plea which the suspect does not admit guilt, but does concede that there is enough evidence to convict him. He pleaded guilty to one count of having concealed intent to remain permanently in the United States at the time of his original visa application in 1981, and one count of having conspired to have sannyasins enter into false marriages in order to acquire U.S. residency. Under the deal his lawyers made with the U.S. Attorney's Office, he was given a 10-year suspended sentence, 5 years probation, and $400,000 penalties and fines and prosecution costs, and he agreed to leave the United States, not returning for at least 5 years, without the permission of the U.S. Attorney General. Following his sudden exit from the U.S., Rajneesh returned to India in November of 1985. He was given a hero's welcome by his Indian disciples and denounced the United States, saying the world must, quote, put the monster America in its place, unquote, and that, quote, either America must be hushed up or America will be the end of the world, unquote. When the non-Indians in his party had their visas revoked, he moved on to Kathmandu, Nepal, and then a few weeks later to Crete. Arrested after a few days by the Greek National Intelligence Service, he flew to Geneva, then to Stockholm and London, but in each case was refused entry. Canada would also refuse landing permissions, so his plane returned to Shannon Airport in Ireland to refuel. There he was allowed to stay for 2 weeks at a hotel in Limerick on condition that he did not go out or give talks. He had been granted a Uruguayan identity card, 1-year provisional residency, and a possibility of permanent residency, so the party set out, stopping in Madrid, where the plane was surrounded by the Guardia Civil. In Uruguay, the group moved to a house where Rajneesh began speaking publicly until June 19th, after which he was, quote, invited to leave for no official reason. A 2-week visa was arranged for Jamaica, but on arrival in Kingston, police gave the group 12 hours to leave. After nearly a year of attempting to find a new place to settle, Rajneesh returned to Bombay, India on 30th of July, 1986. In January of 1987, Rajneesh returned to the ashram in Pune, where he held evening discourses each day, except when interrupted by intermittent bouts of ill health. Publishing and therapy resumed, and the ashram underwent expansion, now as a, quote, multiversity, where therapy was to function as a bridge to meditation. Rajneesh devised new meditation therapy methods such as Mystic Rose, and began to lead meditations in his discourses after a gap of more than 10 years. His Western disciples formed no large communes, preferring ordinary independent living, and the former dress codes for followers of red and orange garments paired with mala beads were largely abandoned. The wearing of maroon robes, only while on ashram premises, was reintroduced in the summer of 1989, along with white robes worn for evening meditation and black robes for group leaders. In November 1987, Rajneesh expressed his belief that his deteriorating health, symptoms of nausea, fatigue, pain in extremities, and lack of resistance to infection, was due to poisoning by the United States authorities while he was in prison. His doctors and former attorney, Philip Toklas, otherwise known as Swami Prem Niran, hypothesized possible radiation or thallium poisoning due to a deliberately irradiated mattress, since the symptoms were concentrated on the right side of his body, but could present no hard evidence.
Yeah, I don't necessarily buy that. Like, he was in already terrible health when he left India the first time in 1981. He had diabetes, he had various allergies, he had all kinds of health concerns. And then by like 86, 87, he was not a young man either. So his health was just, I think, naturally declining, because that can happen without being poisoned by the government, but I don't know. that's a whole tinfoil hat thing that I don't necessarily want to get. Yeah. Yeah. You're not one of the Russian expatriates that got stabbed by a poison umbrella, dude. Calm down. That's a whole other story. That is the school in, this is Antelope, Oregon. It currently, I guess I don't know about currently, but as of the 2010 census, had 46 people living in Antelope, Oregon. Most places are closed. It's basically virtually a ghost town at this point. That is the old school that was built in the 1800s. It was used up until the time of the Rajneesh, and then it's been abandoned ever since. So I really want to go in it. Like, this place is a calling my name. Seriously. And thank you, Polly, for throwing the link out there. Thank you, Tamara, for the PayPal donation. Again, donations are not necessary, but they are certainly appreciated, you guys, because this stuff, like, doing all this is not cheap always. So it's always appreciated. The help is always appreciated. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
U.S. Attorney Charles H. Hunter described this as, quote, complete fiction. From early 1988, Rajneesh discourses focused exclusively on Zen. In late December, he said he no longer wished to be referred to as Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, and in February 1989 took the name Osho Rajneesh, which shortened to Osho in September. He also requested that all trademarks previously branded with Rajneesh be rebranded Osho. His health still continued to weaken. He delivered his last public discourse in April of 1989, from then on simply sitting in silence with his followers. Shortly before his death, Rajneesh suggested that one or more audience members at evening meetings, quote, now referred to as the White Robe Brotherhood, were subjecting him to some form of evil magic. A search for the perpetrators was undertaken, but none could be found. Rajneesh died on January 19, 1990, age 58, at the ashram in Pune. The official cause of death was heart failure, but a statement released by the commune said that he died because, quote, living in the body had become a hell, unquote, after an alleged poisoning in U.S. jails. His ashes were placed in his newly built bedroom in Lao Tzu House at the ashram in Pune. Never one to shy away from controversy, even in death, the enigmatic epitaph reads, quote, never born, never died, only visited this planet Earth between December 11th, 1931 and January 19th, 1990, unquote.
I would like my epitaph to say, never born, never died, only cheese. And just leave people going, what the fuck does that mean? What in the extra crispy, crunchy fuck does that mean? Yeah, I show the grave here in a second, but this is an actual photo. So the photos you were just shown are as of 2018. That was Antelope, Oregon. This is a fairly recent photo of the ashram, the Pune, ashram in Pune, which is now Osho International. It is a multi-million-dollar complex, you guys. I'm not making this stuff up. Here we go. Yes. Never born, never died, only cheese. So dramatic. It's such a head scratcher.
While Rajneesh's teachings were not welcomed by many in his own home country during his lifetime, there has been a change in Indian public opinion since Rajneesh's death. Rajneesh has found more acclaim in his homeland since his death than he ever did while he was alive. Writing in the Indian Express, columnist Tanveer Alam stated, quote, the late Rajneesh was a fine interpreter of social absurdities that destroyed human happiness, unquote. Over 650 books are credited to Rajneesh, expressing his views on all facets of human existence. Virtually all of them are renderings of his taped discourses. His books are available in more than 60 languages from more than 200 publishing houses and have entered bestseller lists all around the world. Rajneesh continues to be known and published worldwide in the area of meditation, and his work also includes social and political commentary. Internationally, after almost 2 decades of controversy and a decade of accommodation, Rajneesh's movement has established itself in the market of new religions. His followers have redefined his contributions, reframing central elements of his teaching so as to make them appear less controversial to outsiders. The Osho International Foundation, or OIF, now runs stress management seminars for corporate clients such as IBM and BMW, with a reported revenue between $15 and $45 million annually in the United States. Rajneesh's original ashram in Pune has transformed itself from the once madhouse carnival of the esoteric into the ostensibly more palatable Osho International Meditation Resort. Describing itself as the, quote, SLN of the East, it teaches a variety of spiritual techniques from a broad range of traditions and promotes itself as a spiritual oasis, a sacred space for discovering oneself and uniting the desires of the body and mind in a beautiful resort environment. According to press reports, prominent visitors have included politicians and media personalities. Ma'anand Sheela was originally sentenced to 3 separate 20-year terms in federal prison for her role in the Oregon bioterror attack, but only served 29 months before being released for good behavior. She now resides in Switzerland. The Rajneeshi movement does still exist today in small pockets around the world. Can't get enough of the hive mind? Join me next time for a deep dive into the tragic inside story of false prophets, sex, and death under Texas skies, the saga of David Koresh and the Branch Davidian compound in Waco.
And we're back with audio this time. There I am. Yeah, so basically that's how you go from, you know, cult leader to new age guru, I guess, with, you know, your followers kind of tidying up the lesser shiny parts of your image and repackaging it to be more palatable for mass audiences. But it that stuff still happened. All of that still happened, and it is still one of the major, I think the first major instance of bioterrorism that happened on US soil. Still. Yeah, cult status to religion only took 50 years. Pretty much. It was a whole circus of crazy. The movement is still active, like I said in the video. It's a much smaller degree. There are still people who follow his teachings, who still visit the ashram every year, the Osho International Resort. And like I said, they teach courses to businesses, to corporations, stress relief and stuff like that. So that's how you get, you get whitewashed, you get mainstream. That's how this sort of thing happens. So when I worked at a bookstore for a very long period of time, so whenever people would come in looking for the Osho books, because a lot of times they get recommended on like daytime television, on like Oprah, on Dr. Phil, on things like this, as this, this granola crunchy new age kind of self-improvement sort of thing that became very popular on daytime television. I just kind of would always chuckle because nobody knew the background of this guy. They just knew him as this smiling, kindly looking guru man on the book. Had no idea. So I would just kind of give him a chuckle while I handed them the book, and probably always left them wondering, why is that weird girl chuckling at me? Well, because you don't know. Because you don't. Thank you for everybody for joining. Yeah, the Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna are fun. Well, they're just kind of, they're the nice people at the airport that just hand you flowers and dance with tambourines and stuff like that. I have to look into them some more. So I'm sure there's something weird there. There's always something weird with a lot of things. Stress relief orgies, maybe. Thank you guys for joining. Yeah, and I don't know if it's going to be next week. I know I don't love this 2 weeks schedule thing, but it allows me more time to research and bring you a much more comprehensive picture of the group. I also remember watching the Waco raid on television live when that happened. So this is going to be an interesting one. So basically the breaking down of the Rajneeshpuram compound was possibly the best case scenario that could have happened. Now, next time, we're going to look at the worst case scenario of how this could and did, and everything went wrong. Because these were basically like very parallel situations with the same sort of things being said, the same kind of paranoia, the same kind of arming, the same kind of stuff. One went well, one didn't. So let's look at why and how. And David Koresh, Vernon. Like, no wonder he changed his name, nerd. Yes, thank you guys for watching. So I appreciate all of you. I don't know if it's going to be next week, but of course you'll get the notification. Make sure you hit that bell so you get all the notifications. We're going to be working on some more things, and as soon as the cult series is over, we'll get back to serial killers. I figure we'll do a couple more. I haven't even touched Scientology yet, y'all, so wait till we get that one. I'm probably going to get doxxed. I don't really care at this point. So keep you guys, there's only probably I'd say a couple more episodes in the cult saga, unless you want me to keep going. We'll hit all the major ones. We'll hit Waco for sure, obviously. We'll hit Scientology. We're going to go over, I think there's at least one more that I wanted to go over. And then we're going to end it probably on Manson, because it's going to dovetail nicely back into our true crime. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you. All the little hearts. I love to see that. So without further ado, that is how we're pronouncing it now. There's nothing you can do about it. Resistance is futile. That wasn't culty to say at all. No. I will try to join the Zoom tomorrow night. I can't guarantee you, but I will try. Absolutely. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you again. And I will catch you next time with a just as complicated story, just as crazy story. These hurt my brain, y'all, but it's worth it. So stay spooky, don't join a cult, and don't get murdered. See you guys later. And just like that, there I am. Poof, I appear like magic, you would say. So welcome back, my spooky sparkles of doom, to the land the time forgot. The Dead Hours presents The Murder Corner. I am your local skinwalking anachronism and the future ghost with the most, Vivian Noir. And this week, well, have I got an intense episode for you. You thought it got intense last week. Oh, we were about to knock the scale up another couple notches. So many of you may remember watching the fallout of this particular event on television, on live news, as either a child, a teenager, or even an adult. But what the news media covered from the situation and the information that came out of the fiery end of the siege was only like really one fraction of the story. It's only like one facet to this whole like ball of wax. Balls don't really have facets, but you know what? We're going to go with the metaphor anyways. It's a story that continues to be on the news even today. In fact, the Waco situation has popped back into current affairs because one of the current nominees for the head of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was in fact an agent an active agent at the time of both the Ruby Ridge incident and the Waco siege. And as you can imagine, that's kind of made some sensational headlines. So why won't the story die out? Well, let's get into it and find out. Also, welcome to the dregs of my liquor cabinet because I am out of whiskey. It's okay. It's not my favorite. We'll make it work. So let's get into it, shall we? 5:50 a.m., Monday, April 19th, 1993. Federal agents call into the compound in Waco, Texas. After a fruitless 51-day-long siege going back and forth with the Davidians and their raving leader, David Koresh, it was apparent that the government had gotten tired of waiting. They warned whoever answered the phone that an imminent tear gas assault was underway and for anyone inside to, quote, take cover. Agents claimed that whoever answered the phone inside the compound did not respond, but threw the phone to the side. 5:55 a.m. The FBI hostage rescue team deploys 2 armored CEVs to the building. One goes left, the other goes right. 6:00 a.m. FBI surveillance tapes captured from recording devices planted in the compound walls record an unidentified man say, quote, everybody wake up, let's start to pray. They also claim to have recorded this interaction. Pablo, have you poured it yet? Huh? Have you poured it yet? In the hallway. Things are poured, right? CEV-1 receives orders at this time to spray 2 bottles of tear gas into the left corner of the building. This was how it all began to end that Monday morning. But the events of that day had stretched back even further than the 50-some day long raid of the controversial, highly polarizing religious group in Waco, Texas, who became known by their ecclesiastical name, the Branch Davidians. They stretched back further than the birth of their wild-eyed, paranoid leader, David Koresh, all the way back to the foundations of the group itself in 1955. To fully understand the events of that tragic afternoon, we have to dive deep into the roots and origins of the group itself, an offshoot of the Davidian Seventh-day Adventists. Adventists, as a denomination, believe in the imminent second return of Christ. They also observe Saturday as the Sabbath, or holy day of rest, like those of the Jewish faith. In 1929, Victor Hotef, a Bulgarian immigrant and Seventh-day Adventist Sunday school teacher, announced proudly that he had a message for the entire Adventist church. Not the entire church. Speaking of, first of all, this episode was an editing. This was a tough one to edit. So there's that. Secondly, I also had to dive deep into the bag for Bible quotes and religious doctrine, which, as any of you who know me, I don't really like to do. But it's good to know that religious high school education did come to pay off at some juncture. So there's that. Continue, me.
He presented the message in a book called The Shepherd's Rod, but it was not well received, and church leadership rejected Hotef's views as contrary to the church's fundamental core beliefs. Local churches then disfellowshipped Hotef and his followers, leaving them on their own. In 1934, Hotef established the headquarters of his new branch of Adventism to the west of Waco, Texas, and the group became known as Davidians. This name stemmed from their belief in the restoration of the Davidic Kingdom of Israel. After Hotef's death in 1955, his wife Florence continued to lead the group. Convinced of an apocalypse looming on the horizon that would occur in 1959, a date which is not found at all in her husband's original writings, Florence and her council gathered hundreds of faithful followers at the Mount Carmel Center, the fated compound near Waco, for the fulfillment of the prophecy written in Ezekiel 9. And the Lord said unto him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of men, that sigh and cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof. Utterly slay old and young men, maidens and little children and women, but do not come near anyone on whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. So they began with the elders who were before the temple. Ezekiel 9, verses 4 and 6. 6:05 a.m. An armored vehicle equipped with a battering ram and a tear gas delivery device breaches the front wall just left of the main door, leaving an 8 by 10 foot hole. Federal agents claimed that such a hole allowed for easier delivery of the gas ordnance, as well as providing a, quote, means for escape. They claimed at this time to also see shots fired from inside the compound, directed at the CEVs. 6:10 a.m. FBI surveillance tapes record someone saying, Don't pour it all out, we might need some later, and throw the tear gas back out. FBI negotiator Byron Sage is recorded saying, quote, It's time for people to come out, unquote. Surveillance tapes record a man saying, What? And then, no way. 6:12 a.m. FBI surveillance tapes record the Branch Davidians inside the compound saying, They're gonna kill us, followed by, They don't want to kill us. Of course, these apocalyptic events, as promised by Florence, did not occur. Following this disappointment, the group foundered and nearly disappeared. At this time, one of the members of the movement, Benjamin Roden, claimed to have been tasked with delivering a divine message to Florence Houteff and the Executive Council, but was hesitant to do so. Because of this hesitance, he claimed to have been shaken awake at night and lifted out of bed by, quote, the Lord himself, and made to write a letter that outlined the message. When he was...
Hang on. Can you imagine? Can you just stay with me in this headspace for a moment? Can we all picture together this man sleeping peacefully in his bed, in his jammies, in his Jimmy Jam jammies, as it were, and he is yanked out of bed and held upside down by who? Not burglars, not home invaders, not even the under the bed demon. No, he is yanked out of his peaceful slumber by the Lord and held upside down and said, I need you to write a letter. He was just held for ransom. Like, the Lord just made this man write a ransom note, according to him. Wow. Sleep paralysis demon has nothing on this one. Apparently, yeah, the Lord is just supposed to splash you with water until you'd get the fuck up at 2 a.m. and stop gold bricking. Jesus, he runs a tight ship. Yikes. Continue me.
Finished, he said he told God, These are not my words. I cannot sign this. To which God responded to sign it by Christ's new name, the Branch. And thus, the Branch Davidian Seventh-day Adventist sect was born, led by Benjamin Roden and his wife Lois. The Seventh-day Adventist part was eventually dropped from the name, and they would refer to themselves simply as Branch Davidians or the Branch. This also refers to the anointed branch in Zechariah 3, verse 8, and 6, verse 12. Listen, High Priest Joshua, you and your associates seated before you, who are men symbolic of things to come. I am going to bring my servant, the branch. Zechariah 3, verse 8. Tell him this is what the Lord Almighty says. Here is the man whose name is the branch, and he will branch out from his place and build the temple of the Lord. Zechariah 6, verse 12. Benjamin Roden would pass away in 1978, but not before naming a successor to his heavenly flock, his wife Lois. It wasn't this, but the arrival of a strangely charismatic, awkward guitar-playing Jesus freak with long hair that would turn the group on its head and set it on a collision course with destruction. This young man's name was Vernon Howell, and he came to do the Lord's work. 6:31 a.m. The entire compound is gassed. 6:47 a.m. The FBI hostage rescue team then fires what they claim were, quote, plastic, non-incendiary tear gas rounds through the windows. They claimed this fact for 6 years, even during congressional inquiries and investigations post-siege. In 1999, the FBI released a statement, quote, "We regret previous answers to Congress and to the public about the possible use of inflammatory devices. This may ultimately prove to be inaccurate," unquote. They maintain that the rounds in question never landed near the building and that, quote, "law enforcement did not start the fire," but the sudden shift in details and the covering up of relevant facts does leave one to wonder what else they might be inaccurate about. 7:23 a.m. FBI surveillance tapes record a Branch Davidian male saying, quote, "The fuel has to go all around to get started," and then a second male saying, "Well, there are 2 cans here if that's poured soon." 7:30 a.m. CEV-1 is deployed to the compound again, where it breaches the wall of the building and inserts more tear gas. At this time, the Branch Davidians open fire on the assault vehicle.
So yeah, Sean's like, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Yes, apparently the Lord works like a 5th grade bully and just pulls you out of bed and then gives you a wedgie, dumps your books, and runs your underwear up the flagpole. Apparently that is the mysterious ways we are speaking of. So pretty much the whole "we didn't fire incendiary things, oh wait, we actually did," is an interesting little nugget for you guys to remember. So yes, for years they said the gas canisters, the CS gas canisters that they fired into the compound were not incendiary, because of course that was one of the first things that people said was like, oh, well, if one of those tear gas canisters hit the fuel that had been poured around, that's going to start a fire. Those are basically explosives, and they are. So they were like, no, they were just plastic and they're not incendiary, so they should not have started anything. Well, come to find out, 6 years after the fact, that they were like, yeah, that thing we said about it being non-incendiary and like they wouldn't catch fire, yeah, they would probably catch fire. So like, and it literally like blipped the radar and was like forgotten. Like nobody mentions it, nobody really talks about it, nobody brings it up. One of those things that like the government does, or like politicians get to do and then walk it back later. And just, this is politics in general. I'm not taking sides, but I'm just saying, it's like, I feel like there's people in certain positions of power that get away with these certain kinds of things where they can go, we didn't do that. And then like, nah, actually we did do that. And then nothing happens. So, the Lord did it. He did it. He did it in his mysterious ways of being a bully. And then he gave you a purple nurple and an arm twister, and then said, are you going to cry? Are you going to cry? Are you going to cry? Stop crying. Why are you hitting yourself? That is pretty much, apparently, well, the Old Testament, basically, the Old Testament God worked pretty much like an elementary school bully. So it would not have surprised me had he not just given Moses a noogie and just been like, why'd you drop those commandments? Why'd you do that? Like, would not have shocked me at all. Anyways, sidetrack. Segue. Continue me.
Vernon Howell, the man the world would come to know as David Koresh, was born on August 17, 1959, in Houston, Texas, to a 14-year-old single mother, Bonnie Sue Clark. Koresh's father, Bobby Wayne Howell, abandoned the family before Vernon was born, running off with another teenage girl, leaving Bonnie Sue on her own. She then moved in with her new boyfriend, a violent alcoholic. After years of abuse, Bonnie Sue left the relationship with her then 4-year-old son and left young Vernon in the care of her mother, Earlene Clark. Koresh's mother would return when he was 7 after marrying a carpenter named Roy Haldeman, with whom she would have a son, Roger, in 1966.
Had to unmute myself. So, hello, people that are just joining. Hello, hello, hello. And I'll say I forgot the hellos at the beginning, so rude of me. Hi to, let me see if I can get everyone. Hello to Conry, Max, Electric Pagan, Linda, Mina, Tamra, Patrick, Crow of Judas, Conry, Dontex. I think I almost got Cassie. I almost forgot. I didn't. I think I got everybody, maybe. I don't know. Sean. I almost got everyone. So anyways, so hellos are out of the way. So you saw his mom in a previous slide. So that was David Koresh's mother. And she was, and DJ, sorry, I forgot DJ. She had him obviously at a very young age. So she was obviously still alive during the whole incident that did end up happening in Waco. And David Koresh did phone her from the compound while the FBI raid was happening. And he called his mother to tell her basically that I'm going to die and it's too bad you didn't listen to my prophecies or whatever. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And then, pretty much was that. So fun, I guess it's not fun, but like interesting true crime segue side note. So David Koresh's mother, who then went on to write a book about the incident and all of that, was actually stabbed to death and murdered in 2009. She was a nurse at the time and had gone to her older sister's home in order to take her to a doctor's appointment. And then there was a call to the authorities, and nobody really knows what happened, what occurred in the house. All they know is that when the authorities got there, it was just the two women in the house, the older sister and Bonnie Sue Haldeman, and a knife was at the scene. So they really don't know what had occurred between the two of them, if they'd had an argument. The older sister, I guess according to her daughter, had always kind of suffered from mental health issues. So really don't know what happened there. But yeah, it was like, it's a weird, like little, again, extra true crime kind of like segue of, yep, David Koresh's mother was murdered by her sister. So there's that. Continue me.
Koresh himself described his early childhood as lonely, and that he had trouble in school due to his poor study habits and dyslexia. He was put in remedial and special classes where he was mocked and called Vernie by his peers. He would drop out of high school in his junior year. In what proved to be a troubling pattern of sexual assault and exploitation of minors, he would get a 15-year-old girl pregnant when he was 19, a clear case of statutory rape. He then claimed to be reborn as a born-again Christian and joined his mother's denomination, the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It was in this congregation that he would find himself infatuated with the minister's daughter, and while praying for guidance, claimed he opened his eyes and allegedly found the Bible he was holding open to Isaiah 34:16, which stated, quote, "None should want for her mate," unquote. Convinced that this was a divine message from God, Koresh approached the pastor and told him that God wanted him to have his daughter for his wife. The pastor did what any concerned parent would do and immediately threw Koresh out. But this didn't seem to deter him, and he was only finally expelled from the congregation when he persisted in his pursuit of the young lady.
That is a face only a mother could love right there. Isn't that a face that says 1980s like computer programmer? Like he wants to talk to you about the software he just programmed and designed. Like, he literally looks like he's going to pin you down at the bar and be like, I want to tell you about this new software, this new solitaire game that I just made. Like, no. Oh yeah, the mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. Apparently the official hairstyle of crazy cultists everywhere. Cheers to that. This is gross, but I'm drinking it anyway. I've made my bed and I'm going to lie in it. Yeah, Bill Gates is a crackhead, but kind of a little bit. Yeah, like, I mean, he literally looks like somebody that would like talk your head off for the entire date about how they're into crypto coin. 100%. like no tea, no shade, no pink lemonade, but like, oh yeah, he had a Casio watch for sure. He had the Casio calculator watch. I don't deny this at all. Yeah. Do you have a time to talk about our Lord and Savior, IBM? Yeah. Confusing. Anyways, so yeah, that whole story, like, obviously that continued throughout his life. He did have a really gross and unfortunate attraction to underage girls. So I am not a big fan of David Koresh by any means, for a lot of reasons. That is only one of them. But yeah, it's like, I mean, honestly, like, see, he does look like a piece of shit. Like, what would you do? Like, this man, look at this man, look at this face right here. I want you to look at it. I want you to study it. I want you to know it intimately. And this man walks up to you and goes, I want to marry your daughter. Like, would you not have just seriously, like, socked him right in the taint? Like, Godzilla uppercut to the tweenus. Nope, sir. He's lucky that all that happened was he got thrown out. He is lucky. This was in Texas. I'm surprised he didn't get shot. Like, it's like, he's like, I just want to take your daughter out for spaghetti. Like, no, goodbye, sir. No. Like, I can't, and he should never. And okay, continue me.
Looking for a new holy ground and a group to call his own, he moved to Waco, Texas in 1981 and joined the Branch Davidians. Koresh would play guitar and sing in the services at the Mount Carmel Center, but the man who would become the self-proclaimed sinful Messiah was not content to simply sing in the choir. He wanted to be the head of it. He wanted to be the head of everything. And he knew just how to do it. 7:48 a.m. On the tapes of FBI agents recorded during the siege, one of the hostage rescue team agents requests permission to fire military-style tear gas shells in order to break through an underground concrete bunker. He is granted permission and fires 2 shells. 7:58 a.m. CEV-2, equipped with a battering ram, rips a hole into the second floor of the compound. Moments later, another hole is punched in the rear of one of the buildings of the compound. At this time, the vehicles withdraw. 8:08 a.m. 3 military-grade pyrotechnic tear gas rounds are fired at the concrete construction pit, not the bunker, in order to try and breach it. The ordnance is fired downwind and away from the main quarters, but the shells bounce off. An agent inside the CEV reports that one shell did indeed strike the bunker, but bounced off and did not penetrate it. 9:00 a.m. The Branch Davidians unfurl a large banner that reads, quote, "We want our phone fixed." This would imply that at this time, for the first time during the siege, there is no direct communication to Koresh or any of the Branch Davidians inside the compound. David Koresh believed he was a prophet, and it didn't take long for the young man with a fiery tongue and prophetic visions to ingratiate himself into the good graces of Branch Davidian leader Lois Roden herself. Some even claim that there was a much more base reason for such favoritism. David Thibodeau, in his book, A Place Called Waco, insinuated that David Koresh began a sexual affair with Lois Roden at this time, who was then in her late 60s. Eventually, Koresh started to claim that God had chosen him to father a child with Lois, who would become the chosen one.
I sincerely hope that I speak for everyone in the chat when I say no. Okay. No. 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 No to all of that. No to all of that. Like, and apparently I heard, according to, and this could be here or there, and neither one of, I don't know if it's accurate, but apparently this did happen, and she had a miscarriage, I guess, at that age. So he was just like, dude, if I can get her pregnant, fucking sky's the limit. Like, I can't. I don't want to. I need the screaming pillow. So anyone that has a screaming pillow now would be a good time. Now would be a good time for the scream. Only dreams now. Only dreams. Okay. So let's go back to it. Ugh. I can't. Still can taste it. Oh God.
In 1983, Lois Roden allowed Koresh to begin to teach his own doctrine called the Serpent's Rod, which caused some controversy inside the group. See, David Koresh wasn't the only one who had his eye on the leadership of Branch Davidians. It turned out that Lois Roden's son, George, also known as the Madman of Waco for reasons which momentarily will become abundantly clear, felt that he should be the next rightful leader of the group, and considered Koresh an interloper. A period of calm would ensue at the compound, but the peace would not last long. A fire would break out, destroying $500,000 worth of property and an administration building. George Roden accused Koresh of starting the fire, but David Koresh countered with the argument that, quote, no man set that fire, and that it was a judgment from God, and that God was apparently none too happy with George's interference with David Koresh's divine plan. Roden, who claimed to have the backing of a majority of the group's followers after his mother's death in 1986, had enough of David Koresh and forced him, as well as his small group of about 25 followers, off the Mount Carmel property at gunpoint. Banished from their promised land, the group took to living rough in a small commune of tents and buses outside of Palestine, Texas for the next 2 years. It was a hard-scrabble existence, but Koresh enjoyed the loyalty of a majority of the Branch Davidian community.
Okay, we're not even going to talk about this majestic hairdo right here. But yeah, I see the chat popping up with a mullet challenge. All right, well, let's do it. I saw somebody accept the mullet challenge. So if you guys want to contribute to the mullet challenge, the first person that, what was it? What are we doing? Like, it's donates $100. Donate $100, and he'll grow, or donate Dogecoin or cryptocurrency. Come on, let's bring this mullet challenge into fruition. Hashtag mullet challenge. Patrick? Are you down? Are we doing this? What's going on? I mean, I feel like this hairstyle. Sorry, I keep doing the reverse thing. This here. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to dip out of the chat now. He's like, goodbye. This hairstyle here, I mean, that's just as 80s majesty, very much so. Looks like something at a Sears portrait studio. Just need that little weird painted blue background that everybody had back then. So yeah, donate grow a mullet for $100, then agree to cut it for $300. Wow, you are getting priced out, sir. So yeah, he's like, I have to leave now. So yeah, also the glasses, dude. The glasses, I don't know. The aviators. There's something to be said about a pair of aviators that it's like okay, like they look okay. Like, I like that they kind of came back and did the whole vintage thing, but like, when you see them like in this context, then you go, ooh, no. Or perm. You guys are just mean. Now this is just mean-spirited at this point. Is this cyberbullying? I feel like this is cyberbullying at this point. OMG. OMG. That is some 80s shit. Yep. Fuck yeah. You need the windbreaker, the members only jacket to go with it too. Like straight up. Mullet, members only jacket, Casio watch. I'm gonna do this right. Oh, and a color. Oh, a rat tail. We got to do a rat tail. Who all in favor of a rat tail? Show of emojis. Who's in favor of a rat tail? Please. I can't. Anyways. Oh God, this is gross. This is what happens when I run out of booze. Totally. Yeah, let's continue. I don't even know where I'm at this point. Members only jacket. Heck yeah. These things are the shit. So many emojis. Rat tail it is. Continue. Oh Lord. I hate when I do that, when like the thing skips and oh, we went a little too far. Let's go back. All right, we're about right there. We might backtrack a little bit. Sorry, guys.
Roden, who claimed to have the backing of a majority of the group's followers after his mother's death in 1986, had enough of David Koresh and forced him, as well as his small group of about 25 followers, off the Mount Carmel property at gunpoint. Banished from their promised land, the group took to living rough in a small commune of tents and buses outside of Palestine, Texas for the next 2 years. It was a hard-scrabble existence, but Koresh enjoyed the loyalty of a majority of the Branch Davidian community. Though the group wondered if they'd ever be able to return to their Mount Carmel home while it was under the control of George Roden, it seemed nearly impossible. In the year following Lotus Roden's death, the conflict between the two prodigal sons only escalated, with George Roden disinterring a corpse from the community cemetery. Roden claimed that it was simply to move the cemetery as a whole, but Koresh contested that Roden had dug up the corpse to issue a resurrection challenge. In a strange necromantic spin on the King Arthur pulling the sword from the stone myth, Koresh said that Roden claimed that whomever could resurrect the body would become the new group leader.
Well, that segue did not take long for me to pop back into that. Yes, you guys heard that correctly. The madman of Waco, George Roden himself, decided to disinter a woman's corpse from the community cemetery at Mount Carmel and decided that she was going to be the lightning rod. Yes, she was going to be the stiff sword in the stone, as it were. All no pun intended. Actually, all puns intended. That if you could bring this woman back to life, who'd been dead for, I don't know, she's dead, very much dead. If you could bring her back to life, then whoever can do that would be the new group leader. I did say that it would become very obvious as to why he was called the Madman of Waco. And that's not even the main reason. That's just a side reason. This is just an appetizer to the crazy buffet that is about to happen. So buckle up, buttercups. It gets only crazier from here.
Koresh went to the authorities to file charges on Roden for illegally exhuming a corpse, but was told that he would need to provide proof, for example, photos of the body, before appropriate action could be taken. David Koresh would seize on the opportunity to remove his rival once and for all, and returned to the Mount Carmel compound with 7 followers in order to get proof of the exhumation. However, the group's trespass was discovered by Roden, and a gunfight broke out. By the time the sheriff arrived to put an end to the incident, Roden had already suffered a serious gunshot wound and was pinned down behind a tree. Koresh and his followers were summarily arrested and charged with attempted murder. At the trial, Koresh simply explained that he and his followers had only returned to the compound in order to collect evidence of criminal abuse of a corpse, and that Roden had attacked them first. Ultimately, all the followers were acquitted, and a mistrial was declared in Koresh's case. 9:13 a.m. CEV-1 breaks through the front door of the compound to deliver more tear gas. 9:20 a.m. FBI surveillance tapes record a meeting that had started at 7:30 between several unidentified male members of the Branch Davidian compound. The exchange is as follows. They got 2 cans of Coleman fuel down there, huh? Empty. All of it? Nothing left. 10 o'clock a.m. A man is seen waving a white flag on the southeast side of the compound. He is advised at this time over the loudspeakers that if he or others are surrendering, to come out. He does not. At the same time, another man comes out of what remains of the front door to retrieve the phone and the phone line. 11:30 a.m. CEV-2 has mechanical difficulties with a broken tread, but its replacement breaches the backside of the compound. David Koresh and his new loyal following wouldn't have to be concerned with the madman of Waco for much longer, though. In 1989, George Roden attacked and killed Wayman Dale Adair with an axe blow to the skull after the latter claimed to be the true Messiah. Roden was declared insane by the courts and confined to a psychiatric hospital.
And there it is. There is the center of the shrubbery maze. He killed a man by hitting him in the head with an axe because he claimed to be the Messiah. Wow. And here's the thing. Apparently, David Koresh was the lesser of 2 crazy evils at this point. I don't even know how that's mathematically possible. Like, in what kind of program? What kind of program? I don't know. Yes, Janine, I did. Thank you to Janine and to Linda who donated through PayPal. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. Rock stars. Love you. But yeah, like when you're a cult leader and somehow you are the less crazy one, you were the better option, things have taken a turn. I can't. They should never. Continue me.
The group, meanwhile, had managed to raise enough money to pay off the back taxes on the Mount Carmel property and take it back over. It was the end of the rivalry with Roden, who continued to harangue Koresh at every turn by filing legal claims and lawsuits even while imprisoned. But something had changed. There had been a tipping point that had occurred during this contentious back and forth that, in at least David Koresh's mind, had sealed his fate and destiny as the ultimate leader of the Branch Davidians, as well as a true prophet of God. During the time of their banishment from Mount Carmel, David Koresh had been a busy man. He spent this time recruiting new international followers from all over the world, but he also traveled himself. He went to Israel, where he claimed to have had a vision of himself as the modern-day Cyrus the Great, a Persian king who had freed the Jews while they were in Babylonian captivity during the times of the Old Testament. He would legally change his name from Vernon Howell to David Koresh at this time, Koresh being the Hebrew version of Cyrus, and David for King David, symbolizing his spiritual lineage, the line from which the new Messiah would descend. By taking on this name, he was, quote, professing himself to be the spiritual descendant of King David, a messianic figure carrying out a divinely commissioned errand, unquote. That errand increasingly became focused on passages in the book of Revelations that spoke of the 7 seals. The opening of these seals was to portend the second coming of Christ and the end of days. A figure called the Lamb, or the Lamb of God, was the only one capable of opening these sacred seals. The first 4 released each of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The 5th released the cries of the martyrs. The 6th heralded earthquakes and other natural disasters, while the 7th and final seal represents the ultimate end of the world. And David Koresh, in his obsession with prophecy and prophetic visions, increasingly grew to believe that he was the foretold Lamb, whose task was opening the seals to usher in the second coming. He also began to believe that the beast of Babylon, the symbol of ultimate evil that must be defeated for man to achieve salvation, was not Satan or the devil, but the United States government itself.
Because that tracks, right? That totally tracks. Lamb of, yeah, unfortunately, Jeannie, not the cool Lamb of God, not the band. when I was image searching, I forgot to put like Bible in there or like biblical. And I just typed in Lamb of God. I wasn't even thinking about it. And it just brought up images of the band. And I was like, oh, wait, no, not that one. Wrong one. That's the cooler one. That's the better option. Although, to be fair, in the book of Revelations, the Lamb of God also has like 7 eyes and a crown or some shit. I don't know. The whole thing was a fucking acid trip. It was basically Adventure Time in biblical days. Like, I was hooked on the weird because it was nothing but from start to finish. 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Strawlip riding a beast, like it, things made of gems. Wild. It's wild. If you've not read it, I recommend reading it at least one time through start to finish, just to try to like, whatever this person was taking when they wrote it, I would like some if they are not extinct, because they might be, because I think he took them all at the same time. Let's continue, shall we? Ugh, I have to keep drinking this thing. Blech.
This idea had echoed back to the group's founder, Victor Hotef, who thought that the new Davidic kingdom would be in Palestine, and even Koresh himself thought this until his vision. Until then, he was convinced that his martyrdom, as all prophets must be martyrs, would be in Jerusalem. After this, he was convinced that the prophecies of Daniel would be fulfilled in Waco, as the Mount Carmel compound, not Jerusalem, was in fact the new Davidic kingdom. And this was where David Koresh was also convinced that he would ultimately die. On February 27, 1993, it all began to unravel. The Waco Herald Tribune began publishing a series of articles by Mark England and Darlene McCormick. This sensational piece, called The Sinful Messiah, was named after a claim that Koresh himself made of how the next Messiah that would come save the world would not be sinless, as Christ had been, but would have to understand all of man's failings and sins in order to save him from himself. The articles reported multiple allegations that Koresh had physically abused children in the compound and had committed statutory rape by taking multiple underage brides. Koresh was also said to advocate polygamy for himself and declared himself married to several female residents of the small community. The paper claimed that Koresh had announced that he was entitled to at least 140 wives, and that he was also entitled to claim any of the women in the group as his.
I don't even know 140 people, much less 140 men. I can't get a text back. And this motherfucker decided that he should have 140 wives. Why? So the woman in that picture and the woman in the previous picture is Rachel Koresh, which was his actual legal wife. The other ones obviously were like bigamous relationships, right? Like, so you can't marry more than one person because it's kind of illegal. So she was his actual legal wife whom he had children with. But he also had like 12 children total with different women in the compound. A fact I will get into again that ties to prophecy and something ballyhoo in the Bible that I will get into momentarily. But the whole polygamy for him is an important note because he was the only one in the group that was allowed to have multiple wives. In fact, the other men in the group were actually all divorced from their wives. Like their marriages were dissolved at Koresh's command. And he married the women. Like he stepped in and married them all. And the men were actually forced to live in a like single man, like little like housing, like barracks, basically. Like all the men had to live there. And he got all the women, but nobody else got any. So big key component of a cult where like, I can have things and I can make rules and none of you have anything, you don't have any say, and I can do shit and you can't. And you can't say anything about it either. So again, big cult red flag there, as if there weren't already. This is basically the factory where they make red flags at this point. Yeah, all the cult leaders think they deserve all the women. I was like, dude, like, okay. And then women like went with it. They were like, yep, no, I willingly went with him. I'm like, you willingly went with Bill Gates's nerdy younger brother because he said he could hear God or something. All right, pop off, sis. Like, I don't know. But yeah, we'll get into why he thought that he needed a bunch of wives. Well, just because he was gross. That was a big reason. He was a dirtbag. Big reason. But there was a reason behind it. Whatever could it be? Is it anything that makes sense? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Continue.
That he had fathered at least a dozen children, and that some of these mothers became brides as young as 12 or 13 years old. This was based in Koresh's own doctrine called the House of David. This doctrine based around a reported revelation that involved the conception of 24 children by selected women in the Branch Davidian community. These 24 children were to serve as the ruling elders reflected in Revelations 4, verse 4, over the millennium after Christ's ultimate return. In addition to allegations of sexual abuse and misconduct, Koresh and his followers were suspected of stockpiling illegal weapons. In May 1992, Chief Deputy Daniel Weinberg of the McLennan County Sheriff's Department called the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to notify them that his office had been contacted by a local UPS representative concerned about a report from a local driver. The UPS driver said that a package had broken open on delivery to the Branch Davidian residence, revealing firearms, empty grenade casings, and black powder. An undercover ATF agent was sent into the compound, and he confirmed the presence of a large cache of weapons on the site. On June 9th, the ATF opened a formal investigation. 11:27 to 12:04 p.m. According to the government, a series of remarks such as, "I want a fire," "keep that fire going," and "do you think I could light this soon," indicate that the Branch Davidians have started setting fire to the complex around 11:30. Surviving Branch Davidians testified that Coleman fuel had been poured, and fire experts in another report agreed, quote, "without question, that people inside the complex had started multiple accelerated fires." 11:43 a.m. Another tear gas insertion takes place. The armored vehicle moves well into the building on the right rear side in order to reach the concrete room, where the FBI hostage rescue team believes the Branch Davidians are hiding in order to avoid the gas. 11:45 a.m. The wall on the right rear side of the building collapses. 12:03 p.m. An armored vehicle turret knocks away the first floor corner on the right side. On July 30th, ATF agents David Aguilera and James Skinner visited the Branch Davidians' gun dealer, Henry McMahon, who tried to get the agents to speak with David Koresh on the phone. Koresh offered to allow the ATF to inspect the Branch Davidians' weapons and paperwork for said weapons. He asked to speak with Aguilera, but Aguilera declined. The ATF then obtained a search and arrest warrant for David Koresh and specific followers at the Mount Carmel compound, on the grounds that they believed the Davidians were modifying their weapons illegally to give them fully automatic capabilities. There were also claims, which remain unsubstantiated, that a meth lab was also being run out of the compound. And although the investigation by the ATF, quote, focused on firearm violations, not illegal drugs, the ATF nevertheless requested assistance from both the DEA and the DoD, quote, citing drug connection. These claims of a drug connection were based on 5 pieces of circumstantial evidence. Number 1, a recent delivery to the compound of, quote, chemicals, instruments, and glassware. Number 2, written testimony from a former compound resident who claimed that Koresh told him that, quote, drug trafficking was a desirable way to raise money, unquote. Number 3, several current compound residents who, quote, had prior drug involvement. Number 4, 2 former residents who were imprisoned for drug trafficking. And number 5, National Guard's overflights with thermal cameras that showed a hot spot inside the compound, quote, possibly indicating a methamphetamine laboratory. The ATF wanted to arrest Koresh outside of the compound, but planners of the raid received inaccurate information that he rarely left it. In fact, Koresh and other Branch Davidian members were well known throughout the local community and left the compound often. The Branch Davidians partly supported themselves by trading at gun shows and took care to have the relevant paperwork to ensure their transactions were legal. In fact, Branch Davidian Paul Fata was a federally licensed firearms dealer, and the group operated a retail gun business called the Mag Bag. When shipments for the Mag Bag arrived, they were signed for by Fata, Steve Schneider, or Koresh. The morning of the raid, Paul Fata and his son Kalani were on their way to a gun show in Austin to conduct business.
Oops, sorry me. So the funny thing about the whole meth thing and trying to get the DEA involved, yeah, there was no meth lab in the compound. There was no trace of any meth or any materials for a meth lab found in the compound ever, even when it burned. They found nothing. As a matter of fact, rewinding back to when they took the Mount Carmel compound back over from George Roden after he was imprisoned for brutally murdering a guy with an axe to the forehead. When they took the compound back over, he owed a whole bunch of back taxes on it. So the Branch Davidians paid off the back taxes. As a matter of fact, and one of the renters that George Roden had been leasing out part of the compound to had built a meth lab inside of the Mount Carmel compound before the Branch Davidians came back in. And David Koresh himself and the Branch Davidians reported the meth lab to the authorities and had them come clean it out. So there was a meth lab there at one point, but it was way before any of this. And as a matter of fact, it was reported and dismantled. So nothing was ever really proven as far as a drug tie-in. They did have a fuck ton of weapons, though. A fuck ton. But no drugs were ever found. And no surviving members even talk about anything about drugs. Like, it's never even, like, mentioned. You would think it's somebody at this point would say, like, yeah, I saw them making this one time. They were like, I never saw any of that. So the interesting other side note of this was that basically at this time, the ATF was looking to, they were getting ready to do their budget hearings, which in the United States, when you have to go before Congress, you have to pitch your case for like why you need more money, like why your agency needs more money. And it was around this time that the ATF was supposed to do that. So there are theories behind this that say basically this whole raid was pretty much a performative show to say, look at what we can do when we're properly funded. And they went in with this whole operation. It was basically supposed to be like, this is going to be nothing. We're going to stampede in there. We're going to make them do the perp walk out the door, and it's going to be done by lunch. It didn't turn out that way. So let's find out what happened.
Additionally, there was no evidence ever found of illegal drugs being produced or sold at the compound. So while the reasoning behind the initial ATF raid may have been shaky, it was the execution of it that would really come into sharp focus for the way that it quickly went wrong. The search warrant was executed on February 28, 1993, and the local sheriff, interviewed after the incident, claimed he was never apprised of the raid. Any advantage of surprise was lost when a local TV reporter who had been tipped off about the raid asked for directions to the Mount Carmel compound from a mail carrier who was coincidentally also Koresh's brother-in-law. Despite being informed that the Branch Davidians knew a raid was coming, the ATF commander ordered that it go ahead anyway, even though their plan hinged heavily on the element of surprise. It was crucial to the plan that the Branch Davidians be unaware of the raid and therefore unprepared. Critics of the ATF's actions claimed that due to the operation being so critically compromised, it should have been called off. But it was not. Strangely also, while not standard procedure, ATF agents had their blood types written on their arms or neck after leaving the staging area before the raid, because it was recommended by the military to facilitate speedy blood transfusions in the case of injury. Koresh then told undercover ATF agent Robert Rodriguez that they knew a raid was imminent. Rodriguez had infiltrated the Branch Davidians and was astonished to find that his cover had been blown. The agent made an excuse and left the compound. When asked later what the Branch Davidians had been doing when he left the compound, Rodriguez replied, quote, "They were praying." Branch Davidian survivors have written that Koresh then ordered selected male followers to begin arming and taking up defensive positions, while the women and children were told to take cover in their rooms. Koresh told them he would try to speak to the agents, and what happened next would depend on the agents' intentions. The ATF arrived at 9:45 a.m. in a convoy of civilian vehicles containing uniformed personnel in armored SWAT tactical gear.
So, again, tying into this was just a whole messy fuck up from top to bottom. This is like if somebody wrote a book on this is a way not to do a raid on a compound, it would be this. Because basically the whole plan of infiltrating the compound and going in and getting them out hinged on the Branch Davidians not knowing that the federal agents were coming. The cover was blown. They found out, obviously, from the mailman, told them, and they knew they were on to the plan. But instead of calling it off, they went ahead and decided to go for it anyway. Mistake number one. Mistake number two was now they have time to prepare. They have time to get their weapons. They have time to arm themselves. So obviously, this is not going to go in a good, like, calm and peaceful way. I really don't think you're going to be able to talk somebody down at this point. So yeah, it's like this looks normal. Exactly, Indy. He was like exactly, Mom. But then it was just a mess from top to bottom. They roll up in SWAT gear already, still ready, ready to go, ready to drag these people out. And obviously they're armed now and they have weapons, and I don't think they're going to go down with it. They're not going to come out because you asked them nicely at this point. Also, side note, the misinformation that the federal agents got about David Koresh, because they claimed, the press called them out even on it on several occasions and said, well, we've heard accounts that say that he goes into town quite frequently. And he did. He was there at least once a week in town, either at a restaurant or he was doing gardening work at a community college in Waco. They could have arrested him by himself when he was doing any of those things. And because they have the wrong information that basically said he never leaves the compound, they decided to take out the whole compound. This is why information and communication is so very fucking important. Continue.
The stories diverge from this point into two perspectives, that of the agents present at the raid and those of the surviving members of the group. While many of the following incidents are agreed on and documented that they did, in fact, happen, how they exactly played out is where the conflicts in the accounts begin to occur. ATF agents stated that they heard shots coming from within the compound, while Branch Davidian survivors claimed that the first shots came from the ATF agents outside. A suggested reason may have been an accidental discharge of a weapon, possibly by an ATF agent, causing the ATF to respond with fire from automatic weapons. Other reports claim the first shots were fired by the ATF, quote, dog team, sent in to kill the dogs at the Branch Davidian kennel. 3 helicopters from the National Guard were used as an aerial distraction and all took incoming fire. During the first shots, Koresh himself was wounded, shot in the hand and in the stomach. Within a minute of the raid's start, Branch Davidian Wayne Martin called emergency services, pleading for them to stop shooting. Martin asked for a ceasefire, and audio tapes record him saying, quote, "Here they come again," and, quote, "That's them shooting, that's not us," unquote.
So yes, that did actually happen. The Branch Davidians did have a kennel of dogs at the compound, and those were some of the first shots fired, according to the Branch Davidians, were the ATF agents shooting the dogs in the kennel. I'm just reporting the details, guys. I don't like it any more than you do. This is a whole bunch of fucked up on both sides. Like, neither side was great. Both sides were obviously did shit wrong. So yeah, like Amina's like, that goes too far. It does. These were just 100% bust the door down guerrilla tactics. And here's the thing, they also did not take into account that you are dealing with a group that has for years, as a matter of fact, because Branch Davidians are a member of the Seventh-day Adventists, and they fully believe that the world is going to end and that Christ is going to come back. So you're basically reinforcing the apocalyptic vision that they have been preaching for years. As a matter of fact, for months and years before this, David Koresh was on his whole 7 Seals thing about the government, and he kept saying, they're going to come in here, they're going to come in here, they're going to shoot us, they're going to burn the place down. He even said, burn the place down. So the fact that then you do this and you show up and you reinforce everything he has said so far really doesn't help the whole, like, I mean, you're basically dealing with a group that's ready for the end times, and you're giving them all of the evidence that this is actually happening. You're basically making the end of the world play out in front of them. So it was just it was a mess. It was a mess. Just a 100% mess. 100%. Real bad. Oh, and this was months after. This was a year after Ruby Ridge, which was also a complete catastrophe fuck up. If you ever want to look that one up, that was another one. They were batting. They needed a W real bad in the column, the ATF and the FBI at this point, but this wasn't it, sis. This wasn't it. So yeah, let's continue. It doesn't even get any better. This didn't have to happen. Straight up.
Emergency personnel attempted to call through to the agents and authorities who were stationed outside the compound in order to broker some sort of break in the gunfire, but no one responded. 12:07 p.m. The first visible flames appear in 2 spots in the front of the building. First on the left of the front door, on the 2nd floor, then a short time later on the right side of the building, and at a 3rd spot on the back side. An FBI hostage rescue team member reported seeing a Branch Davidian member igniting a fire in the front door area. 12:09 p.m. Member Ruth Riddle exits with a floppy disk in her jacket containing Koresh's manuscript on the 7 Seals. A 3rd fire is detected on the 1st floor. 12:10 p.m. Flames spread quickly throughout the building, spurred on by high winds. The fire grows and spreads quickly. Shots continued to be fired back and forth by ATF agents and Branch Davidians for a total of 2 hours. At this time, Clive Doyle, a Branch Davidian member and witness to the raid, claimed that as the raid by federal agents began, he heard Koresh say, quote, "I want you all to go back to your rooms and stay calm," unquote. He continues, "I could hear David's steps going down the hall towards the front door. Then all of a sudden I hear David say, 'Hey, wait a minute, there are women and children in here.' Then all hell broke loose, just a barrage of shots from outside coming in. It sounded like a bloodbath." During the exchange, 4 ATF agents and 5 Branch Davidian members were killed, and more than 16 agents and an unknown number of cult members were wounded. Eventually, Sergeant Lynch of the McLennan County Sheriff's Department was able to contact the ATF and negotiated a ceasefire. Sheriff Harwell stated in a documentary produced 4 years after the siege, Waco, The Rules of Engagement, that the only reason the agents withdrew was because they ran out of ammunition. It seemed as if the group had come out the winners, but the battle was far from over. Because federal agents had been killed during the raid, the FBI then took over jurisdiction.
So also as a side note, in that documentary, which is called Waco, The Rules of Engagement, it was made in 1997, there were reporters. So this was all happening in front of reporters as well. You guys remember, you guys are mentioning in the feed, like watching it on television. So this was all happening in front of news media, papers, obviously the internet really wasn't a thing at the time, but had it been, there would have been bloggers there. But this is happening in front of news cameras. So at one point, there was a team of reporters that actually said that the ATF agents called over to them and asked the reporters to call for an ambulance. Which is a little weird that if you're if you're getting ready to shoot people and you're expecting to take fire maybe, and obviously you've been shooting at each other for about 2 hours, nobody has called an ambulance at this point. Nobody has called emergency services. Well, turns out one or several of the Branch Davidians were from inside the compound on the phone with emergency services. You can hear the 911 calls in this documentary, and the 911 dispatcher is attempting to get through to the agents, to the front line, to the authorities at the front line, and they are not answering. So the whole thing was just miscommunicated, dropped the ball. Like, there's just so many instances of just how this went wrong. This was literally Murphy's Law. Everything that could go wrong fucking went wrong. I also remember watching this on television. Like, I remember watching this all the way up until the end. Like, all the way up until the end, which we're getting there too. Jeez. Did not go well.
At first, the Branch Davidians maintained a phone line and contact with the local news media, and Koresh himself even gave interviews. The FBI would ultimately cut off the group's contact to the outside world, and for the next 51 days, communication with those inside the Mount Carmel compound was via phone with a group of 25 different FBI negotiators. In the first few days of the siege, the FBI thought they made progress that pointed towards the group's ultimate surrender. They managed to negotiate a deal with Koresh that the Branch Davidians would leave the compound in exchange for a message recorded by David Koresh himself, being broadcast on national radio. The broadcast was made, but soon afterwards, Koresh seemed to have a change of heart and told the negotiators that God had told him to remain inside the building and, quote, wait. While Koresh remained steadfast in holding up inside the compound, federal negotiators managed to secure the release of 19 children, ranging in age from 5 months to 12 years old, without their parents. 98 people still remained inside the building. During the subsequent debriefing of the children by the FBI and the Texas Rangers, it was then that the allegations of physical and sexual abuse that occurred in the compound long before the siege was confirmed. It was this justification that was used by the FBI in pleading the case to then-President Bill Clinton and Attorney General Janet Reno as the reason for launching tear gas attacks to force the remaining Branch Davidian members out of the compound. During the course of the 51-day siege, the FBI sent a video camera to the Branch Davidians. In the videotape made by Koresh's followers, Koresh introduced his children and his multiple wives to the FBI negotiators, including several minors who claimed to have had babies fathered by Koresh. Several Branch Davidians also made statements in the video. On day 9, Monday, March 8th, the Branch Davidians sent out the videotape in order to show the FBI that there were no hostages, but that everyone was staying inside on their own free will. The negotiators' log showed that when the tape was reviewed, there was concern that the tapes released to the media would gain sympathy for Koresh and the Branch Davidians. The videos also showed the 23 children still inside the compound.
So sorry, I'd pause on the black screen. Yes, he was a sick bastard. So obviously a just vile, disgusting human being who was basically a walking trash fire. But at the same time, you sent this tape in order for and I've seen some of the tapes, and a lot of them are David Koresh and his multiple wives and his children, and basically showing the children in the compound and the people that were still there. It was important to them to let the FBI know that, hey, he's not keeping us here. You really don't need a hostage team. We're all staying here because you're pointing guns at us and doing other things. So, but then to get the tapes back and to go, you know what, this paints us in a bad light. Like, we look like the bad guys here, and people might actually feel sorry for these people, so we're not going to show them. At the end of the day, they were still human beings who died in a fire. So that was that just didn't sit right with me when I was going over the like I said, he could die in a fire, like 100%. Like, if they could have burned that whole compound down and only killed David Koresh, fine. That is cap. That is totally okay. But the other people, I don't. Yeah, it was shitty. So there's that.
As the siege continued, Koresh negotiated for more time, allegedly so that he could write religious documents he needed to complete about his final visions and the 7 seals before surrendering. His conversations, which were heavy with confusing and convoluted biblical imagery, alienated the federal negotiators, who became increasingly frustrated with Koresh's inability or refusal to answer simple questions. Among themselves, the negotiation teams took to calling Koresh's words Bible babble. As the siege wore on, 2 factions developed within the FBI, one believing negotiation to be the answer, the other force. Increasingly aggressive techniques were used to try to force the Branch Davidians out. For instance, sleep deprivation and psychological warfare on the inhabitants through all-night broadcasts of recordings of jet planes, loud pop music, chanting, and the screams of rabbits being slaughtered. Outside the compound, 9 Bradley fighting vehicles carrying M651CS tear gas grenades and ferret rounds, and 5 M28 combat engineer vehicles, CEVs, from the Army began patrolling. The armored vehicles were used to destroy perimeter fencing and outbuildings, and crush cars belonging to the Branch Davidians. Armored vehicles repeatedly drove over the grave of Branch Davidian Peter Gent, despite protests by the Branch Davidians and negotiators. 2 of the 3 water storage tanks on the roof of the main building had been damaged during the initial ATF raid, but eventually the FBI cut all power and water to the compound, forcing those inside to survive on rainwater and stockpiled MRE rations. Criticism was later leveled by Koresh's right-hand man, Stephen Schneider's attorney, Jack Zimmerman, at the tactic of using sleep and peace-disrupting sound against the Branch Davidians. Quote, "The point was this. They were trying to have sleep disturbance, and they were trying to take someone that they viewed as unstable to start with, and they were trying to drive him crazy. And then they got mad because he does something that they think is irrational."
So he's not wrong. You are dealing with an already unstable individual. And the fact that you are using psychological warfare to push them further over the edge, like, what did you think Endgame was here? The man already believes that he's Jesus and that the end of the world is coming. Like, what did you think was going to happen? And you're depriving him of sleep. And yeah, pelting them with noise and running over graves and busting up buildings. Like, what? At what point did you not think he was just going to eventually go, like, fuck it, and end of days, bitches, and be out? Like, again, you're pushing madness closer to the edge of more madness. Like, do you still have the lambs, Clarice? Are the lambs still screaming? It was a really bad Hannibal Lecter, but you know what? We're going to go with it.
End quote. Despite the increasingly aggressive tactics, Koresh ordered a group of followers to leave. 11 people left and were arrested as material witnesses, with one person being charged with conspiracy to commit murder. The children's, however, willingness to stay with Koresh disturbed the negotiators, who were unprepared to work around the Branch Davidians' religious zeal. However, as the siege went on, the children were aware that an earlier group of children who had left with some women were immediately separated and the women arrested. During the siege, several scholars who studied apocalypticism in religious groups attempted to persuade the FBI that the siege tactics being used by government agents would only reinforce the impression within the Branch Davidians that they were part of a biblical, quote, end of days confrontation that had cosmic significance. This would likely increase the chances of a violent and deadly outcome. The religious scholars pointed out that the beliefs of the group may have appeared to be extreme, but to the Branch Davidians, their religious beliefs were deeply meaningful, and they were willing to die for them. Koresh's discussions with the negotiation team became increasingly difficult. According to the FBI, he proclaimed that he was the second coming of Christ, and that he had been commanded by his Father in heaven to remain in the compound. 1 week before the April 19th assault, FBI planners considered using snipers to kill David Koresh and possibly other key Branch Davidians. the FBI voiced concern that the Branch Davidians might commit mass suicide, as had happened in 1978 at Jonestown. Koresh had repeatedly denied any plans for mass suicide when confronted by negotiators during the standoff, and people leaving the compound had not seen any such preparation. But agents were getting frustrated with Koresh's perceived stall tactics, and being told that conditions were deteriorating inside the compound, decided to push for a final assault. This final assault began the morning of April 19th, 1993. 12:12 p.m. An emergency call is placed regarding the fire at the compound. 2 Waco Fire Department trucks are dispatched. Shortly after, the Belmead Fire Department also dispatches 2 trucks. 12:22 p.m. The Waco Fire Department trucks arrive at the federal checkpoint, where they are halted. They are not permitted to pass for a full 15 minutes. The Belmead trucks follow shortly after. 12:25 p.m. There is a large explosion on the left side of the compound. 12:30 p.m. Part of the roof collapses. Around this time, there are several more explosions, and witnesses report the sound of gunfire. The FBI hostage rescue team attributes this to stored live ammunition going off as a result of the fire. 12:43 p.m. According to fire department logs, the fire trucks finally arrive at the compound. 12:55 p.m. The fire begins to burn out. The entire compound is leveled. 9 cult members would leave as the compound at Mount Carmel was consumed by a hellish inferno, but they would be the only ones who made it out. 76 members of the Branch Davidians, including David Koresh, would perish in what some may argue was an ironic, self-fulfilled prophecy. 20 of the more than 70 casualties were children. When the bodies were eventually recovered, a numerous array of causes of death were found, from being crushed beneath collapsed concrete walls, to poisoning by burning tear gas, to gunshot wounds. At least 20 Branch Davidians were shot, including Koresh and 5 children under the age of 14. The medical examiner who performed the post-mortem examinations of the remains believed these deaths to be mercy killings, or self-inflicted by those trapped inside the burning building with no escape. Some accounts claim that one of Koresh's loyal lieutenants, Steve Schneider, shot Koresh after realizing he had been duped by a false prophet before turning the gun on himself, but this remains an unsubstantiated rumor to this day. Trials, hearings, and civil suits followed the tragedy for years. New tactical policies for such raids were introduced by the ATF and other law enforcement agencies, citing the disastrous occurrence at Waco specifically as how such a tactical operation can go wrong. But the fallout from the events tragically did not stop there. The Oklahoma City bombers, Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, cited the siege at Waco as their motivation for the attack on the federal building, which coincided with the 2-year anniversary of the assault and killed nearly 170 people. Nothing remains of the compound buildings today other than concrete foundations, as the burned buildings were bulldozed 2 weeks after the siege ended. A small chapel built many years after the events at Waco stands on the site. David Koresh himself was buried at Memorial Park Cemetery in Tyler, Texas, in the Last Supper section. There are still Branch Davidians who survived the carnage at Waco who maintain to this day that David Koresh was a prophet who spoke God's word. But was he a madman or a Messiah? Perhaps this passage from Matthew 7:15 says it best. Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Can't get enough of the hive mind? Then join us next week for a new episode with a deep dive into going clear, abuse, fraud, and alien overlords in Scientology, A Million Years of Servitude.
And I have to unmute my mic. I'm right, just like that, I'm back. I didn't want to interrupt the end there because I was in a good flow. But yeah, there were a lot of aspects to that story. I keep shaking the fucking table. There's a lot of aspects to that story that were not told at the time. The narrative of the press at the time was that it was a crazy cult that basically got what was coming to them. That was pretty much the line from the major media and from the press. But there were so many other facets that didn't get told until years and years after the fact. And some of them are still in question to this day. Like kind of Sean said, where it was like, oh, hurry up and cover the evidence. It was like, yeah, it was weird that it was bulldozed 2 weeks after. Like, you didn't even want to like look in the ash. No? Okay. Thanks, guys. I'm so glad you liked this one. The editing was a lot. I really wanted to capture the timeline of the day of the fire accurately. So that's why we kind of did little breaks where we covered the timeline. We started off with how it started, how it ended. So I thought it kind of gave like a sense of urgency. It kind of gave like a real, like, it felt like you were there. It felt like, you know, all of that. So use different music in this episode. Yes, I used some different music that was in my editing software. So kind of played around with that a little bit, just trying to help with tone. It was great. Yeah, like it was great. Thank you. I was like, it was great. What was great? Tell me. Thank you for watching. Also, thank you to my partner in true crime, Patrick McQuarrie, who made the lovely logo that you see down there and the lovely thumbnail that y'all clicked on so nicely. Also, don't forget to click on the like button in the video and share it out to as many people as you want, as many people as will watch it. So there's it's a lot, you guys. There's quite a few documentaries on it. There's the Waco Rules of Engagement. There is a ABC like Dateline kind of documentary called like Waco Truth and Lies. I kind of not advise watching a lot of the YouTube ones because they can be kind of like a little bit like, not a lot of actual accurate research is done, and it's just more opinion pieces. There's also a show that has garnered quite a bit of controversy that's on Paramount Plus called Waco. That is a mini series starring Taylor Kitsch as David Koresh. And apparently people are kind of not a fan of it because it takes the no bad guy stance in the show, where it basically paints neither side as the bad guy. So it doesn't paint the government as the villain. It does not paint the Branch Davidians as the villain, but it was kind of like very like shades of gray, like neither side was right 100%, neither side was wrong 100%. So it's this kind of middle ground that I guess people don't really care for because they want David Koresh to be more villainized than he actually is. I'm like, he did that himself. Like, bet. Like, he already did that. He did that. He did a good job of that on his fucking own. So I think people are a little like, it's revisionist and you're making him look like a good guy. Like, nobody's making him look like a good guy. Like, he was not that at all. I haven't watched the show, but I really don't think they're trying to make him look like a good guy either. So next week is the one I will probably get doxxed for. Remember this face? I will probably get kidnapped and murdered by aliens. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, there were a lot of mistakes. The famous phrase of mistakes were made. A lot of them. So mistakes were made, but not by me. But next week is going to be Scientology. So that will be probably the second to last episode in the cults mini-series that we have been doing. The final episode will be, of course, the Manson family, which will then draw us right back into the realm of straight true crime, and we can go from there. So do expect that one in a week or 2 weeks. We're going to do Scientology, and there's a lot. I'm going to try to keep it to one episode. Thank you guys for hanging out. This one was a little bit longer. Jared Leto, right? That man, I can't with that dude. He's the answer to the question that nobody asked, like literally. Like if a question that no one asked was in human form, Jared Leto. He's also he's honeydew. If this was a fruit salad, he's honeydew. He's the one that's like the +1 that nobody asked for, and there it is. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like the video. Like I said, don't forget to share the video. Thank you so much for the people who donated to PayPal. The link is in the video description. You are more than welcome to click on that Linktree link to share it out, to go to PayPal, to go to the merch store. Don't forget, there's some cool designs on there. Also, side note, if anyone is interested, I'm thinking about making keychains for a very special, kind of inspired by the Haunted Site Social Club, hashtag, a VIP group for Murder Corner. If you guys want like clubbed keychains, like, I can do that. I've been working on a design. I'm cooking something up, so stay tuned for that. But yes, just, I never asked for you guys for anything other than to like and share and get the information out there. Tom Cruise, Tom, come out of the closet. I won't be angry. Katie won't be angry. Just come out of the closet, Tom. I'm not in here though. I'm not in here though. So thank you guys. Have a wonderful evening. And as always, don't join a cult and don't get murdered, and stay spooky. Have a good evening. With the video, I wanted to go with kind of like, because the graphic and the stuff that I've seen, it's very like, reminds me like it's very 50s, like retro sci-fi. So I always kind of like, I wanted to do something like 50s retro, right? So I did it. I'm gonna let you watch it and let you be the judge. And of course I'll pop in and out to make some commentary, because there's a lot here, you guys.
November 18th, 1995 in Clearwater, Florida seemed like any typical day, complete with the typical day-to-day misfortunes like a minor fender bender. The paramedics responded but found both drivers ambulatory and started to leave the scene. That was until one of them, a woman named Lisa McPherson, started to remove all of her clothing and walk naked down the center of the street. When asked why she was doing this, she simply responded with, "I need help. I need to talk to someone." 17 days later, 36-year-old Lisa McPherson was dead. She died not in a hospital or a medical facility, but in a dirty hotel room under the care of a religious organization which has drawn scrutiny for its secrecy, abuse, and fraudulent claims for the past 30 years. Open the pod bay doors and get ready to go clear, because this is where the story of the Church of Scientology begins. America has had a long-standing fascination with outliers beginning their own offbeat religions or cults. But it's not every day that one gets started directly out of the pages of astounding science fiction magazine. The prophet who sowed the seeds of this controversial movement was born Lafayette Ronald Hubbard on March 13, 1911, in the humble farmland of Nebraska. He struggled as a writer, but it didn't stop him from spinning tall tales.
So, first point of order, those pants, them short pants, am I right? Anyways, fashion icon. I can't even say that with a straight face. So, he was a struggling writer. And by struggling writer, I mean, when I say that, I mean he wasn't very successful. He wrote a lot, though. And I do mean a fucking lot. It qualifies as a fuck ton. He still holds the Guinness World Record for most amount of books published. Like, doesn't mean they were good. We're talking, quantity over quality here. So he used to write for magazines, and back then, writers used to get paid a penny a word. So you had to write a fuck ton to make any kind of money. But obviously, he couldn't really sell too many stories because they weren't that good to begin with. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just being factual at this point. So you can still find some of his writing. Some of it has been republished and repackaged as with some of modern covers on them and stuff. But yeah, he still holds the Guinness Book of World Records for most books published. Also, he apparently would write so much. The story goes that he would write so much and with such a fervor that he would sweat, and sweat would like drip onto his typewriter, which my first thought, ew, gross. Ugh. It's like, dude, like, why are you straining so hard? You're typing. Like, are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor? That's not normal. You're not running like laps. You're not doing cardio. You're typing. Anyways, intensity. Continue me.
He claimed that he was a blood brother of the Blackfoot Indians, but there was no such ceremony. He also claimed to be a nuclear physicist, but dropped out of college in pursuit of a civil engineering degree, and that he was a war hero. He wasn't that either. During his service in the U.S. Navy, he was placed in command of 2 ships, but was summarily removed from command both times. The remainder of his enlisted time was spent in a hospital for a variety of ailments. But as much of an appalling con artist as he was in many ways, it's impossible not to be awed by the magnitude of his story, one that could be barely imagined by the most creative writer in Hollywood. A struggling science fiction writer becomes the leader of a billion-dollar cult, commands his own private navy, and dies while on the run from the US government. It sounds stranger than fiction, and even harder to believe at face value. But that was where Scientology stood out from other movements. It grew out of the self-help movement, where popular titles like Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill and How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie were no doubt an influence on Hubbard's own cobbled-together manual, Dianetics. Dianetics itself reads like a patchwork of other popular psychoanalytic theories, repackaged and repurposed specifically for the layperson. With a good deal borrowed directly from Sigmund Freud's abreaction therapy and Alfred Korzybski's general semantics, as well as techniques on hypnosis, one might wonder what about the content was original at all. The fact is, the information contained in between the covers of Dianetics was nothing new, but the way it was packaged and presented was, and that proved all too appealing in the post-war psychoanalytic boom. And auditing, aka Hubbard's patented form of self-counseling, meant that rather than pay a professional therapist for months or years of treatment for what may turn out to be an inconclusive diagnosis, all a faithful Dianetics practitioner needed was a copy of the book and a friend to co-audit with. The process of auditing was laid out expressly in the text in order to tame what Hubbard called the emotional or reactive mind. It was this that was the source of all fears and ailments. The purging of emotions from the reactive mind, a concept he'd actually written about in prior science fiction short stories, was done via a process of a series of probing and self-reflective questions intended to help the adherent step entirely into their logical or analytical mind.
I almost forgot I was on mute. Thanks. The edit part where I changed the pages. I tried to mix it up. I didn't want to do that like bleed through too much because I thought it might be a little too repetitive. But so the terms that you guys are going to hear, and you've probably heard before if you are familiar with Scientology or know any of the background on it, terms like reactive mind, terms like clear, a lot of these terms were honestly recycled by Hubbard. He had used these concepts in short stories he had written and had published. So basically, he cherry-picked out concepts and ideas and theories that were, again, pure science fiction, and rolled them into at first, a self-help module. And like, that would be literally like if George R.R. Martin picked words out of Game of Thrones and decided to do a TED Talk. Like none of it makes any fucking sense. Like, it's banana boat. And we haven't even gotten into the really banana boat stuff yet. So let's get into that. Continue me.
These negative emotions and trauma responses were what Hubbard called engrams, and served something like a recording or a memory of a negative or traumatic event. In order to reduce the impact of these memories, an auditor will use a device called an e-meter, which is essentially 1/3 of a polygraph machine. It is constructed of two cans that the querent holds, and these carry an undetectable amount of current into the machine. According to Scientology, the machine measures your amount of mental mass, or the density of your thoughts.
And yes, you are seeing that correctly. That is a very early John Travolta being audited. He is, of course, one of the more famous celebrities associated with Scientology. There are a lot of them. I'll get into why that is later. But at a later point during Scientology's kind of like after, like in the 90s and stuff, when he was a lot more active, they insisted on recording people's auditing sessions, which, as you can imagine, if people are asking the questions that you saw earlier, like, have you ever committed a crime? Have you ever assaulted anybody? Have you ever lied to someone? All of these things are written down. So all of these responses are recorded and kept by the auditors. And once you audit so many times, you're just having files upon files upon files of these answered questions and these really secret things that have happened to people. So I guess at one point they had set up cameras so they could videotape everyone's auditing sessions. And of course, yeah, they can use it for blackmail later, right? Which they say it's not blackmail because they don't ask for money. That's not how this works. But Travolta refused. He was like, I do not want to be videotaped while in auditing sessions. And they basically lied and said, okay, cool. We're not going to do that. And you can audit in your hotel room if you feel more comfortable. To which immediately then they went and installed secret cameras in his hotel room and videotaped him anyway. So continue me.
As the current runs through your body, this density and the amount of resistance is shown on the meter via a needle on a gauge. Questions about negative emotions and experiences are asked repeatedly by the auditor until the needle begins to show less of a response, and in this way, the engram is discharged. This is a very similar concept to Freudian therapy, but where Scientology and Dianetics differed was that it pushed further and delved deeper into people's experiences, which at times resulted in suggested or false memories that the meter read as real incidents that occurred. This was then chalked up as trauma accumulated in a past life. Once purged entirely of these experiences over a lengthy process of time, adherents would move out of their reactive mind and
I gotta go back for a second. That was literally L. Ron Hubbard using an e-meter on a tomato. On a tomato. What the fuck? Like, why? Why? Well, what? Are you? Do you need to check to see if it has, like, you know, bad memories before you make a fucking salad? Like, what? I can't with this man. Anyways, yeah, apparently secret tomato. Sad alien tomato? I don't know. I'm gonna let me continue, actually. Yeah. Told you it gets crazy. Continue me.
fully into their analytical, perfect mind in a state of what is referred to in the church as going clear. This state was claimed to cure all neuroses and mental illness, as well as even more outlandish claims of increasing one's overall IQ and improving or curing physical ailments like poor eyesight and diabetes. There was no proof of this, of course, and little noticeable results outside of the suggested lightness of being following an intense confessional session. And while an intense therapy session would likely produce the same results, Hubbard was quick to correct anyone that Dianetics was not the same as psychology and should not even be equated with such. This was truly the first concrete example of Hubbard's animosity and antagonism towards professional mental health treatment. Why listen to a trained professional when you could take snake oil in the privacy of your own home and pretend to be well? An underlying source of this animosity may have directly come from an unanswered cry for help in Hubbard's own life. After leaving his commission with the U.S. Navy following continued health issues and an attempt at sabotage on the last ship he served on, Hubbard struggled to make it as a writer on a disability pension from the military. He lived off of his wife's parents and wrote repeatedly to the VA, seeking an increase in his pension. In October 1947, he wrote to the VA requesting psychiatric treatment. Quote, "After trying and failing for 2 years to regain my equilibrium in civil life, I am utterly unable to approach anything like my own competence. My last physician informed me that it might be very helpful if I were to be examined and perhaps treated psychiatrically or even by a psychoanalyst. Towards the end of my service, I avoided, out of pride, any mental examinations, hoping that time would balance a mind which I had every reason to suppose was seriously affected. I cannot account for nor rise above long periods of moroseness and suicidal inclinations, and have newly come to realize that I must first triumph above this before I can hope to rehabilitate myself at all. I cannot, myself, afford such treatment. Will you please help me?"
Sir, I don't think a full lobotomy would help you at this point. Yeah, ready to farm this out to anybody. And that was the thing, is he did need one. He very much needed one because he was very mentally ill, to the point that becomes very obvious that he was either very severely bipolar or he was very schizophrenic and just was untreated. It screams schizo to me, but we'll get into that later. But I'm like, dude, there's not the Mayo Clinic and every doctor, and Sigmund Freud himself could not help you, sir. Like, there is no amount of Prozac and psychiatric drugs and lithium that will fix whatever is going on in that mashed potato fucking brain. So, yeah, I don't know. Ready to farm this out to anybody else, I guess. Aliens? Why not? Let's continue.
So maybe it was this that set Hubbard so against the fields of psychiatry as a whole, but according to his ex-wife Sarah, it was more so the unwavering belief that he and he alone held the cure for all mental illnesses, and that his virtual dismissal by all professional reviews, boards, and journals of psychiatry when attempting to shop around his convoluted process of Dianetics that caused such a break. She also said it was this, plus the constant adulation from fawning adherents who paid no less than $500 a head to be treated and have false memories implanted during Dianetic seminars, that put Hubbard into a dangerously paranoid state of mind. She begged him to get help, and in response, he kidnapped their daughter and fled to Cuba. He left the child there under the care of a mentally impaired woman and her daughter, while at the same time calling his wife to torment her by claiming that he had killed their child and, quote, chopped her up into little pieces. He would then call back and claim the child was alive, and this, according to Sarah, went on and on until she finally acquiesced. He would move to Georgia the following year with his wife, and while there was reportedly associated with a psychiatric clinic.
As well he should have been, but probably not for the right reasons. Unfortunately, that is not the only crazy story that came out of Hubbard's marriage to Sarah Northrup. She does also claim that at one point when they were living together, I believe it was in Georgia after this event, that he was working on Dianetics and was typing or whatever in his office, and she was smiling in her sleep. I guess she was dreaming or something. And he went over to her and punched her and slapped her in the face because she was smiling in her sleep. And obviously she was dreaming and thinking about someone else. So yeah, walking trash fire. As anyone who knows me knows very well, I have goals when they invent time machines, and they make them reliable and affordable. I only used to have two things that I wanted to do when they have time machines. I wanted to go back in time and punch a pilgrim directly in the face. They know what they did. And I also wanted to steal a dinosaur. I now have a third thing on that list. I will go back in time and beat the ever-loving righteous shit out of L. Ron Hubbard. Like, curb stomped. On sight. Can't. We'll get into a little bit of the background, too, of, like, how they met. And it's a wild-ass story. So when we get there, we'll get there. But, like, he's still on his hands. Throne. Carnation instant hands is what this man's going to have for breakfast. Anyways, continue me.
Any attempts at mental health improvement, though, seemed to fall by the wayside once Dianetics became a massive sensation. But even having a surprise bestseller and going from failed sci-fi pulp novelist to self-help magnate overnight wasn't a lucrative turn initially for Hubbard. Within a few years, the Dianetics fad seemed to have passed, and he was back to square one. Only a few loyal adherents to the system remained, and the Hubbard Dianetic Research Foundation filed for bankruptcy. But being taken to court and sued for practicing medicine without a license no doubt contributed to the deficit the organization found themselves in. Not one to be on the hook for legal liabilities, Hubbard had divorced himself from the organization shortly before the court case, almost around the same time as he was divorcing himself from his second wife, Sarah, who he had married bigamously. This distancing himself from the legal woes of his former organization did save him from jail time, but he ultimately lost control of the rights to his own work, Dianetics. By 1952, Hubbard was broke again and desperate for a new scheme. Enter the Church of Scientology. While Hubbard was a charlatan in many respects, he did have a mind for business. He also had an interest in the occult, after spending a considerable amount of time in the late 1940s with rocket scientist, black magic practitioner, and student of Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons.
The official biography that I want, this man has. Anyways, you heard all of that correctly. Rocket scientist, Jack Parsons is a very famous nuclear physicist. He was part of the Philadelphia Project. A crater on the moon is actually named after him. So very famous in that respect. Also, in his spare time, in his downtime, was into black magic and was a student of Aleister Crowley. So his whole goal, he had this little coven in Pasadena, California, that he would invite people into that were of like-minded ways and such, and that I guess wanted to pursue the darker side of things. His goal was to create the Antichrist. He wanted to sleep with a whole bunch of women to create the Antichrist, as somebody may want to do. Hubbard was his assistant, came in to assist him. You recognize the woman in the middle as Sarah Northrop. Now, Sarah, at the time, was Jack Parsons' girlfriend, and Hubbard ran off with her, stole the man's girlfriend and ran off, and then married her bigamously, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Jack Parsons did end up meeting and marrying this other woman that he was trying to make the Antichrist with. He's an interesting dude in and of himself. So if you ever want to watch something fascinating, this man right here, that one right there with the bomb thing in his hand. Fascinating, weird dude, but cool. But yeah, so that's where the whole relationship started off on a weird foot. Plus, Hubbard was still married to his first wife, which apparently he just left out. Didn't disclose. I feel like that's an important detail. Continue.
This opened the concept of a mysterious religion to Hubbard, where greater truths are revealed as you ascend spiritual steps. This would be fully rolled into Scientology, where adherents would climb a spiritual ladder, but they would be required to pay increasing fees in order to attain the next level of awakening and consciousness until they would reach the end of the path, as outlined by Dianetics originally. A state of clear was the endgame, where one would allegedly become free of all mental illness and neuroses. This, for any practicing Scientologist, is the ultimate and unattainable goal. The proverbial carrot on the stick that keeps believers invested. Hubbard himself would keep revealing new secrets and heights to keep people enthralled, with each new step available to members or operating thetans. We'll come back to this term, don't worry. Promising new and astounding abilities that border on superpowers. Lower-level Scientologists really do believe and are told that those who operate on the higher levels of Scientology possess preternatural abilities. For example, that high-level operating thetan and poster boy for Scientology, Tom Cruise, can read minds. You heard that right.
Thank you, Me, for confirming that I heard that correctly. Yes, that is something that low-level Scientologists are told, that the higher levels you get, which of course come with a exorbitant price tag, you gain abilities. It'll say ability gained on the chart, even on the bridge of total freedom, which is the chart you saw earlier, that you gain these as you get closer to total freedom and to these higher levels. You are able to cure any physical ailments you have. You are able to fucking fly. Like, literally, they think this stuff and they are told this, and that's what drives them to try to get there, is the promise of getting these cool abilities. Plus, I mean, you're already like, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. You're already like a couple, you know, $500,000 invested. I guess you might as well get some bang for your buck at this point. But as you'll see underneath Tom Cruise's name, it does say OT8. He is, I believe he is OT8 or OT7. I might have got that wrong. But it's the highest level you can be outside of the leader of the church, Dave Miscavige. So, I mean, they're pretty much peas in a pod at this point. But yeah, like, it's, why can't he fix that big dumb tooth? I don't know. Like, yeah, if everyone's ever looked at Tom Cruise's face, like, it lines right up. There's just one tooth right in the middle. Like, right in the middle of his smile. Like, not a break, not here, like here. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. So there's that. So he's basically paid, I don't even want to know how much money, but you do get, once you get that high in the church too, you have access as a celebrity, of course, to all the things that the people that are not celebrities do not have access to. And they do not treat you certain ways that they would treat normal people who are not fucking famous and in Mission Impossible movies. You know, Top Gun, yeah, okay, dude, whatever. Like, it's cool that you get like your own fucking house when you go to Gold Base and they procure girlfriends and wives for you. But maybe don't approve silently of the fact that they basically keep people in slavery. Just, you know, just a tip. I don't know. Throwing that out there. Continue, Me.
And this way of conditioned thinking is par for the course. Most ex-Scientologists say that they got their best and most noticeable results from the early courses, which are a basic melting pot of common sense and mainstream therapeutic ideas, coupled with routines that are specifically designed to induce a slight hypnotic trance. As they increase their thetan levels and move up the bridge to more advanced courses, the returns significantly diminish, but by then, it's counted on that the member is already highly emotionally and financially invested in the program. They're much less likely to walk away from this investment and, in a twisted self-sabotaging technique, are more likely to blame themselves for their failure to benefit from sessions. These failures, of course, which are addressed by yet another paid course. As the saying goes, once you've already paid for a forgery, the more you are inclined to believe that it is the genuine article. And anyone who has reached OT3, or Operating Thetan Level 3, or you get to read the space opera that was excoriatingly lampooned by South Park in a controversial episode, has already paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for the privilege of this truth. But we'll get into that later. It's unclear whether Hubbard actually believed in the snake oil he was peddling, but there's no arguing that the marketing genius with which he plied it. Businessmen were told that Scientology helped them get rich, and to gain cultural legitimacy and clout, celebrities were targeted specifically for recruitment. And once a decent Hollywood base developed, the promise of networking would make it easier to recruit fresh blood. And while Scientology was talked about a great deal in the following decades of the 1970s and 1980s, it never reached a large mass of membership. There were approximately 100,000 adherents at its peak, which has diminished significantly to about 30,000 today. Those that remain inside the group are subject to the countless writings of Hubbard, which are considered infallible scripture. He was, after all, while not a successful writer, a prolific one who had a wide range of opinions and feelings on countless trivial topics. A devoted member of the group's so-called Sea Organization, or Sea Org, a paramilitaristic elite group within Scientology whose members signed servitude contracts for 1 billion years, for example, would be ordered to wash cars, but before even getting...
I had to pop in for that one. You heard that correctly. So if you guys zoom in on that screen, or if you're able to pull that up and take a look at it, that final sentence in that contract of the Sea Org right there does say that I commit myself to 1 billion years servitude. They sign themselves away for 1 billion years. And they make 40 cents a day. And they are worked for 30 hours at a time. They are allowed to sleep for 3. They do manual labor. They are punished pretty severely when they do not fulfill their duties. You are not allowed to have children while you are in the Sea Org, because according to one of his many memos, which please do go back and read those, they're called flag orders. Do go back and read those because they're a pip. According to the manual for the Sea Org is not set up to accommodate children. So multiple women have said that they were forced to have abortions because they were serving in the Sea Org at the time. Children are also taken away from Sea Org members. So if you do happen to have children and you join, they are taken to the Cadet Org and you don't really have any contact with your children anymore. This is real. This is real, you guys. Really fucking real. So this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about when I say, well, I'm sure it's nice for celebrities when they cover up your messes and they give you houses and penthouses and trick out your cars and do everything for you. This is the other shit that goes on. Maybe don't turn a blind eye to that. Just saying. Anyways, continue me.
Near a bucket of water must read, memorize, and be quizzed on Hubbard's policy letter outlining the, quote, correct way to wash a car. And while that may seem superfluous or even comical, many of the other policies have proven to be quite problematic. In Science of Survival, published in 1951, Hubbard laid out his tone scale of human emotions. This is a scale displaying a wide range of human emotions, each one equated to a numeric value. The more positive emotions, at least according to Hubbard, rate highest on the scale, while negative emotions like anger, grief, and apathy rate at lower or negative values. These negative or low frequency numbers are what is considered to be treatable and curable by the program, which sounds relatively harmless until one realizes that Hubbard equated homosexuality with, quote, covert hostility, a low number on the tone scale, which implies that Dianetic processing could cure or treat this, quote, harmful condition. The rhetoric remains foundational scripture despite big-name science.
Hate to interrupt me for a second, but that's the tone scale. So the other one you saw with the little cute little fuzzy graphics on it, you know, how cute, mascots. That's the tone scale. So those are the numbers that are assigned to different emotions. The higher the number, the more positive emotions. So you can see the serenity of beingness, whatever the fuck that means, is a 40, where covert hostility is a 1.1. And that is the number, and that is the condition that Hubbard associated with homosexuality. The religion is notoriously homophobic, to the point that There were certain branches of Scientology in California when Prop 8 was going around for gay marriage that went against it, that put money against Prop 8. They've harassed gay members. They have blackmailed members that are gay and that are not out of the closet. What about this seems appealing to anybody? Also, I would like to point out that the ones that are circled here on the tone scale, if you'll notice, sympathy is towards the bottom. Where if you don't have sympathy, that actually, it's still negative, but it's higher. What does that tell you about an organization where being empathetic and sympathetic to people is actually worse than being a sociopathic monster? Just let that sink in. Continue me.
Scientology celebrities like John Travolta's efforts to find more progressive and nuanced quotes. Yet Hubbard is lauded by his faithful followers as a divine being, and he did little to dissuade or disabuse this notion. Nothing less than total loyalty was expected, especially when it came to adherence to policies like the, quote, disconnection of suppressive persons, fair game, or the group's contentious and controversial approach to treatment of psychiatric disorders. One of the shortcomings that directly led to the death of member Lisa McPherson. Because you see, psychiatric treatment within the group is not permitted. After asking for help in the form of counseling, the paramedics at the scene of McPherson's minor traffic accident decided to take her to the hospital. Hospital staff agreed that she was physically in no harm, but recommended keeping her overnight for observation. Shortly after her admission to the hospital, no less than 8 members of the church arrived at the hospital and intervened in the situation on McPherson's behalf. They spoke to her and staff for some time, and after this, Lisa McPherson refused psychiatric care or observation and checked herself out of the hospital against medical advice. She was then taken by Scientology handlers to the Fort Harrison Hotel, a headquarters for the church in downtown Clearwater, Florida, also known as the Flag Land Base. Here, she was placed under the, quote, religious care of the FSO, or Flag Service Organization. The mock naval names of varying branches of Scientology mirror that of Hubbard's own military career in the Navy, which was hardly glorious, the highlight of which was when he shelled Mexico by mistake. But the organizational appeal of the structure and the name stuck with Hubbard, who carried it over to the internal organizations within Scientology. It was here, under the care of the FSO, that McPherson was supposedly brought in for, quote, rest and relaxation, or at least that's what the church later claimed. Other sworn statements by witnesses, however, state that she was brought in for a procedure that the group calls a, quote, introspection rundown. An introspection rundown is yet another controversial internal policy set within the church, defined by Hubbard himself in no less than 3 separate technical bulletins. In pure base definition, it is an auditing process meant to handle a psychotic episode or total mental breakdown. The introspection portion seems harmless enough, the purpose behind it intending the subject to ultimately extrovert an introverted person via auditing, until they are no longer looking inwardly without end. The problems with this, however, begin with a total isolation of the subject, where no one attending them is allowed to speak to them at all outside of auditing sessions. The mentally vulnerable subject is then kept completely alone, with no external sound or contact from anyone. In order to determine the end period of the imposed isolation, which again is intended to somehow help a person with intrusive thoughts, the person in charge of the isolated subject's case will write the subject a note, such as, Dear Joe, what can you guarantee me if you are let out of isolation? If the answer is determined to show continued irresponsibility or irrationality, the supervisor must write back something along the lines of, quote, Dear Joe, I'm sorry, but it's a no-go on coming out of isolation yet, and then we'll include the reasons why not. Once it is determined that the person is fully out of psychosis and up to the responsibility of living with others, their isolation is ended. Hubbard claimed this to be, quote, nothing short of miraculous, and that, quote, the last reason to have psychiatry around was gone. That's not how it turned out for Lisa McPherson. And this wouldn't be the first time that the law turned its attention to Scientology. From the early 1950s, after the forming of the church, once it was clear to Hubbard that he could make an abundant income off of people paying for courses, not only did he continue to add more levels to the courses and procedure to go clear, but the church also petitioned the IRS for tax-exempt status.
Had to wait for a good break in me talking because I talk a lot. So they're all full of closets, absolutely full of closets. So does that sound right to you? His claim of like, wow, this is such a breakthrough. We don't need psychiatry anymore. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to isolate a person who is having a mental breakdown and just lock them in a room and not talk to them. How does that help? How is that any kind of helpful at all? Let's not give them counseling. Let's not talk it out or let them communicate somehow. No, you are not allowed to touch them, talk to them outside of auditing sessions. They're refused food, they're refused contact, they're refused liquids. How does this help somebody who is mentally fragile? How is this a breakthrough? It sounds like torture. It sounds like something somebody does in a prison camp when you're trying to get someone to talk. So there's that. I don't know about breakthrough, dude. None of that seems like a breakthrough to me. Continue me.
According to his ex-wife Sarah, Hubbard had always stated that creating a religion was the best way to make money that the government couldn't get their hands on. The IRS initially granted tax-exempt status, but revoked it in 1958 due to what was called private inurement, or the use of tax-exempt monies to benefit a non-tax-exempt individual or entity, primarily L. Ron Hubbard himself and his family. This did not sit well with Hubbard, who was becoming increasingly paranoid about what he presumed were external threats to Scientology coming from everywhere. And maybe he wasn't entirely wrong. The IRS sent agents after Hubbard in the late 1960s for tax evasion. He would flee the States at this time, taking to the seas with his newly created Scientology naval fleet, the Sea Organization. The FBI also had an extensive file on Hubbard, and the FDA had taken action against various medical claims that Scientology had been making, plus pills and quack cures that they were selling. These actions resulted in Scientology gaining an increasingly unfavorable reputation across the world. A report in 1965 led to Scientology actually being banned in Western and South Australia. The UK took action against the group as well, and Hubbard himself was declared a, quote, undesirable alien by the country, and a ban on any foreign Scientologists entering the country was placed. Hubbard did not react well to this and created 3 major new initiatives in the face of these growing challenges. Ethics technology was introduced in order to tighten internal discipline within Scientology, as Hubbard himself continued to become increasingly paranoid and saw external threats everywhere, and imagined that saboteurs had infiltrated his group en masse. This new policy was a set of punishments for any perceived infractions and included, quote, disconnecting from individuals and organizations, including family members, who were deemed to be suppressive persons, or, in layman's terms, those who questioned the doctrine and practices of Scientology and did not support it. Members were also required to write KRs, or knowledge reports, in the traditions of the Salem witch trials, where they would report on each other for any misapplication of Scientology methods or transgressions. Finally, the infamous fair game policy was introduced, which stated that anyone deemed an enemy of Scientology, quote, may be deprived of property or injured by any means by any Scientologist without any discipline of the Scientologists. They may be tricked, sued, or lied to, or destroyed, unquote. This could include, but was not limited to, legal actions, erroneous and tedious lawsuits,
So I need to address that really quick. And yes, a Navy, Polly. And they do wear uniforms, which is really weird. So the fair game policy is the famous one that what people were subject to for decades. Those were the ones that they would go after people. They would threaten to sue. They would just basically bombard people with legal action until they retracted their statement or whatever it is they had to say. You can see here, this is a policy letter that came out in 1968 that claimed it was a cancellation of the fair game policy. So they were saying basically the practice of doing that is canceled. We're not doing that anymore. And you can't write that down. But as you can see on the notes here, I encourage you to pause it and read them. Basically, the title says, refers to so they'll make a claim that says, oh, well, we don't do that anymore. That was a thing, and we stopped doing that in the late 60s. Lies. You can see where it says they say they don't declare people anymore. They don't use the term fair game anymore, which is basically a semantics thing. The main purpose, the fair game policy, was a PR disaster. It blew up and looked bad. And as you can see, it says it caused bad public relations. That's the primary reason behind canceling it and not doing it anymore, was it made them look bad. So as you can see, it says the PL does not cancel any policy on the treatment or handling of an SP, which basically means that it's still going. So the whole point of this document is we're canceling fair game. We still do it. We just don't call it that anymore. So when anyone calls us out on it and says, hey, what about that fair game thing? We can go, well, there's a document that says we don't do it anymore. They do it. They just don't call it that. Semantics. Continue. Me.
And being harassed, stalked, and followed by private investigators for years on end. There are multiple cases and instances where individuals claim to have had their property destroyed, pets harmed, families followed simply for writing articles in attempts to expose the inner workings of the organization or for leaving the church. Many ex-members claim to have been subject to this abuse for decades after leaving. At the beginning of March 1966, Hubbard created the Guardian's Office, which was headed by his third and more recent wife, Mary Sue. It would deal with all the external affairs of the Church of Scientology, including public relations, legal actions, and the gathering of intelligence on perceived threats. And as Scientology continued to face increasing negative media attention, the Guardian Office responded in kind with hundreds of writs claiming libel and slander, issuing more than 40 writs in a single day. Hubbard ordered his staff to find, quote, lurid blood sex crime actual evidence on Scientology's attackers, unquote. And no one was exempt from this campaign of terror, not even governmental organizations in the United States and abroad. In 1973, Hubbard wrote Guardian Order 732, which called for the removal and correction of erroneous Scientology files. He believed that Scientology was being attacked by an international Nazi conspiracy, which he termed the Tenyaka Memorial, through a network of drug companies, banks, and psychiatrists in a bid to take over the world. He instigated the, quote, Snow White program, more commonly known as Operation Snow White, and directed the Guardian Office to remove negative reports about Scientology from government files and to track down their sources. The GO was ordered to get all false and secret files on Scientology, LRH, that cannot be obtained legally by the possible lines of approach, i.e. job penetration, janitor penetration, and suitable guises utilizing covers. His involvement in the GO's operations was concealed through the use of code names. The GO carried out covert campaigns on Hubbard's behalf, such as Operation Bulldozer Leak and Operation Freakout, intended to, quote, effectively spread the rumor that will lead government, media, and individual suppressive persons to conclude that LRH has no control over the Church of Scientology and no legal liability for church activity. He was kept informed of GO operations such as the theft of medical records from a hospital, harassment of psychiatrists, and infiltrations of organizations that had been critical of Scientology at various times, such as the Better Business Bureau, the American Medical Association, and the American Psychiatric Association. Members of the GO infiltrated and burglarized numerous government organizations, including the U.S. Department of Justice and the Internal Revenue Service.
After 2 GEO agents were caught in the Washington, D.C. headquarters of the IRS, the FBI carried out simultaneous raids on GEO offices in both Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. on July 7, 1977. They retrieved wiretap equipment, burglary tools, and some 90,000 pages of incriminating documents. Hubbard was not prosecuted, though he was labeled an unindicted co-conspirator by government prosecutors. His wife, Mary Sue, was indicted and was subsequently convicted of conspiracy. She was sent to a federal prison along with 10 other high-ranking Scientologists. One of the main reasons for Hubbard being listed as an unindicted co-conspirator was solely for the fact that he had gone deep into hiding in an attempt to avoid his mounting legal troubles. This was also a major raison d'etre for pioneering the Sea Org. 3 ships were obtained and established as a fleet on an 8-year mission of sailing from port to port in the Mediterranean, from Corfu all the way to the Azores, rarely staying in one place for more than 6 weeks. Hubbard claimed to have spent past lives in the area around the Mediterranean and felt himself spiritually drawn to this area, but, as always, a much more functional reason was likely the true cause. Ken Urquhart, Hubbard's personal assistant at the time, later recalled, quote, "Before we get into that quote, can we just appreciate the fact that this motherfucker thinks he's the skipper from Gilligan's Island? What in the actual shit biscuits? What is that? What is this? Sir, excuse me. It's a good thing he had 3 ships because he needs it to carry that much fucking audacity around. He's lucky he wasn't dishonorably discharged because he accidentally shelled Mexico, as I mentioned earlier. He was not so good with the Navy thing. Not so good at it. But yeah, apparently thought he was, because he couldn't attain any higher rank, which is, of course, up for debate in Scientology. He couldn't get anything higher than a lieutenant. So he got to play out his Navy cosplay Commodore fantasy Gilligan's Island bullshit with the Sea Org. So there you go. Continue, Captain Dipshit. Hubbard said we had to keep moving because there were so many people after him. If they caught up with him, they would cause him so much trouble that he would be unable to continue his work. Scientology would not get into the world, and there would be social and economic chaos, if not a nuclear holocaust." Unquote. With the Sea Org established, Hubbard claimed in public that he had stepped away from the leadership and management of the church, but witnesses at the time claimed that nothing could have been further from the truth. He received daily telex communications that kept him apprised of the activities and income of Scientology organizations all around the world, and that the church sent Hubbard $15,000 a week, over $116,000 in 2020 money, and millions of dollars were transferred into his bank accounts in Switzerland and Liechtenstein. All the while, Hubbard continued to seek out, quote, a safe haven in a friendly little country where Scientology would be allowed to prosper. Needless to say, Scientology and Hubbard's reputation tended to precede them wherever they went, and they were never permitted to stay in one country for too long before being officially asked to leave. In 1969, he was formally asked to leave Greece after attempting to establish a philosophy school, and the same in Morocco in 1972. All the while, Hubbard continued to develop Scientology doctrines. After all, why have an end to a paid path of ascendance when more enlightenment and cash flow awaited around the corner? A Scientology biography of Hubbard claims at this time, quote, free of organizational duties and aided by the first Sea Org members, L. Ron Hubbard now had the time and facilities to confirm in the physical universe some of the events and places he had encountered in his journeys down the track of time, unquote. Which is a flowery way of saying that he had much more free time for writing fiction. In 1965, Hubbard decided to designate several existing Scientology courses as confidential and repackage them as the first of the new and esoteric OT levels. OT stands for Operating Thetan Levels, which according to the Church of Scientology is a spiritual state beyond clear. To break this down even further, Scientology defines the term thetan as something similar to a spirit or soul, but is not entirely the same.
Scientologists believe that it is the thetan, not the brain or central nervous system, that controls the body through communication points. The levels of operating thetan are described within Scientology as a state of godliness, and that those who ascend to them will have supernatural control over, quote, matter, energy, space, and time. Hubbard claimed that thetans were tricked into following religions which prevented them from using their true power to create and destroy universes. 2 years after rolling out the initial OT levels, Hubbard introduced the controversial and widely lampooned OT3 level called Wall of Fire, where he describes an immense disaster that had occurred, quote, on this planet and on the 75 other planets which formed this confederacy 75 million years ago, unquote. Scientologists are required to take the first 2 OT levels before being invited to view this, quote, secret doctrine, which is contained in a locked briefcase and are handwritten notes by Hubbard himself. These notes reveal that in a distant system, part of a galactic confederacy, existed many planets that were very similar in lifestyle and appearance to 1950s Earth. These planets suffered from terrible overpopulation, and in their strife chose an evil overlord named Xenu to rule them. Xenu's answer to this issue of overpopulation was to trap and put large portions of the people who existed on these planets into a deep freeze. These frozen prisoners were then loaded aboard spacecraft which, quote, looked exactly like DC-8 aircraft and transported to a prison planet, Earth. It was here that their frozen bodies were dumped into volcanoes in Hawaii, and then A-bombs were dropped on the volcanoes to kill them, because apparently dropping mortal beings into volcanoes isn't enough to smoke them. Xenu wanted to be double sure. When the souls of the murdered prisoners began to float upwards into the sky, Xenu did not wish them to be able to return to their homes, so with the use of large floating devices called soul catchers, which had also been built on Earth, he captured the souls of the victimized aliens and took them to a processing center, where they were shown hours and hours of footage that brainwashed them and filled them with false beliefs and memories in order to make them forget their powers and who they were. The brainwashed souls were then released from the implant stations and wandered confused around the Earth before finding primitive humans to attach themselves to. According to Hubbard, these brainwashed souls are the source of all our fears, neuroses, and limitations. To move from OT2 to OT3 alone costs over $8,000. This does not take into account the payments for previous courses and levels. The cumulative cost of this knowledge, that alien souls are why you are sad, runs into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. What? What? Why? Guys, that is literally OT3. That is literally what you pay several $100,000 to find out. That alien souls make you sad. What kind of science fiction? What kind of fucking aliens versus predator fucking bullshit? It's not even good science fiction. I could forgive it if it was good, but it's not good. It's terrible and stupid. And there are so many fucking holes in it that I can't even. If the plot holes, mama, I can't. So, okay, so instead of just vaporizing people because of overpopulation, you decided to go the extra step and freeze them and put them on aircraft or spaceships and take them somewhere else, because that doesn't cost space money. That's dumb. Then you go to another planet, drop them in a volcano, and then drop A-bombs on them. Again, because dropping things into a volcano isn't apparently enough to fucking kill them. You need to nuke them too. Cool. Then you went the extra step of building soul catchers on another planet that you don't even fucking live on, because you knew where you were going to do this, catch their souls in these little alien dream catchers,
and hoard them into a building where they were forced, Clockwork Orange style, to watch videos that melts their brains. Then they are let out into the wild and they found cave people, and that is why you have bipolar disorder. Bullshit. Bullshit. So, that aside, can you guys imagine? So, like, the entry levels of Scientology are fairly innocuous. They're basically like self-help stuff of like, hey, we can like teach you how to be a better person or how to be happier or blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine if they started with this bullshit? If they started out the gate with alien souls are why you're sad, no one would fucking join. Everyone would leave. But people are so invested by that point that they're like, well, I guess I've spent this much money. If I went into, guys, I'm sorry, this is going to be a longer episode. If I went into a room and I had paid $500,000 for some secret knowledge and these motherfuckers open a briefcase and hand me space opera, Harry Potter fan fiction, everyone in that room is meeting Sky Daddy that day. No question. That's it. I'm taking that entire room with me. You want to see Xenu so bad? Bitches, we're going to meet him right now. I can't. Continue me.
The discovery of OT3 was said to have taken a drastic physical toll on Hubbard, who claimed he had broken a knee, his arm, and his back during the course of his research. A year later, in 1968, he unveiled the OT levels 4 to 6 and began delivering these advanced courses aboard his flagship, the Royal Scotsman. The revelations of these new courses, plus the glamorous picture presented of life in the elite Sea Org, lured many Scientologists around the world to join Hubbard aboard his private fleet. But the reality was much different than what they had been promised. Most of those who joined had little to no nautical experience whatsoever, and according to those aboard, the conditions on the ships were appalling. The crew was worked to the point of exhaustion, given meager rations, and forbidden to wash or change their clothes for weeks on end. Hubbard maintained a harsh disciplinary regime on the ship, punishing any transgressions or mistakes by confining people in the ship's bilge tanks without access to bathroom facilities and food served in slop buckets. Other times, crew members were thrown overboard with Hubbard watching and occasionally filming the punishments. David Mayo, a Sea Org member at the time, later recalled, quote, "We tried not to think too hard about his behavior. It was not rational much of the time, but to even consider such a thing was a discreditable thought, and you couldn't allow yourself to have a discreditable thought. One of the questions in a security check was, have you ever had any unkind thoughts about LRH? And you could get into very serious trouble if you had, so you tried hard not to," unquote. During the 1970s, Hubbard faced increasing legal challenges, including ones from the French government for fraud and customs violations. These charges forced him to leave the Sea Org for a time and live incognito in Queens, New York, until the threat of being extradited ended. The narrative that is spread in the church is not one of Hubbard ducking legal charges, but that he was in New York City conducting a, quote, sociological study. With his health in severe decline from chain smoking and bursitis, as well as a heart attack in 1975, plus the additional problematic factors of his fleet of ships becoming increasingly unwelcome, banned, and unable to dock in ports around Europe, Hubbard decided it was time to establish a land base for the Sea Org in Florida. Clearwater was the place decided on, much to the chagrin of the locals as well as the local government. The invasion of this small but prepossessed group of self-improvement charlatans tipped the balance of normal life in the sleepy coastal town. The Fort Harrison Hotel was secretly acquired as the location for the land base in 1975, and 20 years later, it would be the scene of a woman's untimely death. Lisa McPherson had been deprived of contact with others for nearly 17 days since her discharge from a local Clearwater hospital. Her care logs coldly narrate the last days of her life. She was described as being incoherent and that she had bruised her feet and fists from slamming them into the walls repeatedly. Her nails had to be trimmed in order to keep her from scratching herself. She was given natural supplements and even the drug chloral hydrate to help her sleep, but it was clear that her condition was rapidly declining. Staffers overseeing McPherson claimed she refused protein shakes and any food that was offered to her. At one point, a force feed was attempted, but she spat the food out. She was suffering from malnourishment and appeared very weak, and on many days did not move at all. Church staffers who pointed out McPherson's precarious condition were told to, quote, butt out. On December 5th, 1995, staffers contacted Dr. David Minkoff, a Scientologist and a physician who had previously prescribed both Valium and chloral hydrate to Lisa McPherson without a physical examination. They requested that he prescribe her antibiotics because she seemed to have some kind of infection. One staffer reported that McPherson, quote, looked ill and like she had chicken pox or measles all over her face. Some of these lesions would later be shown in a post-mortem examination to have been cockroach bites. Minkoff refused to prescribe the drugs and instead said that she needed to be taken to a hospital and that for the first time he actually needed to examine her before prescribing anything. Her caretakers objected, fearful that McPherson would be placed in involuntary psychiatric care once taken to a hospital, but finally acquiesced. Lisa McPherson, meanwhile, was non-responsive and had been for nearly 24 to 48 hours. Dr. Janice Johnson, a senior medical officer at the Fort Harrison base who was assigned to care for McPherson, stated that while en route to a hospital, the patient was experiencing labored breathing and was gasping for air. However, despite these obvious signs of distress, the escort passed 4 hospitals on their way to their destination where Minkoff worked. By the time they arrived at the hospital, a 45-minute drive north of Clearwater, Lisa McPherson showed no vital signs. The hospital staff attempted to resuscitate her for 20 minutes before declaring her dead on arrival. She was 36 years old. Scientologists quickly called McPherson's family to inform them that she had died of, quote, meningitis or a blood clot while under rest and relaxation at Fort Harrison. A suspicious death investigation was undertaken and an autopsy was performed the next day. The findings showed in the initial examination that the cause of death was, quote, a thromboembolism of the left pulmonary artery caused by bed rest and severe dehydration. The manner of death was ruled, however, as undetermined, despite the emaciated appearance of the body. Medical examiner Joan Woods stated that, quote, McPherson's condition had deteriorated slowly and that she had likely gone without fluids for 5 to 10 days. Scientology, never one to suffer any negative press, even in the case of a wrongful death, threatened to sue medical examiner Wood in order to gain access to her files, as well as blood, tissue, and organ samples that had been taken during the autopsy. They then hired their own team of medical examiners and forensic pathologists, including the famous Dr. Michael Bodden and Dr. Cyril Wecht, who have both been involved in countless high-profile court cases. They both determined that McPherson died suddenly and unpredictably of a blood clot that had ended up in her left lung from a knee injury sustained in the original automobile accident. Other findings included research on compounds known as ketones, which people produce when they are dehydrated, starving, or even fasting. Tests of McPherson's bodily fluids showed no ketones, according to the pathologists. A church-hired expert on body measurement compared autopsy photos of McPherson with those taken shortly before the accident. The expert concluded that from the photographs there was, quote, no appreciable weight loss, countering the prosecution's view that McPherson had lost from anywhere from 20 to 40 pounds while in Scientology's care. A report by Morton Plant Hospital doctor and church officials who saw McPherson just before she entered the Fort Harrison Hotel, stating that McPherson was already thin with protruding cheekbones. A report by Robert D. Davis, the pathologist who initially conducted the autopsy for Wood's office, concluded that McPherson's body was of a natural nutritional status. And medical literature and sworn testimony gathered by the church that says it proves the eye fluid samples were improperly handled by Wood's office, incompetently tested at an independent lab, and ultimately contaminated. The
The prosecution's response was that the chain of custody of evidence was never broken. This was also corroborated by the Assistant State Attorney Douglas Crow's memo to State Attorney Bernie McCabe. Due to the vitreous fluid tests, Bodden and Wecht maintained that McPherson was dehydrated. Chemical pathologists Calvin Bant and Werner Spitz concurred with the initial coroner's report in their affidavits. Witness for the prosecution, Dr. Alan Wu, also testified that ketones need not be present for dehydration in a special case like McPherson's, where she was fed proteins and therefore didn't create measurable ketones. The plaintiffs maintained that McPherson did lose water weight to result in her post-mortem weight of 108 pounds. In light of the new scientific evidence provided by Scientology, a review was mandated by the policy manual, which states that the medical examiner will, quote, readdress key issues in a case if credible new evidence is presented, regardless of its source. After the review, Wood changed the cause of death from undetermined to an accident. She traced McPherson's pulmonary embolism to her psychosis and the auto accident as major factors. Wood's review caused the review and dismissal of a criminal case concerning McPherson's death, but for many that wasn't good enough. A civil suit was brought forth and eventually settled out of court. Protests even continued to take place outside the Fort Harrison Hotel on the anniversary of Lisa McPherson's death. Many feel the church and its inept and callous handling of a woman's mental breakdown did indeed cost her life, but there was not enough substantial evidence to bring criminal charges. That and the deep pockets and destroy all enemies methodology of Scientology would prove fatal to most cases against them. But while Hubbard himself had instituted these policies early on, there was one of his faithful who took them to terrifying new abusive levels and would carry the church into the modern day to do battle with anyone who stood in the way of their ambition for growth, revenue, and expansion. Enter David Miscavige. Bam! Left you on a cliffhanger. So there's a lot more, guys. There's a lot more because the church while under Hubbard was one thing, but the church while under David Miscavige is a total other beast. So I needed to cover them separately. And then, of course, Lisa McPherson's death is not the only suspicious death that has occurred within Scientology. There have been multiple other ones, also instances of people committing suicide within the church that are covered up. But I wanted to give you guys a good foundation for when we get into the second part, which is all the modern stuff up till now when people started to leave and all of this stuff started to come out. Thank you so much, guys. This one was a lot. I am so sorry it took so long to get done, but there was a lot of material. That video right there, the one you just watched, took me 14 hours to put together and edit. That's just the video. That's not even counting the audio track, the research, the notes, the everything else. So wait till the next one because it's crazy too. I know it's going to be hard to top throwing aliens into a volcano and then bombing them crazy, but it gets intense. It gets intense. Thank you guys so much. Does anyone have any questions regarding anything you saw? Again, a lot of the forms, I'm unfortunate, were actual forms. Those are actual scans of real paperwork and real documents. So I do advise if you're able to go in and zoom in on them to go read them and look them up, as I know I can't sit there and just hold on them for a while, but they're freaking bananas. There was literally like a flag order for everything. Thank you guys so much. And thank you to the guys who donated to me because it helps me keep doing what I do and helps me keep doing research and helps me pay for things. I don't know, Daniel. They may not. I mean, they've obviously, their membership is really severely dropped. There's only about 30,000 active members now currently. So as opposed to 100,000 at their peak. So maybe there's going to be basically a breaking point where they're going to come to an issue of once they get like basically the whole David versus Goliath thing with Scientology is going to be removing their tax exempt status. So it's once that happens, they're going to, they can't afford it. They just can't afford to continue, even with celebrities as part of it. So that's what people are working on. People are looking at trying to get the FBI involved in these allegations of abuse, allegations of separation, allegations of criminal activities. So it's going to take interference and intervention from the government to get this done. If you guys are interested, please do watch. There's a documentary by Lawrence Wright called Going Clear that is on HBO. There's also Leah Remini, Scientology in the Aftermath, which is on A&E. And her and Mike Rinder, who was the PR guy for Scientology for 30 years, he left in 2009. They do a podcast called Fair Game. So I suggest listening to it if you guys are interested in further information on that. But look forward to part 2. I will try to get it to you as quickly and expeditiously as possible. Faster than an evil alien overlord puts frozen people in an airship. Or tries to. Or something. That's fucking ridiculous. I still can't. Like, that South Park episode, I was like, when I watched it the first time, I was like, no fucking way. No way. No fucking way. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. If you have any questions that I haven't got to, I'm trying to watch the chat here. Or if you think of something, feel free to DM me, rewatch it as many times as you want, share the video, share it out, get the word out there. I appreciate you guys and everything you do. It is my joy to not only educate as well as horrify. That is my lot in life. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. I never ask for anything other than that you guys like, subscribe, share the video out, get as many people to watch it as possible, bring traffic to the channel, and let's get the word out there that, yeah, some people are weird. And like should not be a thing in a religion. It's not a thing. Alien souls. Wow. Never knew that. So thank you guys so much. I will see you guys next time. Stay spooky. Don't join a cult and try not to get murdered. Please. Thanks, guys. And just like the alien soul catchers, she has arrived. How's it going, everybody? I am the possible reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard, allegedly. And this is episode 7 of the Murder Corner presented by The Dead Hours, the Cult of Personality, Scientology. So this is part 2 of the expose. We've gone into deep dive into Scientology. Hike your pants up. They're probably going to get wet with weirdness and weird things and weird ideas. So yeah, hello to everybody who is joining. I've been staying up on the chat, and a lot of you are here, and a lot of you have been anticipating this one. This one took a lot of work, but hopefully you remember where it left off. We kind of left off with part 1 in a little bit of a limbo where we were almost getting ready to transfer over from L. Ron Hubbard to David Miscavige. But before we get into that, there are some other details that we need to get into first. Also, sidebar, if nobody watched the mini episode last week, the Horrors at Hinterkaifeck Farm, I do have some amazing notes that the amazing Mina has provided for me with some more details for that. So we will go over that at the end of the episode. If you guys want to hang out, she's found some great research notes that shed a little light on some of the details of that particular episode, so we can kind of hash some things out. I also went with the retro thing again. Hope you guys ain't mad about it, but what do you say we get started? I do paint houses. Well, I do. I don't. But Jimmy Hoffa would be a good one. That's one I have to cover. Haven't covered that one yet. I'll get there. It's a lot. Anyways, so yeah, let's get this train wreck rolling, shall we? Or the space train wreck. I'm not sure. It's a mess. Anyway.
It was a regular sunny day. Imagine you're a woman stepping out into the warm California sunshine to attend a contrastingly solemn affair. Dressed smartly all in black as you step from the dark limousine with inky tinted windows. Your expression is sober and calm, as one might expect at the funeral of your father, but internally you are conflicted. Simply enjoying the fresh air while ever wary of the bodyguard who stands only steps from you, never allowing you out of their sight. The services end, and you return to the car, taking one last deep breath of crisp air into your lungs. You pause before sliding inside, wanting to preserve this moment in all its poignancy forever. The door clicks softly behind you, and the car pulls away. You are Shelley Miscavige, wife of the leader of the Church of Scientology, David Miscavige. It is 2007, and it is the last time you will ever be seen in public again. But these times were far removed from the tumultuous later days of the church, the times before David Miscavige was handpicked by Hubbard himself to take the proverbial helm of the Sea Org and Scientology. Following the fallout from the FBI raid and seizure of countless documents gathered during Operation Snow White, Hubbard's legal troubles increased. In 1978, a French court convicted him in absentia for obtaining money under false pretenses and sentenced the beleaguered dear leader to 4 years in prison and a $7,000 fine, over $27,000 in 2020 money. After this, Hubbard seemed to all but give up the ghost of existence in public life. He sequestered himself to a small apartment in Hemet, California.
He should have sequestered that ugly ass wig that he was wearing. But I digress. Motherfucker looked like that guy from the berries and cream, I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. What was with that page boy wig? What kind of Dutch boy paint job? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, Pam. No, none of that. None of that. Like, I'm just saying, I was just like, I saw that picture and I went, no, I hate everything about this. I normally hate it, but I extra hate it. That is hideous, ladies and gentlemen. Hideous. Anyways, continue me.
His only contact with the outside world was with 10 trusted messengers from the Sea Org. He even cut off all contact with his wife, whom he saw for the last time in August 1979. Perhaps this was a small act of mercy or contrition after allowing Mary Sue to take the fall for the Operation Snow White fiasco. or perhaps it was a final act of cowardice, the latter being the most likely with his previous track record of deftly ducking the legal repercussions of his actions. Hubbard faced a possible indictment from his role in Operation Freakout, which was the Guardian office's smear campaign against New York journalist Paulette Cooper. Cooper had published a scathing book highlighting the ugly underside of Scientology in 1971, The Scandal of Scientology, and the church sought retaliation. The covert plan they hatched, titled Operation Freakout, which was later uncovered by the FBI, was a systematic scheme of harassment and church-initiated lawsuits, with the end game of ultimately having Cooper imprisoned or institutionalized in a psychiatric hospital.
You heard that correctly. A church staged bomb threats and plotted to get a private citizen put in prison or committed to a psychiatric institution that they don't believe in, by the way, because you remember, psychiatry, bad. Because she wrote a book that they didn't like. The cognitive dissonance, y'all, is unreal. Anyways, take it away. Take me away.
They were unsuccessful and faced legal fallout when the plan was uncovered. In 1980, Hubbard, rather than facing the music, went deep into cover in the company of two trusted messengers, Pat and Annie Broker. For the first few years, Hubbard and the Brokers lived life primarily on the run, touring the Pacific Northwest in an RV, and then living for a while in apartments in Newport Beach and Los Angeles. Hubbard made creative use of this downtime to produce his first new works of science fiction in 30 years, Battlefield Earth, published in 1982, and Mission Earth, a 10-volume series published between 1985 and 1987. These publications, much like his older other works, received mixed reviews. They were widely panned by critics, but adored by his loyal followers.
Widely panned is a nice way to describe that movie. That movie, literally, the only movie ever shot entirely in Dutch angle, and terrible, and featured John Travolta in unnecessary dreadlocks, and I consider it a hate crime. I'm just personally a hate crime. I'm just saying.
During this time of self-imposed solitude, Hubbard also composed music, including the oddly titled book soundtrack, Space Jazz. This wasn't the only change that took place while Hubbard was not present in the daily operations of the church. Members of the Sea Org staged a coup and in a grab for power, purged many veteran Scientologists. A young messenger who had been in the Commodore's messenger organization and had worked closely with Hubbard relaying secure messages, stepped into the power vacuum to become the de facto leader of the group. This ambitious young man was named David Miscavige, and under his leadership, the church would reach new and terrifying heights. Mary Sue Hubbard, estranged wife of L. Ron Hubbard, had several heated encounters with Miscavige at this time, who persuaded her to resign from her position within the church. They composed a resignation letter together that confirmed her decision, all of this without ever speaking to Hubbard himself. Mary Sue's daughter Suzette would become Miscavige's personal maid, and though Mary Sue Hubbard would eventually change her mind regarding her resignation, convinced that she had been duped into doing so, Miscavige maintains that he and Mary Sue remained close friends despite this internal conflict. In 1982, being ever enterprising and wishing to remain in Hubbard's good graces, Miscavige set up a new organizational structure in order to release Hubbard from any personal liabilities when it came to the organization itself. A corporate entity was also established outside of the church which would handle the founder's personal wealth. The RTC, or Religious Technology Center, was established and was placed in charge of licensing any of Scientology's intellectual properties, and Author Services, Inc. to manage any proceeds. David Miscavige placed himself personally in charge of the organization and has held the title of chairman of the board since the founding of the RTC itself. The Church of Spiritual Technology, or CST, was established at the same time with an option to repurchase all of the RTC's intellectual property rights.
Who thinks it kind of looks like space titties? Just me? Just me? Okay, just me. Hashtag space titties. Gotta have something to go with the space jazz. It's very romantic. Very mood setting. Anyways, continue me.
Keep the name Church of Spiritual Technology in mind. It will become very important later. In October of the same year, Miscavige required Scientology missions to enter into new trademark contracts which placed a stricter policy on the use of any Scientology materials. 2 months later, he would enter into a new legal contract himself, a marriage with fellow Sea Org faithful Michelle Barnett, a woman who would become famous in her own right as the Queen Bee of Scientology, Shelley Miscavige. She had joined the Sea Org at age 12 and was a member of the Commodore's Messenger organization where she met David. Shelley was described as quiet, petite, and younger than most of the other messengers at the time, a bit overshadowed by the other girls. Former Scientologist and peer of Shelley Miscavige, Janice Grady, said that she was not really close to the other girls in the messenger org since she was considerably younger, and that she dismissed the others as jealous rivals once she had started a relationship with David. She was described as jealous, moody, and aloof. Yet the relationship worked in her favor at first. Shelley would join the RTC as an assistant to her husband and was incredibly supportive of any of his ambitions. One of those maneuvers was the complete restructuring of Scientology's upper and middle management following the establishment of the RTC. Miscavige would oust former well-established members and replace them with himself and his handpicked team over the next 2 years. All of these occurrences were being engineered behind the scenes, seemingly without Hubbard's direct involvement. For the final 2 years of his life, Hubbard lived in a luxury motorhome on an 160-acre ranch called Whispering Winds near Creston, California. He remained deep in hiding while controversy raged in the outside world of whether or not he was even alive, and if so, where. He spent his time researching and writing, according to an official spokesperson. He repeatedly redesigned the ranch property, spending millions of dollars remodeling the ranch house, which went virtually uninhabited. Though he was still closely involved with the church through secretly delivered orders, he continued to receive large amounts of revenue, at least $200 million, according to Forbes magazine. In September of 1985, the IRS notified the church that it was considering indicting Hubbard for tax fraud. Meanwhile, his already suffering health continued to decline. Hubbard had been in ill health for years. He was stricken with chronic pancreatitis, and on January 17, 1986, he suffered a stroke and died a week later. David Miscavige announced Hubbard's death to Scientologists at the Hollywood Palladium. It was announced to the gathered believers that Hubbard's body had become an impediment to his work and that he decided to drop his body to continue his research on another planet since he had ascended to the highest OT level attainable, which allowed him to continue his pursuit of knowledge without a physical body.
Yes, you heard that correctly. He dropped his body so he could do more research off planet. I can't, I shan't, and I won't. He's not just dead then, because the man had, let's see, he had bursitis, he had diabetes, he had, this man had pretty much everything under the sun wrong with him. And it was just nah, his body became inconvenient. His whole existence was inconvenient to a lot of people. Just throwing that out there. I hate to be mean. Actually, I kind of enjoy it. Anyways, so he dropped his body to go research on another planet. Fancy that. Imagine if that was a thing that we could do. You know, I'm just gonna leave my body here like for the next like week and a half. Y'all got this, right? I'm gonna go to Jupiter. See y'all later. Like, no. And they do believe that. They really do believe that he is out there in his thetan form, just floating around between the stars, doing his research, space jetting around, listening to space jazz, and just waiting to be reincarnated. That's another thing. We're going to get there. Hold on. Buckle up, buttercups. It only gets rougher from here.
But the power play behind the scenes continued. Shortly before his death, an apparent order circulated around that promoted Pat Broker and his wife to the new rank of loyal officer, making them the highest ranking members. But Miscavige asserted that this had been forged. After Hubbard's death, David Miscavige assumed the position of head of the Church of Scientology, and according to the organization is the, quote, ecclesiastical leader of the Scientology religion. He also holds the rank of captain of the Sea Organization and is its highest-ranking member. The copyrights of Hubbard's works and much of his estate were willed to Scientology. In a bulletin from May 1980, Hubbard instructed his followers to preserve his teachings until his eventual reincarnation, where he would return as, quote, not a religious leader, but as a political one. The Church of Spiritual Technology, founded by Miscavige and a sister organization to the main Church of Scientology, has engraved Hubbard's entire body of works from Scientology and Dianetics texts on steel tablets, stored in titanium containers to last for eternity. The doctrine and word of L. Ron Hubbard carries so much weight regarding his reincarnation within Scientology that there are 6 homes purchased for Hubbard that are kept in a state of readiness at all times. The bedrooms are laid out with clothing every day in case he reincarnates on any given day and needs earthly quarters to live in.
So those are only 3 of the homes. I was not able to, I didn't really have time to track down photos of the other ones. The top one is the Bonnie House located at Gold Base. That one is in California, right outside Riverside, I believe. The bottom left one is Sussex Hill. It is in England. It is one that Tom Cruise apparently is living in currently. He has moved into the home that Hubbard used to have outside of London in the UK. The bottom right one is the home in Creston, California, the one that was on Whispering Ranch that he remodeled a whole bunch of times. Like, these homes are kept at just a state of readiness all the time, in case he just pops back into a flesh prison and decides, you know what, I need a house. I'm gonna go check on my worldly affairs, because apparently he's supposed to come back as a political figure. Okay. Okay, Ron. Okay. I'm gonna need you to have a seat in the bullshit section. Okay, goodbye.
And these are not small homes by any means. They are fully stocked multi-million-dollar mansions. And while the revenue and real estate holding of the church have only increased over the past years, their relationship with the Internal Revenue Service remained contentious. The IRS had stripped the organization of their tax-exempt status while still under Hubbard's watch in the late 1960s. They refused to acknowledge Scientology as a nonprofit charity organization, which is a status granted to most religious organizations. But that didn't mean that the Church of Scientology ever gave up on getting what they felt was their money, fair and square. For at least 2 decades, they bombarded the IRS with at least 50 lawsuits and, according to the New York Times, used their dubious policy of fair game to egregious ends. Quote, Scientology's lawyers hired private investigators to dig into the private lives of IRS officials and to conduct surveillance organizations to uncover potential vulnerabilities, and taken documents from an IRS conference and sent them to church officials and created a phony news bureau in Washington to gather information on church critics. The church also financed an organization of IRS whistleblowers that attacked the agency publicly. unquote. In 1991, David Miscavige, along with one of his trusted board members, Marty Rathbun, visited the IRS headquarters in Washington, D.C. in order to have a meeting with the head of the service, Commissioner Fred T. Goldberg. At the meeting, Miscavige proposed an end to the legal war of attrition by ceasing the lawsuits in exchange for tax-exempt status. This led to a long and drawn-out 2-year-long negotiation process in which IRS tax analysts were ordered to ignore substantive issues because the issues had, quote, been resolved prior to review. To many, it looked like the IRS simply gave up and relented under the constant barrage of negative press and legal attention from the church. Ultimately, the Church of Scientology was reinstated with its tax-exempt status for itself and all its organizations, which saves them billions of dollars every year.
It is several billion dollars. And don't forget, all of that money is contributed tax-free by the people in Scientology, because they are, and many of them have said after they've left the church, that they're basically pressured into buying courses. You're basically pressured into continuing to go up the ladder because you're a bad Scientologist if you don't. If you don't spend thousands and thousands of dollars on these courses, buying stuff you've already purchased, doing these new things that they keep adding and changing. I mean, it's basically, let's look at it this way. It's basically a giant MLM scheme. But instead of the lady from high school that you knew that peaked in high school selling you fucking doTERRA oils or Pampered Chef pots, it's somebody trying to sell you alien religion, basically. And their whole thing is they get you hooked in, they get you financially like hooked in, and you're like, well, I'm just going to keep going because there has to be something to this. I've already invested so much. So it's and none of that gets taxed. And you're gonna get we're gonna get into like what they spend it on here in just a second. But to go back to the Pat Nanny broker thing, so also Scientology kind of like chews you up and spits you out when they're done with you. And if you get to a high enough point, which we're going to see a very extreme case of that with Shelley Miscavige here shortly, Annie Broker actually passed away a few years ago. It was back in like 2010 or 2012. She died under a different name in an apartment by herself, owned by Scientology. She basically died alone and isolated from everyone, could not speak to anyone, because when you get high enough as she was, where they had in like contact with L. Ron Hubbard, they were the top people in the church at the time before David Miscavige basically just horned his way in. You know things. And they don't want you to maybe tell those things. So it was weird. There's a whole other rabbit hole I fell down with that one, where it was like, yeah, she died alone in an apartment under an assumed name. Like her family didn't even know she was dead. What? Excuse me? Like, I can't. Anyways, sorry, sidebar, continue me.
To announce their ultimate victory over the IRS, Miscavige gathered 10,000 Scientologists in the Los Angeles Memorial Sports Center, where he delivered a 2.5-hour speech proclaiming victory and that, quote, the war is over. The crowd gave Miscavige an ovation that lasted 10 minutes. But what does the church do then with these billions of dollars that they don't pay an income tax every year? Purchase real estate, of course. The church currently owns approximately 12 million square feet of property in California, with the Hollywood Celebrity Center at the apex, as well as other locations, including the Gold Base, which serves as the center of all Sea Org leadership and activities. 26 properties that total in worth about $400 million. And that is solely in the state of California. In Clearwater, Florida, which is considered the church's spiritual headquarters, the organization owns about 68 parcels of land, including most of downtown Clearwater, where other secular businesses have been closed and shut out to the tune of $168 million. Scientology centers and buildings in other countries are typically restored landmarks. even with newly constructed centers, most of them are found to be empty at any given time during the week, with very minimal staff. Aside from their cruise ship, the Free Winds, that they own, the church also owns a 64,000 square foot medieval style castle and resort in South Africa.
You heard that correctly. Scientology owns a castle, a straight up castle. What the actual fuck am I doing wrong? Apparently, I didn't start a religion, so that is where I screwed up. An actual castle. It's a castle resort hotel that you can stay at if you're a Scientologist. I don't even want to know what the price tag on that is. No. Also, the reason that they purchase so much real estate is because if they sit on too much money, if they sit on too much revenue that is not spent, they will get in trouble with the IRS. They will get audited. They will get looked at more closely than they want to be. So that is the reason that they buy up all these buildings and that they buy up all this real estate. And most of these centers, you guys, sit empty. They're like barely anyone in them. They'll staff them with like 2 to 3 people. You could walk into any of these centers and a lot of times they're basically just ghost towns. But it's because they had to spend the money on something, so they bought a building. Continue me. The mysteries of life and why I don't have a castle continues.
They also own a 500-acre compound that constitutes the Church of Spiritual Technology outside Twin Peaks, California, near Lake Arrowhead. And this is supposedly where, according to inside sources, Shelley Miscavige is being held as a virtual prisoner. For decades, Shelley Miscavige had been the First Lady of Scientology, always by David's side for every meeting or photo op. Though most people who witnessed the pair together described it not as a romantic relationship, but more like a business one between a boss and his employee. Quote, "I never, ever saw them kiss," a former Scientologist and Sea Org member told Vanity Fair. "I had plenty of opportunities to witness them together and never, ever saw them affectionate with each other," unquote. But Shelley's sphere of influence within the church was, at one time, almost as wide as her husband's, as witnessed by the fact that she was liaison to and in charge of the handling of Scientology's poster boy and most famous adherent, Tom Cruise. From the time Tom Cruise met Nicole Kidman on the set of Days of Thunder in 1990, the church and Miscavige were not fans of the relationship. Cruise's former partner, Mimi Rogers, had been a devout Scientologist, but Kidman was not, and her father was a famous psychiatrist in Australia, which was a second strike against her. Shelley Miscavige was personally put in charge of interviewing members of Cruise and Kidman's household staff. According to accounts from former Scientology executives in Lawrence Wright's book, Going Clear, the church offered for unpaid clergy to renovate their home, and in doing so, quote, installed a sophisticated audio-visual system. Scientologists who worked for the pair as their staff reported whatever they observed from the couple inside the home to the church. For a time during their relationship, Cruise became less active in Scientology and church activities. Miscavige reportedly, quote, flipped out and feared that Kidman was pulling Cruise away from the church and would eventually convince him to leave. He employed a few of his trusted executives, like Marty Rathman and Mike Rinder, to perform auditing sessions with Cruise over a 3-year period. These audits were specifically designed to drive a wedge in Cruise and Kidman's marriage by sowing seeds of doubt and infidelity. She was declared a, quote, suppressive person by the church and Cruise, who had basically been reprogrammed via these extensive auditing sessions, and who would later file for divorce.
I keep pausing on black screens. Anyways, yes. I don't think I ask much in life. All I want is for Amanda to buy me a castle, so I can have a dungeon. That's it. Side note. Yes, you heard that also correctly. Scientology broke up somebody's marriage because they didn't like their spouse. They literally had an axe to grind with Nicole Kidman. And to be fair, she did almost get Tom Cruise out of Scientology. She did almost have him like unprogrammed and stuff. And then they went in like hardcore with the auditing sessions and audited him for 3 years. 3 years of auditing sessions, basically implanting the idea that she was cheating, that she was unfaithful, that like all of these ideas. And when you're subjected to auditing sessions are very like deep and personally detailed, and they ask you very personal questions. It's almost like a confessional with a priest, except they record everything so that they can blackmail you later, so there's that. But once you've had that happen over and over and over and over for years, you probably start to believe it. And they saw them losing basically their cash cow and went, no, you get back here, sir. You get back here with your short ass and go make more Mission Impossible movies and jump on Oprah's couch and act a fucking fool. Like, but it was and I don't feel really 100%. I don't feel bad for Tom Cruise, and I'll get into why I don't later. This was the part that I felt a little bit of like a twinge of guilt a little bit for him, because he really did love Nicole Kidman. From what I've heard in documentaries and what I've heard in other things, they were like, yeah, no, he totally was in love with her. He really did love her. And they basically ruined this man's life for religious purposes. Continue me. Don't usually people become not religious to get out of a marriage? I don't know. Like, isn't it the opposite usually? I don't know. Continue me.
Neither he nor the couple's 2 adopted children will be permitted to have any further contact with Kidman because of her declaration and the church's policy of disconnection. When Cruise began a relationship with actress Penelope Cruz, Shelley Miscavige was in charge of supervising Penelope's auditing and helped her through the church's Purification Rundown program, a controversial detoxing program invented by Hubbard where the subject is exposed to high heat for 5 hours a day for up to 4 weeks. It's known to cause heat stroke damage, which can lead to brain and organ injury and even sometimes death. The 5,000 milligrams of niacin that is included as part of the treatment regimen is also known to cause liver damage. When the 3-year relationship with Cruise ended, Shelley Miscavige, as Tom Cruise's liaison within the church, reportedly led a church program to find a new girlfriend for Scientology's golden boy. Around 100 young Scientologist actresses were interviewed, but not informed as to why. An actress named Nazanin Bondiati was eventually chosen and introduced to Cruise. The pair dated for a few months, but reportedly the relationship ended abruptly when Bondiati confided in one of her friends that she was unhappy. Cruise reportedly loudly berated the actress and left. Following the breakup, members of the church came into Bondiati's home to confiscate and destroy any photos, letters, or evidence of the short-lived relationship even ever having existed. The search for a girlfriend quickly resumed, with more actresses invited to audition for what they thought was a role in an upcoming Mission Impossible film, and eventually concluded with Katie Holmes meeting and marrying Cruise. His attorney denies that the church executives had a hand in or set him up for any relationships.
Was that or was that not the most terrifying face? And if you haven't seen that video, the video is a Scientology video where basically they had this big ceremony giving Tom Cruise this big giant Scientology award because he was rewarded OT8, which is the top level in the church that you can get currently. So they did this whole video about him basically sucking his imaginary, you know what. And he's interviewed in that episode and is completely psychotic. Like that. He's like cackling, laughing, and it's like, dude, like, it's terrifying. It's terrifying to watch because it's like when he's straight-faced and he's talking, he's like very intense and very like, but you can see there's like no emotion. There's like nothing. And then he starts like laughing like a madman over like, and you're like, bro, you good? Like, oh my God. It's scary. If you watch Going Clear, they show the video or parts of it in there. Yeah. Continue me.
It was reportedly during this chaotic time that things also took a sudden downturn for Shelley Miscavige. Around late 2006, she botched a corporate reorganization project for the Sea Org and clashed with her husband over how to do it. David reportedly left Scientology's international base. Upon his return, Shelley was said to have, quote, visibly changed her mood and, quote, to have looked cowed. Mike Rinder, the church's chief spokesperson at the time, said that Shelley asked him if David was still wearing his wedding ring. Shortly afterwards, she stopped making public appearances, even missing the wedding of her former protege when he married Katie Holmes. Her husband conspicuously served as best man at the wedding, but Shelley was nowhere to be found. Her absence did not go unnoticed. Leah Remini, lifetime Scientologist and former actress from the show King of Queens, inquired as to Shelley's absence out of concern for the woman she considered a longtime friend. She had not received any responses from emails or letters and asked where Shelley was. After all, the event was considered the wedding of the century inside the church, and Remini thought it was strange that Miscavige was not present. Her curiosity was quickly scorned by the church spokesperson at the time, Tommy Davis, who told her, quote, "You don't have the fucking rank to be asking about the leader's wife," unquote. Which to Remini seemed a bit of a severe reaction to a simple question. Remini also claimed that after her inquiry, she was harassed by church officials and had multiple KRs, or knowledge reports, filed against her, and what seemed to be a concerted attempt to keep her from asking any more questions about Shelley. Remini ultimately left the church in 2013 in spectacular fashion. Shelley Miscavige had not been seen in public by then for 8 years. Remini claimed that she is unconvinced that Miscavige is even still alive. She went as far as to file a missing persons report with the LAPD, but nothing came of it. Representatives of the church claim to have seen and spoken with Shelley and that she is alive and well and, quote, not missing and devotes her time to the work of the Church of Scientology, unquote. Remini remains unconvinced. In 2016, she claimed, quote, "I do not know that she is alive," she said, adding that she would be happy to be proven wrong. But until then, Remini is dedicated to finding the truth about Shelley and her disappearance. Quote, "I'm going to continue to get and gather information," she stated. Tony Ortega, a renowned expert on Scientology, along with former church spokesman Mike Rinder, is convinced that Miscavige is alive, but is being held at the elusive Church of Spiritual Technology complex, where the organization is preparing for a future Armageddon. It is believed that she is locked up in the bunkers and vaults in the vast secret compound and is unable to leave. Quote, "Mike and I are pretty positive that in 2005, once Dave had his blow-up with her, he sent her up there to be a non-person," Ortega said. "They let her out for a couple days for her father's funeral in the summer of 2007, and nobody has seen her since. I'm positive she's still there, and I have my sources saying that she's still there," unquote. In December 2018, a lawyer representing the Church of Scientology spoke to the news outlet The Daily Beast and claimed that Miscavige is a dedicated Sea Org member who, quote, "lives a private life," and that the lawyer's partner had personally met with her. Still, no confirmed photos of Miscavige have been taken of her since her last public appearance in 2007. And if there was a need in David Miscavige's paranoid mind to keep his wife in captivity in order to ensure her silence, what better place than the formidable compound in the hills near Twin Peaks? For the most part, most lower-level Scientologists do not even know that the compound exists.
That's true, they don't. Also, the reason, and you'll recognize these space titties from earlier, the reason that these are basically sculpted into the land around CST, I almost can't say this with a straight face, is so that L. Ron Hubbard can see them from space. I failed miserably. Failed. Yeah, it's so he can apparently look down upon his crazy ass granola crunchy creation from the cosmos and go, space tits, awesome. Yeah, like that is why. That is absolutely why. And you can see it from Google Earth. I think I showed a Google Earth. If I haven't showed it yet, there's a slide later that you can see them very plainly. There's the CST compound, and there are the, yeah. It's like crop circles, except stupider. I guess, continue, babe.
Only celebrities and board members seem permitted to stay on site. One anti-Scientologist activist who has worked with hacker group Anonymous, who goes by the pseudonym Angry Gay Pope, visited the compound and managed to take some photos. He found the compound monitored by a vast network of surveillance cameras and satellite dishes. The perimeter of the compound is also surrounded by fencing called ultra barrier that is primarily used around border crossing fences between the US and Mexico. The website of the company that manufactures it describes it as, quote, the ultimate psychological and physical barrier, providing unsurpassed security without the concentration camp appearance of barbed wire, unquote. Perfect for keeping trespassers out, or perhaps for keeping people in. The compound, according to Pope, is maintained, quote, like a prison camp. It's estimated that the sprawling compound comprises several.
I knew at one point I was going to forget to do that. So, that is the overview of the compound at Twin Peaks. It is large. It is very large. It is near Lake Arrowhead in California, if you guys missed that part. The address, actually, if you screenshot this, is at the bottom of that slide right there, and it'll tell you exactly where it is. But good luck trying to get up there, because the moment you get close to it, the closest you can get are the gates that I show a little later. They chase everybody off. There are constant security patrols. It is highly monitored. If you are not invited up there, it's like Area 51. If you are not belonging there, they will run you off. But you might be able to go get some good photos. That guy managed to, Angry Gay Pope did. And he's been back several times. And he's said that the several times he's been back, he first visited in 2008 or 2010. And he's been back at least once since then. And he said that they've upped like the security since he's been back a few times to try and like keep pushing people out. Because the more people know about the location, the more people start showing up. And it's been featured on Scientology in the Aftermath of Belief with Leah Remini and Mike Rinder. So I'm sure more people are trying to get up there to go check it out. But if you screenshot this, you can actually get the address in Google Maps to find where it's at. You're welcome. Just don't blame me when aliens run you off property or try to abduct you into their dream catchers. Anyways.
Several buildings, a parking lot, and manicured gardens, and is about 33 acres in size. According to people who have been there, the compound also includes an underground bunker built to withstand nuclear blasts. After all, this is the same place where every text and every word ever written by the illustrious leader L. Ron Hubbard is engraved on stainless steel plates and preserved in titanium capsules to keep them safe through any disaster until eternity. Quote, it's responsible for making sure that L. Ron Hubbard's words survived World War III, in Angry Gay Pope's words. Scientology was founded in the 50s when everyone was afraid of getting nuked, unquote. And in the far-fetched context of L. Ron Hubbard's ideas, the Twin Peaks compound is a refuge from nuclear war, an island in a sea of cosmic chaos, precisely calibrated, far from major populations, designed to be a place where people can live isolated for years. Now, according to Pope and other church insiders, it's a perfect prison. And it's not the only supposed prison camp that Scientology possesses, but we will circle back to that. But why would a supposed religion and philanthropic organization even need such facilities? Simply put, for keeping their secrets locked down. Loose lips sink ships, and that philosophy has not changed since the days of Hubbard, and is only certainly reinforced by the harsh bullying tactics that Miscavige himself has been accused of. It is difficult for low-level members to leave as it is. Many of them have to blow and escape suddenly from centers and compounds, leaving loved ones behind who are forbidden to have any contact with ex-members. But the more important you become in the church, the more you learn, the more sensitive information you become privy to. And if you know too much, you become a liability, and it becomes too dangerous or embarrassing to kick you out. Quote, a high-level person like Shelley Miscavige has to be taken to Twin Peaks, Pope says, where the church can persuade them not to leave, or at least keep them isolated and away from any press who may be all too willing to listen to their story. And the church also seems all too willing to do whatever it takes to.
Sorry, I interrupted myself for a second, but that is the gate. That is the closest the public can get without being chased off. Also, if you recall the previous slide or two, with the OT levels, the highest level that is attainable currently in the church, as I said earlier, is OT 8, which is where Tom Cruise is at. You will see that on the chart, there are more levels than that. So there are 9 through 15. However, 9 through 15 don't actually exist. They have them on the chart, but there's actually no doctrine for them because Hubbard died before he could complete them. And it's the proverbial carrot on a stick that Scientologists are told, like, yes, you can get to more levels and then you can like get out of your body and like superpowers and stuff like that. So they're constantly told about these upper levels and there's nothing there. It's all smoke and mirrors, guys. Sean and Cody, please don't go. Please don't go into Scientology log. Like, I kind of like you guys and I don't want you guys to be disappeared by the fucking Xenu's goon squad. Like, yeah, new episodes for Mystery Project. Hell yeah. Like, we should all just go on a car trip. Let's all go. I have smoke bombs. Don't ask why I have them, but let's go and like drive up there and like go check it out and get chased off by Scientologists. It'll be fun. It's a fun day trip, you know, some brunch, getting chased by religious weirdos. That'll be fun.
Keep their secrets. Just ask Shelley Miscavige's mother, Flo. Or you could, that is, if she hadn't died under mysterious circumstances. Flo, a lifetime Scientologist, had later in life left the church and supposedly took, quote, confidential upper-level materials with her. She even joined a rival independent Scientology organization founded by former Sea Org member David Mayo. On September 8, 1985, she was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head from a Ruger 10-22 rifle. The body also had 3 gunshot wounds to the chest from the same weapon. 1 surface wound, 1 through a breast implant, and 1 that passed through the left lung and fractured a rib. There were also superficial slash marks on her wrists that were identified in the autopsy as being a few days old. The mysterious death was ultimately ruled a suicide. But there was certainly no love lost for his former mother-in-law, according to one former member of the Sea Org. Upon learning of Flo's death, David Miscavige reportedly said, quote, "That bitch got what she deserved," unquote. This coldness echoes Hubbard himself, who described back in 1968 an auditing technique to be used against 12 members at the time whom he called, quote, enemies of mankind, of the planet, and of life, and ordered any Sea Org member auditing them to use auditing process R2-45. R2-45 was the name given by Hubbard to, quote, an enormously effective process for exteriorization, but its use is frowned upon by this society at this time, unquote. In Scientology doctrine, exteriorization refers to separation of the thetan, or soul, from the body. According to the author Stuart Lamont, Hubbard defined R2-45 as a process by which exteriorization could be produced by shooting a person in the head with a .45 revolver.
Yes, I know that's not a revolver, not time to nitpick me. Exteriorization is a fancy way to say to make die, to cause death, to unalive someone, to commit die. He basically recommended, in no uncertain terms, to shoot these people, to shoot them. Okay. What kind of thug tactic? Like, I can't. Oh, good Lord. They have prison camps, so there's that. They've caused multiple weird deaths, very suspicious deaths. You can look up, there's a whole list of people, not only Lisa McPherson that we covered in the previous episode, but there are several other. Quentin Hubbard, who was L. Ron Hubbard's son, committed suicide. Like, yeah, there's so many, like, So many. There's a lot. It's crazy. Staring down the barrel of a 45. Anyways, that is not, I'm sorry, excuse me. If this man or anybody sitting across from one of their little beep boop meter machines tried to pull a gun on me, that is a one-way ticket to meeting Sky Daddy. Immediately. Everyone in that room is gonna go to Jesus, same day shipping, faster than Amazon Prime. Sorry about it. Yeah, no, continue me.
So if death is a real possibility for high-level members, perhaps incarceration is the more agreeable option. And Twin Peaks is not the only or even the most famous prison camp ran by Miscavige and Scientology, as earlier stated. The most famous one, as shown on programs like Scientology and the Aftermath, is notoriously known only as The Hole, located at Gold Base, the center of Sea Org operations near Hemet, California. According to Scientology, much like Area 51, The Hole does not exist. It's simply a fear and misinformation tactic used by critics and former members who seek to bring the group down. But tell that to former members, all ex-high-ranking Sea Org executives who found themselves locked in these guarded double-wide trailers when they fell out of Miscavige's good graces.
So that prior slide is a close-up of The Hole. As you can see, it very much does exist on Gold Base. It does not look very comfortable either. They're very run down from what the accounts have said. They're not in good condition. And also, if you guys freeze frame on this video, sorry if it's a little small and you kind of zoom in on it, you'll see that this was a video, this was a promotional video that was made. It's a music video. It's real fucking painful to watch. That they were doing a promotional video in like the 90s with the executive members of the Sea Org board at the time. You can see a few familiar faces in there. In the center is David Miscavige. He's kind of right here in the middle. He's right there. Mike Rinder's in the back. And then I think Marty Rothman's back here. So they're gone. So, well, David Miscavige is not gone. I wish. But he is obviously still in the church, still the head of the Church of Scientology. Marty Rothman and Mike Rinder left in 2006 and 2007, respectively, I believe. Shelley Miscavige, missing. Don't know where she's at. And then the other ones in this photo, guys, look how many people are in this photo. Like, look how many people are in this photo that I did not put my arrow on. They're thought to be captive, being held prisoner at Gold Base. These are grown-ass adults that are being held captive, supposedly by Scientology. They are thought to be imprisoned at Gold Base. That's, like, insane to me. They have kidnapped grown-ass people, like adults. And wait till you find out what happens inside the hole. Oh, my sweet, sweet summer children. It only gets worse. Continue.
Either they are really committed to the lie, or these events actually occurred, and they read like something directly out of the historical accounts of prisoners who displeased their king. Miscavige would reportedly banish members to the hole rather frequently for any perceived transgression. The conditions were harsh, hardly matching the blissful surroundings. The windows and doors to the trailers are barred, and there is little ventilation even during the summer. It didn't take much, according to former spokesperson Mike Rinder, to find yourself in the hole. Quote, honestly, the reasons for that could be anything from answering a question wrongly, not answering a question, a facial expression that was inappropriate, falling asleep after being up for a couple of days. I mean, anything. You're in the hole. Unquote. Former Scientology executive Tom DeVocht claimed that the addition of the hole and the reorganization of the internal structure was nothing less than a power grab by Miscavige, who had become extremely agitated and paranoid that there was a plot to overthrow him. Quote, Miscavige very definitely wiped out that organizational pattern in order to be able to have ultimate power. Even age and frail health did not spare you from the microcosm of Alcatraz that Miscavige constructed at the illustrious Gold Base. International Scientology president, 88-year-old Heber Jentz, was even among those confined. Several people who found themselves there claim that the number of people locked in swelled to nearly 100 at a point. But the overcrowding and beastly conditions paled in comparison to the punishments that inmates were subjected to at Miscavige's whim. In the documentary Going Clear, several former Scientology executives describe being forced to play a game of musical chairs against each other, in which only the last person sitting would get to stay in the church. The others would be kicked out and barred from ever seeing or speaking to their families again. After the tense and violent game, Miscavige reportedly said that no one was getting kicked out and that they could all stay. Other stories of mental and physical abuse from the hole include one executive who was made to stand underneath a fully cranked AC unit while water was poured on him, a woman who was assaulted and beaten by other members until she admitted she was a lesbian, and another member who was made to clean a bathroom floor with his tongue for a solid half hour. These acts were designed to get people to confess their, quote, sins against Miscavige and Scientology in order to be released. The pressure was high on those locked inside, and they would often fight each other in order to draw out these elusive confessions. But not only that, Miscavige was known to physically attack the executives himself. Quote, "Here's the equivalent of the Pope suddenly knocking you to the ground," Tom DeVocht said of being beaten up by Miscavige in Going Clear. Quote, "And you're thinking, I must have really screwed up," unquote. These are not the only claims of physical abuse at the hands of David Miscavige.
No, they're certainly not. Wait, we get, there's the worst of, Tim's correct. The way children are treated in the church is even worse because according to Scientology, there is no such thing as a child. When a soul or a thetan comes out and is in a meat suit, a meat jacket, it's an adult and they are treated like adults. They are spoken to like adults. They are treated like adults. They are not permitted to be children, basically. They are pulled away from their parents. There are no room for children in the Sea Org. So it's really horrible. And they are placed with adults who supervise them, kind of like the Scouts or something like that, where they're placed with strangers who are adults. And there have been numerous accounts of physical abuse, sexual abuse on these ships with children. It's not okay. And there is nothing okay about anything about this. So I said I would get back to why I don't feel a lot of sympathy for Tom Cruise. And you can see in these slides where they outline the distance so that building there that you're seeing in the one is where Tom has his private courses, his private classes. And you can see how close it is to the hole. He has to know what's going on. He is on Gold Base apparently a lot, all the time, as a matter of fact. Has his own private courses there, has his own private bungalow there, as does David Miscavige, which is weird. They have this weird bromance, and I'm really uncomfortable with it. He has to know what's going on. So my level of sympathy for him within the church at this point is pretty much nil. So, because he definitely knows. He knows of all these abuses that are happening, and he knows that people are being treated this way. If you're a member of the Sea Org also, which is Gold Base is Sea Org Central, if you commit these transgressions, you either wind up in the hole, or they basically put you on manual labor, and you will work for anywhere up to 14, 16 hours a day. Sometimes 30 hours without sleeping, without being allowed to shower, without being allowed to go to the bathroom. You'll be doing manual labor like planting, building stuff, cleaning, to make up for your punishment. Like it's your punishment, like you're a child being scolded. It's horrible. And you get paid technically in the Sea Org, but you make 30 cents a day. So it's basically slave labor. So if we're going back to the big board of bullshit, these people check all the boxes: slavery, human trafficking, physical abuse, sexual abuse. It runs the gamut. It really does. I'm gonna come back in a second, but yeah, hold on. Continue me.
Similar charges have been reported in previous years, way before the institutions of punishments like The Hole and Twin Peaks. In 1987, the BBC program Scientology, The Road to Total Freedom, featured an interview with former member Don Larson, who described Miscavige's physical violence toward a staff member. In a 1995 interview, Stacey Young, Miscavige's former secretary and the ex-wife of Hubbard's former spokesman, Robert Von Young, asserted that Miscavige emotionally tormented staff members on a regular basis. Quote, "His viciousness and cruelty to staff was unlike anything that I had ever experienced in my life," she said. "He just loved to degrade the staff," unquote. In an incident also witnessed and supported by former Sea Org member Amy Scobie, Jeff Hawkins, a former marketing guru for Scientology, claimed to have attended a meeting where Miscavige, quote, "jumped up on the conference room table, like with his feet right on the conference room table, launched himself across the table at me. I was standing, battered my face, and then shoved me down on the floor," unquote. Hawkins claimed that David Miscavige assaulted him on at least 5 occasions. And this sort of
Hold on. So you heard that correctly. He would do this, and Jeff Hawkins is not the only one who says that this has happened on multiple occasions. Both Tom DeVocht, Mike Rinder, Marty Rathbun, all pretty much the executive board said that they were assaulted by Miscavige on multiple occasions, that he would punch them, throw things at them, verbally abuse them. For the record, I have to put it out there, the fact that David Miscavige is basically a pocket human. He's about 5'7". So I would dare this little puff of a man to try that shit with me, because it'll be the last thing he does on God's green earth, because I will turn him inside out. Yes, I will. Go ahead, little man. Let's go. Let's go. You want to test that theory? Bring it. Go ahead. Like, Jeff Hawkins is over 6 feet tall. He is like 6'1", 6'2". And this little chihuahua of a man is barking him down. And I'm like, why did nobody literally knee shot this man directly to the face? Like, or knock his head down into his neck. Like, but that is a complete testament. Patrick, he is a pocket plasma at this point. David Miscavige, the original pocket plasma. Like, but it's a total testament to the mental hold that Scientology has on people. These were men much bigger than him that he was beating up and berating like children. But they thought they deserved it. They thought they messed up. They thought they had it coming. Like, that shows you how, and like Tim was saying earlier, they're mentally broken down. Even the people that are held in the hole wouldn't tell you that they're being held prisoner. If you were to walk in there right now and interview them, they would say, "No, I want to be here. It's my choice to be here." And that's the scary part of it. So continue me.
Treatment wasn't solely reserved for executives, but for family members as well. Ron Miscavige, David's father, would leave the church in 2011 after one day simply Googling Scientology and reading all of the negative press and articles about the group. Members are encouraged, and one even might say programmed, against any independent research outside of what information Scientology provides them, as the church claims that any negative depictions of their members or actions are false. But after 42 years inside, Ron decided that enough was enough and planned his exit. It wouldn't be an emotional parting, since according to Ron, David never even called him dad. Quote, "On that base, David Miscavige referred to me as Ron," Ron Miscavige said of his relationship with his son. Quote, "He never called me dad. I was a staff member. Family connections were considered by Scientology as a false dynamic, meaning no spiritual being is the father of another spiritual being," unquote. Ron planned his escape with his wife for 6 months. They were finally able to do so during a routine trip across the street. The guards were used to them running this regular errand every week and let the couple pass through the gates. But even after leaving the compound, they weren't free from the church. For 18 months after leaving, Ron told police that he was constantly surveilled and followed by a private investigator hired by the church in 2013.
During questioning, the investigator told police that during a routine observation, they mistakenly thought that Ron was having a heart attack. When David was told this, he allegedly told the investigator not to intervene or help his father if he was in health distress, and to let him die. No doubt a heartbreaking thing for a father to hear from his son. Ron Miscavige passed away in June 2021 from cancer and other health conditions at the age of 85, but not before publishing a book that spoke of his experiences inside Scientology, denouncing the religion and his son, called Ruthless: Scientology, My Son David Miscavige, and Me. He's also not the only member of the Miscavige clan who defected and has had less than complimentary things to say about the current CEO and leader of Scientology. His niece, Jenna Miscavige Hill, also penned a memoir called Beyond Belief: My Secret Life Inside Scientology and My Harrowing Escape. These stories amongst former members are not uncommon and definitely seem to possess a theme, to the point that in 2009, the FBI investigated Scientology for alleged human trafficking abuses. That same year, 2 former Scientologists sued the church on claims of forced labor and other human rights violations. Unfortunately, Scientology's tax-exempt status, so hard-won by David Miscavige back in 1991, also gives it extended protections during FBI investigations and in court cases. A judge ruled in Scientology's favor for the case brought by the 2 ex-members due to First Amendment protections for religions and their practices. This ultimately led to the FBI investigation being dropped in 2011, much to critics' chagrin. It is generally agreed upon that the only way any legal action will be able to be taken against the church will not happen until the tax-exempt status is taken away. The tax-free revenue of the church continues to fund its various abuses and vast network of harassment and secrecy. All private investigators hired by the church to follow and photograph former members, as well as lawyers bringing frivolous lawsuits, are all paid for from the church's bountiful income that would be severely impacted should they be required to pay taxes on it. Many feel that the church would not be able to survive such a financial blow. And though David Miscavige and Scientology have been the subject of more press attention lately, especially with new exposés and programs highlighting the truthfully terrifying environment fostered by Miscavige personally, he rarely, if ever, speaks to the press himself. And while the future of the church remains uncertain depending on the actions of the United States government at large, one thing remains consistent: Scientology's stance on criticism and negative press. L. Ron Hubbard once proclaimed that all critics of Scientology are criminals. Hubbard wrote on numerous occasions that all of Scientology's opponents are seeking to hide their own criminal histories, and the proper course of action to stop these attacks is to expose the hidden crimes of the attackers. The Church of Scientology does not deny that it vigorously seeks to expose its critics and enemies. It maintains that all of its critics have criminal histories, and that they encourage hatred and, quote, bigotry against Scientology. Hubbard's belief that all critics of Scientology are criminals was summarized in a policy letter written in 1967. Quote, "Now get this as a technical fact, not a hopeful idea. Every time we have investigated the background of a critic of Scientology, we have found crimes for which that person or group could be imprisoned under existing law. We do not find critics of Scientology who do not have criminal pasts. Over and over we prove this." Hubbard's Communication Office Policy Letter, 5th of November, 1967.
And do you like how I posted the photo of Danny Masterson right after Hubbard saying, like, all the critics of Scientology are criminals, blah, blah, blah. Look at that scumbag right there. Look at that face. Look at the headline. Oh, yeah. All the critics of Scientology are criminals. You guys don't harbor criminals, though, do you? Like, you don't? Like, you sure? You sure about that? You sure you don't cover things up for people? Because that's what I hear. I hear that if you're high enough up in the church, they will cover up your dirty laundry abundantly. Continue me.
Scientology claims that it continues to expand and prosper despite all efforts to prevent it from growing. But critics claim that the church's own statistics contradict its story of continuing growth.
The church maintains its innocence in any criminal abuse allegations and states that such claims are made by, quote, bitter ex-members who only wish to make the church look bad. If you ask any of the former members who have had their lives impacted from violence, death, separation from family members, forced abortions, extortion, and harassment, the Church of Scientology is good at doing that all on their own.
I did it again. How about that for an expose? Yeah, so, I mean, it's a lot. Yeah, no cars yet. No cars yet. I mean, I haven't looked outside. Like, there might be. They might come to get me. Anyways, yeah, I was like, I do that at least once or twice an episode where I mute myself so you guys don't hear me like moving around and stuff. But yeah, I end up forgetting because I get like all like, and I want to say something and then I forget. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That was basically a lot of it in just crammed into 2 episodes, but there's a lot more details. If you guys want to learn more about it, I definitely encourage that you read any of the books that were featured on there or listen to them on audiobook. Ruthless by Ron Miscavige, Troublemaker by Leah Remini, Beyond Belief by Jenna Miscavige Hill, Going Clear by Lawrence Wright. Going Clear was also a documentary on HBO. The Scientology in the Aftermath of Belief, which is the documentary series with Leah Remini and Mike Rinder. They also have a podcast called Fair Game. So if you're interested in learning more and going further down the rabbit hole, there's a lot more. I mean, the abuses of the church are just extensive. And the fact that nothing really could be done about it until like tax exempt status is taken away because they're protected kind of to an extent by law because they're a religious organization is really crummy. So, yeah, so that was part 2 and we are done with Scientology. We're moving on next cult episode and the final cult episode of the Cult of Personality miniseries is going to go back to the old school, to the OG, Charles Manson and the Manson family. And I think that dovetails nicely right back into true crime. So as promised, I do have some notes from the episode about, so if you guys didn't see, I said at the beginning of the episode, I would go over some notes about the Hinterkaifeck episode, which is the mini episode that was in between part 1, part 2 of Scientology. So Mina, one of my lovely viewers, was nice enough to go do some archive digging for me to find out some more details about it because we weren't 100% sure if Andreas, the father at the farm, and Victoria were in fact in a confirmed incestuous relationship. And according to the things she found, she said that they were actually sentenced in May of 1915 for such a charge. And he had to go to prison for a year and she had to go to prison for a month. She had to go to prison too. Not really sure why that is because that seems fair, right? So then on September 1919, her son was born, but during her pregnancy, there were already rumors about it. So Schlittenbauer, who was one of the suspects, as you remember in the Hinterkaifeck murders, her father kept claiming that the kid belonged to him, but nobody was really sure. Schlittenbauer, in fact, himself reported the 2 for incest to the police, saying that she told him that she said that, yes, this is where the baby came from. On September 25th, Schlittenbauer then withdrew that accusation and said, no, I was just kidding, blah, 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 because that's something you totally just kid about. And then he claimed to be the father in court, and agreed to pay the fine or whatever, but apparently only did so because Andreas told him he would pay him back. So he's like, hey, front me out some money. Then on October 23rd, he changed his story again and said, just kidding about the second time, I was lying, and it really was incest. And he said he wanted to marry her, but her dad wouldn't allow it. So in the end, his constantly waffling story basically was not enough to convict them again, but they were convicted at least once. So there's that. So thank you, Mina, for the lovely research and the kind of confirming some details that we did not know. But yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on your guys' notes because... Oh, thank you, Tim. That's awesome. Yeah, like I had to like kind of pick and choose because there's a lot. There's so much with Scientology, as there is with a lot of cults. There's a lot to stitch together and to try to make it sound like cohesive and make it make sense. And what I really wanted to focus the story around in the first part around Lisa, and the second part around Shelley, because these are women that have been basically disappeared and killed and abused by the church. They're not the only ones. There are multiple people who have either committed suicide, disappeared, been murdered. Like, there's a list. So I really wanted to make them the focal point of these stories. Shelley Miscavige is still missing. She's still missing. Supposedly, people have seen... Angry Gay Pope at least did on one of his visits see a woman from behind who was an older woman who could have been Shelley Miscavige. It would have been age appropriate at the time. Saw gray hair, and she was being followed by two like handlers basically, but did not see her from the front, so could not confirm that that was her or not. But what do you say about a church and a religious organization that holds people hostage, that won't let them leave, that they could be dead? And honestly, killing them, not out of the realm of possibility, because like I said in the episode, Hubbard himself basically threatened that you should shoot people if they're terrible, and that her mother, Shelley Miscavige's own mother, David Miscavige's mother-in-law, died in a suicide that really didn't sound a whole lot like a suicide. How does a woman shoot herself 3 times with a rifle? She's also a short woman. This was a rifle. It's a long gun. We're not talking about a pistol. We're not talking about a semi-automatic. We're talking about a hunting rifle. She was 5'3", 5'4". That's a difficult weapon to line up, and yeah, it stinks to high heaven. I've seen enough episodes of Forensic Files, and I know what I'm talking about. But if you guys have any questions, I didn't see them as I was going through the notes. If you have any, go ahead and ask them now. If there was something I didn't clarify in the episode that you wanted to know, or that you had a curious question about, I will give you guys a moment. I'm trying to watch both because I have them popped open, both chats. Also, this is delicious. Just throwing that out there. I have to have alcohol for some of these, you guys. It's just like, some of it's like, seriously? Wow. The fuck? When are we going? Hey, let's do it. Let's storm CST. They can't disappear all of us. If enough of us go and just run the gates, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Like, they can't alien soul catch all of us. Xena will be pissed. I'm going to tell you that right now. Xena will be very mad. I don't know. Maybe they can. That's true. You guys are like, well, maybe. I don't know, actually. Man, I might want to stay home. So, yeah. If you guys do end up going up there, Sean and Cody, if you guys end up driving by there, please send me pictures because I want to see this shit. I've driven past Area 51 and got about as close as I could get to that. So I'm 100% down for raiding secret compounds. Let's do it. I'll bring my knives, bring my smoke bombs. We got this. Tom Cruise will run out without a shirt. He might be there. I don't know. He does. Some celebrities do stay up there at the Twin Peaks compound. They're the only ones that really are allowed to know about it, apparently. You are high enough in the church, you get to be in the know. And then they don't want you to leave because you know too much. So next week will be a mini episode. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Cemetery Road crossover. I have to talk to Jason about that. We talked about it a little bit ago and are trying to line some things up. So it'll be there's a little tiny bug in here. So mini episode, and then we're going to go to Manson, and then I'm going to come stay at your compound. You're actually asking that in here, dude. Like, you know that's a yes. You know that. Never mind. You know what we're going to do? Instead of making this the Storm the CST, we're just going to make Storm Patrick's house. Storm the Haunted Side compound. The THS compound. Screw CST. Storm THS compound. Yeah, it might be a bug. I don't know. Maybe they're monitoring me right now. Yeah, minisode. Also, your house, your compound. Do you have a compound? I want to see the photos of the compound, sir. Send me photos of compound or no compound. I need receipts. I'm a cult expert after all. Yeah, only if it's a castle, right? They have a castle. That is so wild. That is so crazy to me. Like, a religion has a castle. Yeah, whatever. Okay, weird. What do you need that for? Like, who is? I don't know. Apparently, Elrond's coming back one day, and he has to be really impressed. He has to be really impressed by all of this. It's time to be high enough in the THS church. Well, where's my rank? I need a ranking system. I need some clarification here on how this works. So we're gonna have to hash some details out. Because if it's Pope or nothing. Like, I want Pope or nothing. That's it. It comes with a cool hat. And I'm pretty sure some other cool stuff, but the hat. I'm in it for the hat. Anyways. So if you guys don't have any more questions, then I will wrap things up here. So please join us next week. Also, side note, speaking of receipts or whatever, and receipts and things, please check the store link, which I think Polly was posting and somebody was posting a little bit ago. Check the store, because there's a new shirt on there by the head of the Church of the Haunted Side, Patrick McQuarrie, in there, that is called the Dead Hours Greatest Hits, and it is sexy as fuck. You guys will really want this one. And it's available on a whole bunch of other colors other than black. What? Weird. I know. I'm out of my skull. And it's the hat. It's the hat. It's the power. The power trip has gotten to me. So yeah, go check that out. It's a brand new shirt. It's a brand new design. It looks like an album cover. It is sexy as hell. Please go check it out. I will make sure to link it in the groups. I'll make sure to link it. Janine bought it. It's great. It's awesome. You get a free intro. You get a free intro auditing course into the Church of THS. All power to the engines. Illuminati. I don't know. So yeah. So thank you guys. Go check that new design out. Buy it if you want. It gets you free entry into the Church of the Haunted Side. Also, it's just fucking cool. So check things out. There's also other designs on there that I did that are kind of cute if you want to get those. And also, be good. Don't join a cult. Don't get murdered. And stay spooky. And I'll see you guys next week. Have a good one.